Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 235. Lu Yin and the rest were trapped in a sea of astral beasts. This base had originally had tens of thousands of soldiers, and with the soldiers that had escaped from the previous base, there were nearly 80,000 of them. However, they were nothing compared to the horde of astral beasts. These astral beasts were individually stronger than many of the soldiers, and their defenses were strong as well. Without any weapons to hold them back, the army was quickly defeated. One after another, warships took to the skies and bombarded the ground with their weapons. At this point, they no longer cared about whether or not their attacks would affect the soldiers as they focused on the areas with the most astral beasts. These warships were not equipped with weapons that could threaten explorers, but even so, the weapons they carried were enough to instantly kill a Lemiter. Very quickly, the bombardment of weapons caused many soldiers to die, but they also managed to slightly suppress the astral beasts. Lu Yin and the rest dealt a considerable amount of damage to the astral beasts, especially Lu Xiaoqiu. His sword was originally a killing weapon, and each of his strikes tore a bloody path through the astral beasts, which attracted the attention of the others. Suddenly, several warships in the sky exploded as an invisible attack destroyed all of them. High up in the sky, Zi Tai and Nappa were fighting. Aside from the explorers, the strongest people on the battlefield were Lu Yin's group. However, there was now an additional astral beast hiding in the shadows. There was an academy in the astral beast domain called the Spiritual Academy, and the strongest students were ranked according to the size of their territory. 5 astral beasts were the strongest, and they dominated the Spiritual Academy. The ghost monkey was one of them. Lu Yin and the rest did not know that an astral beast that could rival a realm master from the Astral Combat Academy had joined the battle. It was only when Chao Ji was heavily injured that her 4-lined battle force had been shattered and she had almost died, that the ghost monkey was exposed. As expected of an elite human. "You actually survived my attack," the ghost monkey said coldly as it hid in the shadows. Chao Ji's gaze was cold, and a gray current swept out in all directions, corroding everything in its path. Even Xue Luyun, who was closest to her, avoided it. The ghost monkey was caught off guard and was swept by the wind, revealing its tracks. Chao Ji's gaze was icy as her 4-lined battle force covered her body once more and she struck out with a palm. The ghost monkey was a short monkey with a terrifying face and sharp fangs that glowed a dark red. When it saw Chao Ji's attack, it did not retreat and instead struck out with a claw. The palm and claw collided, and the ground caved in. Shockwaves swept out in all directions, clearing out the surrounding 100 meters. Chao Ji and Ghost Monkey retreated at the same time. The difference was that Chao Ji had been pushed back, and her palm was dripping with blood, while Ghost Monkey seemed to have borrowed the momentum to hide in the shadows once more. In this battle, Chao Ji was at a disadvantage. Lu Yin watched from afar, and he was surprised by the monkey's strength. However, that was all he could do as the monkey had been targeted by the Lu Xiaoqiu. The monkey hid in the shadows. He had already gauged the strength of this group of students, and he believed that as long as he hid in the shadows and ambushed them, he would be able to deal with them one by one. He had done the same in the Spiritual Academy, and he was the weakest out of the 5 academy masters. However, he was also the most difficult to find because of his innate gift. Suddenly, the monkey felt his scalp go numb. He looked up at the sky, and his expression changed drastically. The sky was filled with sword chi. What was this? The second sword of the 13 swords had its own domain. It ignored speed and cut through the void. The attack range could extend infinitely. As long as Lu Xiaoqiu was willing, he could even unleash an attack that covered the entire battlefield. Even though the monkey had hidden in the shadows, he was most afraid of this sort of attack that covered a large area. Generally speaking, the more scattered an attack was, the weaker it would be. However, this did not apply to the 13 swords. The boundless sword chi that seemed to cover the entire area contained a shocking amount of power. The monkey fled at top speed, but he was still unable to completely avoid the boundless sword chi. Everything within a kilometer was covered, and the void shattered. The ground was destroyed, and the herd of astral beasts was reduced to a puddle of blood. Fortunately, there were no soldiers around, or else no one besides Lu Yin would have been able to withstand this attack. This sword even attracted the attention of Zi Tai, who was high up in the sky. Its large eyes excitedly scanned the area. As expected, this was a peerless genius of the human race, and it had to kill them all. Smoke and dust filled the sky as countless astral beasts stared at the destroyed ground in fear. They did not dare to approach it. Occasionally, sword chi would sweep through the void and easily kill melders. This was the first time that Lu Yin had faced the second sword in the real world, and it was even more shocking than when he had been in the Life-Seek realm. If he had used the fourth sword in his previous battle with the Lu Xiaoqiu, then it would have been hard to say who would have won, even if he had 5-line battle force. There was a loud boom, and everyone looked up to see another giant crack in the sky. Nappa's pupils shrank. Another Explorer Realm astral beast. Zi Tai roared excitedly and viciously smashed one of its hooves into Nappa's abdomen, smashing him into the ground. At the same time, it smashed its other hoof into the void, drawing out the Explorer Realm astral beasts that had come to reinforce Nappa. The two explorers released terrifying auras as they stared at Lu Yin and the others. In the next moment, both beasts pressed down. Lu Yin's entire body went cold, and he clenched his fists tightly. He was going to go all out. Lu Xiaoqiu's eyes were cold, and he gripped his sword tightly. An indescribably terrifying fluctuation faintly swept through the area. This energy was not unfamiliar to him, it was the fourth sword. Silver was still smiling, but his smile was very sinister. Even Lu Yin felt that things were not looking good for him against two Explorer Realm astral beasts. At that moment, a red arrow pierced through the void and shot towards Zi Tai. The beast was shocked and hurriedly dodged, but it was unable to dodge this arrow as even the void had been frozen. The red arrow pierced through Zi Tai's body and continued onward without any resistance. It did not slow down at all as it continued shooting into outer space. This scene shocked everyone. Nappa had been helpless against Zi Tai, but it had still been pierced through by an arrow. Lu Yin's eyes were filled with excitement. A red lotus arrow. He knew who had come, it was the Red Lotus Witchbow, Mira. He had joined the Astral Combat Academy, so he knew how terrifying the Astral Combat Academy was. Mira was a graduate of Astral 6 who had once competed with Dao Bo, proving that she had the power of a realm master. She had long since broken through to the Explorer realm, and her strength was comparable to a cruiser's. She might even surpass him. This woman was someone on the top 100 rankings. In the distant sky, a charming figure appeared. She walked barefoot through the void, and her long white hair flowed down to her ankles. There was a short tuft of hair on her forehead, and she looked very cute. Just like the last time Lu Yin had seen her, she was wearing a cool summer dress that revealed her sparkling skin. There was a faint smile on her face, and she held the red lotus bough in her hand as she slowly approached. When Nappa saw Mira, he relaxed and laid down on the ground, waiting for rescue. Zi Tai endured the intense pain. The red lotus witchbow from the top 100 rankings. Retreat. The other astral beast fled much faster than Zi Tai, and the moment it saw Mira, it tore through the void in an attempt to escape. Mira's lips curled up, and her pure and beautiful face became slightly cold. She raised her red lotus witchbow and shot out a second arrow. The second arrow was even faster than the first, and just like the first, it froze the void, preventing Zi Tai and the other astral beast from escaping. In the end, the two astral beasts had to work together to neutralize the arrow. Red Lotus Witchbow, we've lost this battle. We're still explorers, and it's 2-against-1. Don't fight recklessly. Z-Tai bellowed as blood dripped from its huge body. The other astral beast glared fiercely at Mira, as if it wanted to fight to the death. Mira disdainfully replied, "Fight to the death. I like it." She then shot out a third arrow. The battle between the three explorers in the sky attracted the attention of countless people on the ground. Even the horde of astral beasts paused and looked up at the sky. Underground, the ghost monkey was panting heavily as many wounds had appeared on its body from the sword chi. However, its physical body was strong enough to rival four-line battle force, so this attack was not enough to kill it. It looked up and saw that Z-Tai and the others were about to be unable to hold on for much longer. The ghost monkey's eyes turned ferocious, as it knew that it was time to leave. However, this battle could not end here. It would be too humiliating if the Spiritual Academy's Academy Master could not even kill a single student from the Astral Combat Academy. The ghost monkey then looked up and ignored Lu Xiaoqiu and Chao Ji, as those two would not be easy to defeat. Only Lu Yin remained. This person was the furthest away, and his aura was the weakest, so he should be the weakest. Lu Yin was watching the intense battle in the sky when he suddenly felt a chill run down his back. The ghost monkey had peeked out from the shadows and was swiping at him with a claw. Lu Yin turned around and struck out with his own palm as well, also using four-line battle force. The monkey was shocked, but it did not care. However, when it collided with Lu Yin's attack, it realized that there were differences between different four-lined battle forces. Chao Ji's four-line battle force was about the same as the monkey's physical body, but Lu Yin's four-line battle force made the monkey feel as if it could not be shaken. With just a single palm, the monkey was once again pressed into the ground. At the same time, it also suffered the 9 stacks, causing the monkey to spit out a mouthful of blood. This person was even more terrifying. Lu Yin was amused, as this fellow had almost been killed by Lu Xiaoqiu. Instead of running away, it had even dared to attack Lu Yin. Still, the ghost monkey's strength was not bad, and it was comparable to the Astral Combat Academy's student leaders. However, the ghost monkey could not be blamed. To many astral beasts, humans were only differentiated by height, weight, and weight. They could not tell anything else apart from that. To them, everyone looked the same, just like how humans looked at astral beasts. They could not tell who was who, and the ghost monkey was one of them. At this moment, the ghost monkey had already guessed Lu Yin's identity. He was the most powerful student of the Astral Combat Academy, and he was also a freak who had made it into the top 4 of the Astral Combat Tournament. "Get out here!" Lu Yin barked as he grabbed at the ghost monkey. At such a close distance, anyone below the Explorer realm would not be able to escape. Lu Yin did not dare to say that he was invincible against anyone below the Explorer realm, but he was close enough. The ghost monkey glared at Lu Yin ferociously before suddenly grinning, revealing its fangs. "Human, consider yourself unlucky." It then pulled something out from the cosmic ring on its claw and viciously swatted it at Lu Yin. Lu Yin focused on the item, and his pupils shrank. His brain felt as if it had been struck by a heavy blow. It was a piece of skin with strange characters written on it. It was these characters that made him feel as if he had been punched in the head. At the same time, in outer space, outside the human's defensive line, a pair of eyes opened on a giant asteroid that seemed to be able to swallow the void. "This aura. Is it here?" Lu Yin was caught off guard by the attack, and the ghost monkey took advantage of the opportunity to pull out a void wanderer. It tore through the void, grabbed Lu Yin, and disappeared. The entire process took less than 3 seconds, and the battle in the sky was still intense. Lu Xiaoqiu and the rest were distracted by the battle and did not pay attention to Lu Yin at all. No one had expected that the ghost monkey, who had been suppressed by Lu Xiaoqiu, would be able to defeat Lu Yin. However, that was exactly what had happened, and Lu Yin had been captured by the ghost monkey. By the time everyone reacted, all they saw was an empty ground. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 236. Lu Yin was only struck once, but he quickly regained his senses and suddenly attacked from within the darkness of the void. The monkey had originally wanted to capture Lu Yin and take him to the astral beast domain, but Lu Yin had suddenly attacked him. The two of them fell out of the void at the same time, crashing into the ruins of an abandoned tribe. The two crashed to the ground and separated at the same time. The monkey was shocked. How did you wake up so easily? Even explorers aren't that fast. Lu Yin casually crushed the void wanderer to death. Humans could not use such beasts, so it was better to destroy them to prevent the monkey from escaping. The monkey's eyes widened. Human, you're courting death. It then took out the same piece of skin and slapped it at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he also took out a piece of skin and slapped it at the monkey. He had just recalled that he had a similar piece of skin that he had obtained from rolling his die. His skin was also much larger than the monkey's. The monkey had not expected Lu Yin to have a piece of skin as well, and it shrieked in shock. It could not believe what it was seeing, and Lu Yin viciously slammed it into the ground. Shut up. You! How can you have something like that? Impossible. This belongs to our domain. How can a human have it? The monkey shrieked. Lu Yin frowned, grabbed the monkey's skin, and tossed it into his cosmic ring. This thing could not be looked at, as even looking at it would affect him. What is this? Lu Yin asked. The monkey ignored him and continued to mumble to itself in disbelief. Impossible. How can a human have it? Lu Yin stepped on the monkey, causing it to spit out blood again. Speak. What is this? The monkey shrieked and glared at Lu Yin. Human, don't even think about getting any information from me. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Then you can die. He then pressed down with his palm, causing the monkey's hair to stand on end. Human, do you really want to kill me? No one will tell you where this thing comes from. In the entire astral beast domain, only the absolute powerhouses know where this thing comes from. You won't be able to get any information from them. Lu Yin's voice was icy. Since you won't tell me, then there's no point in keeping you alive. Wait. I can tell you something, the monkey shrieked and looked at Lu Yin in fear. Lu Yin sneered. How do I know if you're telling the truth? I can swear it, the monkey hurriedly shouted. It's useless. Just this bit of information is of no use to me. Besides, you said that it's something from the astral beast domain. I can't just go there, can I? Lu Yin raised his hand again, and a heavy pressure descended upon the ghost monkey, causing him to shriek in fright. Human, don't make a mistake. This is related to progenitor Wushang. Progenitor Wushang. What ancestor Wushang? The monkey rolled his eyes. Progenitor Wushang is my ancestor, and he's one of the most terrifying beings in the astral beast domain. It's rumored that as long as you gather all of the beast hides, you'll be able to find progenitor Wushang and obtain his inheritance. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Since he's your ancestor, why would he need to collect all the animal skins? You don't know where your ancestor is. There are too many people in my ghost monkey clan, and I'm only from a side branch. I only managed to obtain this small one by chance, the monkey immediately replied. How strong is your progenitor Wushang? Lu Yin asked curiously. The monkey hurriedly replied, very strong. He can swallow the sun, the moon, and the stars. He can even tear apart the astral river with a wave of his hand. It's rumored that his body is indestructible, and he can even form a continent for countless people to live in. Rumor has it that as long as he obtains progenitor Wushang's inheritance, his power level will immediately soar. Lu Yin laughed. Well said. Very smooth and logical. It's a pity that I don't believe you. You've said too much. Die. He then slammed his hand down. Human, the monkey shrieked, but he still could not escape his fate of being slapped to death by Lu Yin. Lu Yin muttered to himself as he looked at the monkey's corpse. Most of what the monkey had said was false, but progenitor Wushang's existence was real. It would not dare to lie when its life was on the line, and it would definitely try its best to tell the truth to attract Lu Yin's attention. However, the rest of the rumors were definitely false. Since Lu Yin was not confident that he could obtain the truth from the monkey, then he would just forget about it. Lu Yin did not believe that he would have the luck to go to the astral beast domain and obtain progenitor Wushang's inheritance. He was not the son of the universe. He glanced at the monkey's corpse one more time and then looked around. He checked his gadget, but there was no signal. Perhaps the battle outside of planet Conan had caused a huge change in the surrounding environment, but his gadget couldn't receive any information, and he couldn't even locate his current location. Perhaps this place wasn't even on planet Conan. Lu Yin turned around to leave, as he needed to confirm his location as soon as possible. As he walked, he suddenly felt that something was amiss and frowned. He took out the giant emperor's third eye from his cosmic ring and activated the art of Sirius. He suddenly turned around and saw a shadow wriggling underground. You really aren't dead. This is your original body. Lu Yin grabbed at the shadow. The shadow shrieked, Human, spare me. Spare me. This really is progenitor Wushang's item. I can tell you where his tomb is, so don't kill me. You're too cunning. Sorry, but you must die. Lu Yin was about to attack. The shadow twisted, and just as Lu Yin was about to attack, it suddenly spread from his palm to his arm. Lu Yin felt a burning sensation on his arm, as if he had been scalded. With his current strength, it was very difficult for him to be scalded, let alone someone he had defeated before. He hurriedly pulled up his sleeve and saw a strange monkey tattoo on his arm. It was very cute. What was that? Human, I'm your tamed beast now. You can't kill me. The monkey's voice sounded in Lu Yin's mind, causing him to be shocked. Tamed beast? What do you mean? I once killed a cultivator from the human domain's beast tamer's flow zone and obtained a tamed beast technique. Now, I've transformed myself into a tamed beast and branded myself on your body. My life is now in your hands, so you can relax. I'll tell you a lot of information, the monkey said helplessly. Lu Yin looked at the tattoo on his arm in shock. Was that even possible? He had always been curious about the beast tamer's flow zone's techniques. Kuang Wang had been able to tattoo such a large azure dragon on his body, and he had no idea how he had done it. He had never thought that he would have won as well. Tamed beast techniques should be for humans, right? I had no choice. You wanted to kill me, so I had to take a risk. Fortunately, I succeeded. Human, my injuries are too severe, so I'll rest first. I won't wake up for a while, but my life is now in your hands, so you can kill me if you want, the monkey said before falling silent. Lu Yin sighed, feeling rather conflicted. To kill or not to kill? After thinking about it, he still couldn't bring himself to do it. He looked at the adorable monkey tattoo on his arm, and he had to admit that it was a pretty good tattoo. However, it was a little strange for a man to have a monkey tattoo. He also felt that it was a pity, as Kuang Wang's first move was an azure dragon that could shake the heavens and earth. What about himself? A monkey? What use was that? Fortunately, he had more than one tamed beast. Kuang Wang also had an emperor butterfly grass, so Lu Yin should be able to tame another mighty beast. He decided to take some time to visit the beast tamer's flow zone. After dealing with the monkey, it was time to find a way out. This was clearly an abandoned tribe, and if this was planet Conan, then its civilization should be very backward, and it should still be considered a primitive tribe. He followed the tribe's small path and looked around. The land was still desolate, and there were obvious signs of battle in front of him. There were also burn marks, which should have been cleaned up after the battle. This meant that this was one of the planets protected by the Human Alliance, and it might even be planet Conan. The monkey had only used the Void Wanderer for a short period of time. At this moment, a meteorite appeared outside the 37 protective planets to the right. The first aura is here, and the second aura is over there. As the meteorite spoke, its eyes swept across the 37 planets before finally stopping on planet Conan. The second aura is clearly much stronger than the first. Perhaps, there's more than one. The meteorite then fiercely shot forward. Suddenly, there was a sigh. Brother Yao, please reconsider your actions. The meteorite suddenly stopped, and a giant void thunder beast appeared. It then forcefully shrunk into a 2-meter-tall humanoid man who stared in front of him in shock. Wen Sansi, I didn't expect you to come. The void in front of him rippled, and a young man walked out with a smile on his face. He held a scroll in his hand and wore white clothes with a folding fan at his waist. Brother Yao, long time no see. It has indeed been a long time. I'm curious as to why a dignified 10 arbiters would appear at the border warfront. There doesn't seem to be any major battles here, the man said in a low voice. Wen Sansi smiled. If there isn't a major battle, then why is Brother Yao Gu, a powerhouse on Skymender's list, here? And why are you trying to barge into one of the protective planets? I'm curious. I heard that a human Astral Combat Academy student who inherited the 13 swords is here, and there's even someone who has 5-line battle force as a melder. Shouldn't we meet such a young elite? Yao Gu asked indifferently. Wen Sansi shook his head and placed his hands behind his back. As long as I'm here, they shouldn't. Yao Gu's eyes widened. Rumor has it that the 10 arbiters have never had a clear victor. I'm curious as to who's stronger between you and that firebird. Wen Sansi smiled. Of course, he's stronger than I am. I'm just a scholar, and I don't like fighting. Yao Gu stared at Wen Sansi, but he did not say anything. Wen Sansi smiled back at him, but he did not say anything either. The heavens seemed to freeze. In the distance, Shui Chuanchao glanced at the screen, and the female adjutant behind him rejoiced. It's a good thing that the 10 arbiters arrived in time. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to find a powerhouse to stop Yao Gu. Why did Yao Gu barge into the right 37 planets? Even those students from the Astral Combat Academy aren't worth it, Shui Chuanchao muttered to himself, puzzled. Could it really be because of Lu Xiaoqiu? Rumor has it that Yao Gu was heavily injured by the 13 swords, the female adjutant guessed. Shui Chuanchao shook his head. No, the Skymender's list and the 10 arbiters don't casually go to war. This is a tacit understanding. The battle from back then was in the past, and if it did, it would affect both star domains. It wouldn't be as simple as a border war. Right, how's the situation on planet Conan? Shui Chuanchao asked. The female adjutant whispered, Mira killed 2 explorer beasts by herself, and the situation is stable. However, Lu Yin has gone missing. Lu Yin has gone missing. Shui Chuanchao was shocked. How did he go missing? I'm not sure. It seems like he was captured by an astral beast. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 237. That's impossible. Astral beasts below the explorer realm wouldn't be able to capture him that easily. He's someone who's able to take on Z-Tai head-on, so he's qualified to be a war drummer. Where's his gadget? You can't find their location. Planet Conan has been embroiled in a series of battles, and all sorts of energies are mixed together. Gadgets are temporarily unusable. Shui Chuanxiao stared at the screen helplessly. After a while, Yao Gu left. He did not fight with Wen Sanxi. The female adjutant heaved a sigh of relief. Although Yao Gu and Wen Sanxi were both of the younger generation, their strength was too terrifying. Once they started fighting, the border defenses would be in trouble. If a few Skymenders list powerhouses and the 10 Arbiters were involved as well, the border defenses would be even more difficult to defend. It was even possible that the previous defenses would be destroyed. Focus all of your efforts on finding Lu Yin. Also, don't let down your guard against those who are being controlled. I must find the location of that strange beast, Shui Chuanxiao said solemnly. Yes, Commander. Lu Yin's guess had not been wrong. He was indeed still on planet Conan, but he was too far away from his previous location. The Void Wanderer had been about to tear open a spatial crack that would lead to the astral beast domain, but it had been interrupted by Lu Yin. Although it had only been for an instant, it had still moved the Void Wanderer much further away from its original position. Planet Conan was thousands of times larger than Earth to begin with. Even if it was just a slight deviation, the distance between them would still be far greater than the diameter of Earth. Lu Yin walked through the desolate land, and there was not a single trace of green to be seen. Yellow sand filled the sky. From time to time, strange beasts would run past. Lu Yin did not know if they were native to planet Conan or if they had been brought here by the Void Wanderers. He looked at his gadget. The signal had not been restored yet, so it was difficult for him to determine his location. After an unknown amount of time, a spacecraft slowly traveled through the sky. Lu Yin was overjoyed, and just as he was about to take to the skies, a furious roar rang out. A giant beast leapt up from the ground and bit down on the spacecraft, tearing it apart at the waist. There was a violent explosion, and many people inside died instantly. Lu Yin was infuriated, and he raised a hand to slap the beast. The beast's body was huge, but it was only a meter, so it was instantly killed. Unfortunately, the spacecraft had been completely destroyed, and there were no survivors inside. This was just a patrolling spaceship. It was small in size and had few people. Once it was attacked, it would be hard for it to survive. Lu Yin searched for a long time but still couldn't find a way to contact him. His luck was really bad, as the spacecraft had been severely damaged. Although they could not find the human base, the appearance of such a spaceship proved that the base was not far away. The surrounding area was within the detection range of the base, and the army would soon arrive to investigate. Lu Yin had no intention of leaving, so he decided to wait by the wreckage. A day passed by quickly, and Lu Yin found it strange. Logically speaking, if this place was within the detection range of the base, then the army should have detected him long ago. However, there was still no news. He looked around and remembered that the spacecraft had been heading west. He decided to try his luck. Not long after, he smelled the stench of blood. His expression changed, and he immediately used flash to flash across the void, reappearing hundreds of kilometers away. Looking around, he saw that the ground was covered in the corpses of exotic beasts and human soldiers, but most of them were badly mutilated. His expression was ugly. A battle had just taken place here, and the human army had been completely annihilated. The remaining mutated beasts had taken away some of the humans as food, while the footprints continued to head west. Intelligent mutated beasts wouldn't eat humans, while unintelligent mutated beasts would only eat the living. They wouldn't touch the dead. If someone was really taken away as food, those people would definitely still be alive. Lu Yin didn't hesitate and chased after the footprints. He wasn't a good person, but he couldn't just watch as his fellow humans were eaten by mutated beasts. If possible, he would save them. The messy footprints continued to head west. Many mutated beasts wouldn't leave after a fierce battle with the humans, as the humans would immediately destroy the Void Wanderers. Even if the beasts came, they wouldn't be able to escape. Only a few powerful mutated beasts could carry Void Wanderers with them and escape. The rest of the mutated beasts would wander around planet Conan and continue fighting with the humans. There were many mutated beasts roaming around planet Conan, and some of them had even banded together to attack the humans. The entire planet was a battlefield, and the original lifeforms had long since been wiped out. The messy footprints continued until they reached the bottom of a yellow mountain. Lu Yin investigated and confirmed that the mutated beasts had left through the ground. Just as he was about to enter the tunnel, the yellow mountain in front of him suddenly swayed. He turned around and saw a gigantic mutated beast that towered into the clouds. On the other side of this beast was a horde of countless mutated beasts, all of whom were staring at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's hair stood on end, and he felt a chill run down his spine as countless mutated beasts stared at him. The gigantic beast that towered into the clouds swiped a claw at Lu Yin. This mutated beast was very large, and although it was only a millimeter, it was definitely not much easier to deal with than Z-Tai. Lu Yin's attacks had only dealt limited damage to it, and no matter how large the range of his attacks was, they had only scratched the beast's skin. Boom! The earth trembled as the beast roared. The sound waves shook the void, and the yellow earth distorted as countless amounts of soil condensed into a giant claw that swiped at Lu Yin. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and covered himself with 5-lined battle force, causing a dark gold color to sweep through the sky. He used Flash to appear in front of the beast and viciously struck out with a 9 stacks, 17-fold shockwave palm. This was one of his strongest attacks, and the combination of 9 stacks and 17-fold shockwave palm was terrifying. Although the beast was huge, its defenses weren't that terrifying, and Lu Yin's palm pierced right through its body. Strangely, this mutated beast didn't have any blood, and its body was completely formed from soil. Wait, soil. Lu Yin suddenly thought of something and looked towards the horde of mutated beasts. If he wasn't wrong, then this wasn't a mutated beast at all, but soil that had been formed by mutated beasts. Lu Yin had been shocked. How could such a huge mutated beast survive on planet Conan without being discovered? The giant mutated beast roared again, and its huge body charged towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin frowned and used Serious Palm to open a path, directly piercing through the beast's body. He then used Flash to tear through the void and appear in the sky above the captured soldiers. The soldiers had already lost all hope, but when they saw Lu Yin appear, they became excited. Lu Yin charged downwards, not using any battle techniques. Instead, he purely used his 5-line battle force to strengthen his strength. A strong gale swept across the ground and crushed countless mutated beasts. The ground sank, and Lu Yin's power level was too high. Unless it was a space-exploring astral beast, ordinary mutated beasts weren't his match at all. Just as Lu Yin was about to successfully rescue these people, he suddenly felt dizzy and his ears went deaf. An indescribably loud sound wave swept past him, coming from a palm-sized beast. At the same time, similar palm-sized beasts appeared from all directions, all of them emitting a strange sound wave at the same time. This sound wave was much stronger than Lu Yin's attack, and it was extremely penetrative. Blood trickled down from the corner of Lu Yin's mouth, and his eyes turned red. His back had been struck, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Both of his palms struck out in front of him, destroying countless mutated beasts. Lu Ying fell to the ground and turned around in shock. This group of mutated beasts was not simple, and they were much stronger than the ones that had attacked the two bases. This strange beast that could only injure him had appeared. He had been one of the top 4 in the astral combat tournament and was someone who could compete for the championship. With 5-line battle force, even the 10 arbiters might not have been his match when they had been on the same level. Yet, he had actually been injured by a group of mutated beasts. Many mutated beasts that Lu Ying had never seen before had appeared around him. There were very few of them, but their innate gifts were very strange. All of the mutated beasts that he had seen before were now trembling in fear. Lu Ying's eyes narrowed, and he clenched his fists. Sirius circulated around his body, and at that moment, he saw an invisible attack. Or rather, an invisible mutated beast. Its body was small and thin, but the attack that had severely injured him had come from it. Bang! Lu Ying's fist collided with the invisible mutated beasts, causing the ground to shatter and the surrounding mutated beasts to retreat. Lu Ying took 1 step back while the invisible mutated beast retreated 7 steps. It stared at Lu Ying in shock, as it had not expected Lu Ying to be able to see it. Or perhaps, it had not expected Lu Ying to be able to block its attack. What the hell? Lu Ying was astonished. An invisible astral beast that could block his 5-line battle force and an astral beast that could produce a sound wave that could cause him to faint had actually managed to heavily injure him. How could there be such powerful astral beasts on planet Conan? The combination of these two mutated beasts was enough to ambush an explorer. With his body injured, Lu Ying immediately took out a set of Melder armor and put it on. He also swallowed some medicine, but the invisible mutated beast had suddenly attacked. It clearly did not want to give Lu Ying a chance to heal himself. Lu Ying stood in place and did not move. The invisible mutated beast's claw reached into the range of Sirius's art, and Lu Ying saw its movements clearly. He gently dodged to the side and grabbed the beast's right claw with his right hand while his left pressed against its abdomen. Sirius' palm caused stars to appear as he pressed down with his right hand, causing the invisible beast's entire body to be pressed into the ground while simultaneously withstanding the might of Sirius' palm. Not everyone could withstand a 9-star Sirius palm, especially when it had been reinforced with 5-line battle force. Even though the invisible mutated beast's defenses were extremely strong, its abdomen had still been pierced through by the palm. It roared, and the surrounding sound waves appeared once more. Lu Ying endured the intense pain in his head and struck the invisible beast's head again, shattering its skull. He then turned around and rushed into the giant mutated beast's body that had been formed from soil. There were countless mutated beasts outside, and he was injured. There was no hope for him to save those people. Furthermore, those people had already been killed during his battle with the mutated beasts. These mutated beasts were much more ruthless than he had imagined. He hid within the giant mutated beast's body and retracted his aura as he prepared to charge out of the beast horde. At that moment, the giant mutated beast's body melted, and the soil collapsed as it sank into the ground. Lu Ying's eyes narrowed, and just as he was about to charge out, the sky was torn apart by an invisible attack. He immediately paused, as the sound waves were bombarding the sky one after another. If he charged out, he would definitely be struck by the sound waves, and he wasn't sure if he would be able to escape. This was not an attack that targeted his spiritual force, as the sound waves also affected his physical body and his brain. What should he do? Charge out? Or not? At that moment, Lu Ying touched something hard that had been exposed by the collapse of the soil. It was a giant carapace that had probably been shed by some mutated beast. Lu Ying's eyes lit up, and he turned around to hide within the carapace. He then retracted his aura, and when the soil had completely fallen to the ground, he took advantage of the rising dust to fling the carapace far away while he charged out in another direction. The sound waves that could be seen with the naked eye bombarded the void and directly shattered the carapace. Lu Yin then used flash to hide on the back of a living mutated beast. To be more precise, he hid within the beast's scales. This mutated beast was still alive, and its body emitted an unpleasant smell. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 238. The palm-sized astral beasts did not give up after shattering the shells that Lu Yin had tossed out. They continued to bombard the area with their sound waves until the ground was reduced to dust. Lu Yin breathed in the pungent air as he stared at the palm-sized astral beasts. Although they were small, their sound waves were even stronger than Lu Yin's. It had to be said that these astral beasts had great innate gifts. It was no wonder that they had been able to fight against humans for so long. However, these astral beasts were too strange. They hadn't even been used to attack the base, but now, they had appeared here. There was definitely something strange going on. Powerful astral beasts were no less intelligent than humans, and Lu Yin had often heard this saying over the many days he had spent in the military camp. It wasn't just the human army that had missions, but the astral beasts as well. At this moment, he could sense that this group of astral beasts was not ordinary. Could they be on some sort of mission? He couldn't be blamed for thinking that way, as it was rare for a group of astral beasts to be able to trap him without an Explorer Realm astral beast. This group of astral beasts would have attacked the base in an instant, but it seemed like they were intentionally avoiding the base. Either they were trying to ally with other astral beasts to attack a certain area, or they were on some sort of special mission. After the palm-sized astral beasts bombarded the base, Lu Yin could have left, but after some thought, he decided against it. If there really was a special mission, he might be able to contribute. Although he was a student and had only come here to train, he definitely wouldn't let go of this opportunity if he could contribute, even if he had to pay a small price, such as enduring the stench. Not long after, the astral beast horde began to move westward again. This huge group of astral beasts didn't run on the ground, but instead controlled the soil to carry them away as if they were riding on a vehicle. They didn't leave behind any footprints. Lu Yin's eyes twinkled. The astral beast had noticed that he had followed the footprints, so it had deliberately used this method to move without being discovered. Half a day later, the astral beast horde stopped moving. The astral beast that Lu Yin had been hiding in and the others all walked towards the center. The group of astral beasts spread out in an orderly manner, assuming a defensive stance. Lu Yin's eyes lit up as he stared at the center. There was a person there, but he couldn't tell if he was dead or alive. He was just lying on the ground, and beside him was a strange, earthworm-like astral beast. Its body was covered in dancing threads, and under Lu Yin's watchful gaze, a thread was inserted into that person's brain. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and his scalp went numb. After a while, all the threads disappeared from the person's brain. The person lying on the ground slowly opened his eyes and stood up numbly. He calmly walked out of the group of exotic beasts. The exotic beasts didn't stop him at all. After walking out of the group of exotic beasts, the person's eyes gradually regained clarity. There was even a trace of a smile on his face as he flew away. That person couldn't have been manipulated, right? After that person left, the group of beasts returned to their original state. The earthworm-like beast was protected in the center, but fortunately, the beast that Lu Yin was hiding in wasn't too far away, so he could clearly see it, too. At the same time, Shui Chuanqiao's headache grew. Commander, another warship has been destroyed. More than 2,500 soldiers have been sacrificed, Enya reported in a low voice. Shui Chuanqiao's gaze turned cold. We can't wait any longer. More and more people are being controlled. If we wait any longer, then one day, even this spacecraft of mine will be destroyed. Enya hesitated. Do we really have to use that method? There are less than 20 people in the Border Alliance who are qualified to do such a thing. If any of them were to meet with an accident, it would be a huge loss. Give the order. Gather those people. Start from the central defense of the 100 stars and search for them one by one. Send a request for reinforcements to the erudite flow zone, Shui Chuanxiao said resolutely. Enya acknowledged the order. Right, aren't the students from the Astral Combat Academy here as well? There are quite a few of them who can do such a thing. Have them join us. Shui Chuanxiao suddenly thought of something. Enya was put in a difficult position. This mission is too dangerous. Even if we find the beast horde that is protecting the Xing-Ao, it will be difficult for the students to break through with their strength. Last time, we found the astral beast domain's twin freaks in a beast horde. If they work together, even an explorer would have to be careful. The students are in too much danger. Shui Chuanxiao waved a hand. I know, but there's no other way. Go, the border's safety is the most important thing. Carry out the orders. Enya nodded helplessly and turned to leave. Not long after, Lu Xiaoqiu, Silver, Shui Luyun, and Lu Yin received orders to head to planet Sangyuan, one of the central defense planets, to carry out the mission. The four were shocked, as they were only students. Although they were strong, there were still powerhouses in the Border Alliance who were comparable to them. Although those people had long since surpassed the younger generation and their strength was growing very slowly, their battle power was not weak, and they had plenty of experience. When had it ever been their turn to carry out a mission? Furthermore, what about Chao Ji, Tasha, and rank? In terms of true power, Chao Ji was definitely not weak. The only thing the four of them had in common was that they had all comprehended a domain. Shui Chuanxiao's mission was simple: gather all the soldiers who had comprehended a domain and have them infiltrate the beast horde to search for a beast called the Xing-Ao that could control humans. There were too many beast hordes on the defensive planets, and it was impossible for the army to wipe them all out. Only by sending people to infiltrate the Xing-Ao and find its weakness would they be able to form a targeted defense. This mission was rather dangerous. The beasts were not stupid, and the ones protecting the Xing-Ao were definitely powerhouses. Shui Chuanxiao and the rest did not know that Lu Yin was currently the closest to the Xing-Ao, and he had actually found its weakness. No, it wasn't a weakness, but rather a natural instinct. Every living thing had its own natural instincts, just like how humans were born with the ability to adapt to any complex environment and use tools. Beasts were the same. They lived in groups or by themselves. Lu Yin guessed that the earthworm-like beast that could control humans lived alone and did not want to meet its own kind. Every time its head glowed, the beast horde's direction would change. Although it had only changed 3 times over the past few days, that did not stop Lu Yin from guessing. Either it was something that disgusted it, a human base, or its own kind. Otherwise, there was no other explanation for its glowing head. The most likely explanation was that it was a human base or its own kind. After a few more days of observation, Lu Yin made a decision. He had already gotten used to the pungent gas, and even if he did not use the invisible aura technique, he might not be exposed, as his body was covered in that smell. Erudite Flowzone's borders had more than 100 planets lined up in a straight line. They were divided into left, right, and center, and there were 37 planets on each side. Only the center was protected by 100 planets, and planet Sangyuan was the largest of them all. It was also the planet closest to Shui Chuanxiao. So far, the army had discovered that thousands of humans had been controlled. Almost every planet on the border had been found to have been controlled, and there were quite a few of them as well. Shui Chuanxiao had been forced to make a decision and gather all the powerhouses who had comprehended a domain to complete this mission. Domains were extremely difficult to comprehend, and even a top-notch institution like the Astral Combat Academy did not have many people who could comprehend one, let alone the entire universe. The chances were quite low, and there were only about 20 domain experts under the Explorer realm in the entire erudite Flowzone's border allied army, which was already a lot. On planet Sang-Yuan, within a burning forest, Lu Xiaoqiu was hiding in a tree trunk that only had its bark left. He watched as a huge beast horde ran past him, and he suddenly moved to hide inside a beast's body. He frowned, as the smell was too pungent. Elsewhere, Shui Luyun had also found a beast horde and hidden inside. It was not difficult for a domain expert to do this, as a domain could change one's aura and perfectly blend with the environment. Only extremely intelligent beasts would be able to discover one's presence, as other beasts would not be able to. Back then, Shui Day Knight had also used this ability to sit on the backs of ants without being discovered. Lu Yin was still searching for the beast horde. As for Silver, there were countless corpses floating beneath his feet. The beast horde trembled and fled into the distance. What a headache. Lu Yin actually went missing. Is he really that person's descendant? Or was the Zishan bloodline just an illusion from start to finish? Silver muttered to himself as he stepped through the blood and walked into the distance. On planet Conan, Lu Yin hid for 10 days. During that time, the beast horde had changed directions 5 times. Each time, the beast horde would begin to move as soon as the creature's head lit up. There were also 2 times when the beast horde did not move, and the creature's head would gradually dim. This made Lu Yin certain that the reason for the beast horde's change of direction was not because of a branch base, but because it was one of his own kind. As Lu Yin was contemplating whether or not to continue hiding, beams of light bombarded the ground. The beast horde had been discovered by the army. Enormous sound waves converged and swept across the sky, colliding with the beams of light high up in the sky. The formless shock waves distorted the void. In the sky, numerous warships continuously fired beams of light. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he suddenly acted. He appeared directly behind the earthworm-like creature and waved his hand, instantly killing it. Its defenses were very weak, and this agitated the palm-sized beasts. They gave up on the sky and focused on attacking Lu Yin. Lu Yin destroyed the earthworm-like creature and found the reason for the light from its corpse. It was a round ball, which should be the creature's brain. Countless sound waves bombarded him, and Lu Yin sneered. After so many days, he could clearly see the changes in these sound waves, and he constantly used flash to avoid them. The earth-shattering sound waves only destroyed a portion of the beasts, but they did not harm him at all. This was how powerful the serious art was. No matter how strong an opponent was, as long as he had enough time, he could analyze and counter them. The warships in the sky continued to bombard the ground, but they avoided Lu Yin's location. Not long after, Lu Yin used flash in conjunction with the Sirius palm to slaughter the palm-sized beasts. He then soared into the sky and faced the warships. A person walked out of one of the ships and looked at Lu Yin solemnly. Who are you? Astral Combat Academy, Lu Yin. The person was shocked. You're Lu Yin. Didn't you go missing? Lu Yin smiled. I'm back now. The person looked at Lu Yin in bewilderment, and then at the ground, as if hesitating about something. Lu Yin was puzzled, but he did not say anything. He just watched silently. Not long after, the person said, You killed the Xing'ao. Lu Yin was puzzled. What's a Xing'ao? A beast that can control humans, the person replied, his gaze fixed on Lu Yin. It was obvious that he also suspected that Lu Yin had been controlled. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 239. Lu Yin nodded. That thing is called a Xing'ao. That's right, I killed him. The man didn't completely believe Lu Yin, as the person being controlled would do many things to earn the trust of the army. He couldn't be sure if Lu Yin was telling the truth, but he didn't dare to take responsibility for it. Get on the ship. I'll take you to see Lord Chu Ao. The guardian of the 37th planet on the right was Chu Ao, a hunter. Lu Yin still remembered that Chu Ao had battled with the Tan Gang fire beast in outer space, which had disrupted the entire planet Conan. Even now, the signal had yet to recover. Lu Yin boarded the ship, and many of the soldiers moved to other ships. They were on high alert against him. Lu Yin did not mind, and he just stood in the corridor and watched the ground grow smaller and smaller. He was still on planet Conan. No one bothered with him along the way, but he wasn't in a hurry. An hour later, the spacecraft landed in a giant warship in the sky. This was where Chu Ao was. On the other side of the humans, in the dark void, black, white, and red flames intertwined, burning the starry sky. It was more dazzling than the stars. In the middle of the three-colored flames, there was a huge beast. It was the soaring Flame Emperor, who was directly facing the human border. The flying Flame Emperor was surrounded by a group of powerful space beasts. They roared from time to time, twisting the void. All of a sudden, the void was torn apart, which alerted all the giant starry sky beasts. Yao Gu walked out of the void and stood quietly in front of Soaring Blaze Emperor. Soaring Blaze Emperor, can we talk? Soaring Flame Emperor's tricolored flames erupted. It is the honor of the Desolate Beast Alliance to receive an invitation from a powerhouse on Skymender's list. Yao Gu's eyes narrowed. It's not the Desolate Beast Alliance. This time, I just want to talk to the Soaring Flame Emperor. Yao Gu, it was the Desolate Beast Alliance who agreed to let you come to our borders. What do you want now? The Soaring Flame Emperor was displeased. I don't want to do anything. I'm just here to give Soaring Flame Emperor some good fortune, said Yao Gu. His voice didn't spread out. Instead, it directly entered Soaring Flame Emperor's ears. After a while, the three-colored flames disappeared, revealing Soaring Flame Emperor's enormous body. What did you say? Are you really willing to help my Flying Flame clan rise in the rankings? That will depend on your sincerity, Flying Flame Emperor. I wonder how far you can go with my promise, said Yao Gu. After a while, the Soaring Flame Emperor's loud voice reverberated in the air. It's been a long time since I've had a decisive battle with the Human Alliance. It's time for another round. Amidst the darkness of space, Lu Yin met Chu Ao in a giant warship. He did not know if all the people from the erudite flow zone were the same, but they all had a scholarly aura that gave off a gentle feeling. Chu Ao was the guardian of the 37 stars on the right, but he was still able to maintain his temperament in such a chaotic battlefield, which surprised Lu Yin. Are you Lu Yin? Chu Ao's voice was gentle, but his tone was unquestionable. Lu Yin respectfully replied, Soldier Lu Yin of planet Conan reporting to the protectors. Chu Ao nodded in satisfaction as he sized up Lu Yin. Like many others, he felt that the students of the Astral Combat Academy might be arrogant. After all, these students came from various powers. Even if Lu Yin was from a fringe weave of the Outerverse and was a prince in his own country, he might not be able to adapt to the military quickly. However, Chu Ao was still very satisfied with Lu Yin's performance. The first two bases had been attacked, and he had also seen the battle scenes. Generally speaking, this batch of Astral Combat Academy students had performed quite well, especially Lu Yin. He had actually been able to force back Zi Tai, an explorer, which was quite astonishing. Tell me what you've encountered during this time, Chu Ao said. Lu Yin recounted his experiences from beginning to end. Aside from the part about the monkey, he only mentioned that the monkey had been killed by him. He did not mention anything about progenitor Wushang or any other inheritances. He focused on his experience of hiding among the astral beasts, especially the two types of astral beasts that he had encountered. The more Chu Ao listened, the heavier his expression became as he sized up Lu Yin. The astral beasts that can turn invisible are called Yin Guai, and the ones that can produce sound waves are called Cry Guai. These are the names we give to these two beasts. They are known as the astral beast domain's twin freaks, and when they work together, they can sweep aside powerhouses of the same level. However, the twin freaks rarely appear, and they have appeared this time to protect the Xing Ao. Chu Ao then stared at Lu Yin. Give me proof that you are not being controlled by the Xing Ao, or you will be isolated. Lu Yin opened his hand to reveal the sphere on top of the Xing Ao's head. Has the protector seen this before? Chu Ao took it and pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Where did it come from? It grew from the top of the Xing Ao's head. I noticed that whenever this thing glows, the Xing Ao would leave that area. While I was hiding, the astral beasts protecting the Xing Ao migrated 5 times. I'm guessing that it might be related to other Xing Ao, Lu Yin said seriously. Chu Ao was shocked. You mean to say that the Xing Ao can sense each other because of this thing? Lu Yin nodded. That's just my guess. I still need to test it out. Do as he says, a voice sounded from behind Lu Yin. It came from a screen, and on it was a dignified man. It was the commander of the Astral Beast Domain's Border Alliance, Shui Chuanshao. Lu Yin turned around and immediately bowed when he saw Shui Chuanshao. Greetings, Commander. Soldier Lu Yin from planet Conan. Shui Chuanshao nodded. If the experiment is successful, you will be credited with the greatest merit. With that, the screen turned off. On the other side, Chu Ao immediately ordered someone to take the sphere to planet Conan in a warship and search every inch of the planet. While hiding among the astral beasts, Lu Yin had encountered a total of 5 migrations, which meant that there were quite a few Xing Ao hiding on planet Conan. The Xing Ao is a very unique astral beast that has only appeared in recent years. The people it controls are conscious and have complete memories. They are no different from before, and even the person themselves doesn't know that they are being controlled. All of their actions are affected by the Xing Ao, Chu Ao said seriously. It seemed like he was talking to Lu Yin, but it was also possible that he was talking to himself. Lu Yin did not interrupt. Because of the people being controlled, the death toll has increased by 30%, and the equipment has been damaged as well, Chu Ao said. He then looked at Lu Yin and suddenly asked a question that had nothing to do with the border. What do you think of Chu Feng's strength? Lu Yin was stunned. Very strong. Chu Ao laughed. Strong? He didn't even make it into the top 16. He's still far from Han Chong. Is Chu Feng your junior? Lu Yin asked. Yes, he's a descendant of the Chu family. There was a moment of silence. Lu Yin felt that Chu Ao was very friendly towards him, and there was also Han Chong. During the astral combat tournament, Han Chong had looked at him with a friendly gaze. Could it be related to his surname? The erudite flow zone was said to have the most primeval surnames in the entire universe, but all of them had hidden themselves. Could the Chu family be one of them? Lu Yin, what about your family? Chu Ao suddenly asked as he stared calmly into space. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Although Chu Ao's back was facing him, he could feel that the man was paying attention to him. I have no family. I'm an orphan, Lu Yin replied. Chu Ao asked, are you from the Great Yu Empire's King Zishan bloodline? Lu Yin nodded. Yes. Why is your surname Lu? Chu Ao suddenly turned around and shouted. Lu Yin's mind buzzed, and his mind was shaken. His body suddenly went limp, and he felt as if he had returned to Driftcharge Planet, to the moment when he had recited the Stonewall Scriptures. The pressure that had caused him to faint appeared once again. This was the pressure of a hunter. If this had happened before Driftcharge Planet, Lu Yin would have definitely lost his ability to think and become muddle-headed. However, reciting the Stonewall Scriptures had allowed him to maintain a trace of clarity. I don't know. I feel like my surname should be Lu, Lu Yin unconsciously replied as he bent over in pain. Chu Ao frowned and looked at Lu Yin, but he didn't say anything else. Lu Yin shook his head vigorously and panted heavily. He looked at Chu Ao in confusion. Protector, you. Chu Ao raised his hand to stop him and said, forget what happened just now. Forget your answer. Lu Yin nodded, still panting heavily. If Chu Ao's pressure had been any stronger, he would have fainted. This pressure had surpassed Lu Xiaoqiu's third sword, and it had been directed at him for the sake of the Lu surname. Actually, Lu Yin himself didn't know why his surname was Lu. When he had been rescued by his family, everyone had told him that his name was Lu Yin, and it felt like he should be called Lu Yin. He didn't feel any repulsion towards this name at all. The Lu surname had brought disaster to himself and his family, but he didn't regret having this name. Not long after, news arrived that the experiment had been a success. Although the sphere had been separated from the Xing Ao, it still glowed. The warship had successfully exterminated a group of astral beasts and obtained another sphere. Chu Ao was delighted, and he immediately ordered an explorer to personally search for the Xing Ao. Neither the Xing Ao nor the astral beasts protecting it were explorers, which was why they could hide on various planets and cause headaches. However, because of Lu Yin's discovery, these astral beasts could no longer hide. This was a great contribution to the border. The border wasn't just a region, but rather the entire human race. Any border's contribution was enough to be recorded in history. Lu Yin, well done. Chu Ao patted Lu Yin's shoulder in praise. Lu Yin sighed. Luck. Chu Ao smiled. Sometimes, luck is more important than strength on the battlefield. You're a blessing. Not too far away, a screen appeared, and Shui Chuanxiao looked at Lu Yin with admiration. However, before he could speak, the warship shook violently, causing the screen to dissipate. Bang! 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 The entire warship's metal cracked, and a terrifying shockwave swept out. The void distorted as if the entire universe was being torn apart. Chu Ao's expression changed. Not good, it's Yao Gu. The next moment, the clear sound of someone reading a book could be heard. Lu Yin's entire body went numb, and he felt as if the world was collapsing. He didn't even hear Chu Ao's cry of alarm. His ears were ringing, and all he saw was a huge crack in the warship. In outer space, Wen Sanxi's figure appeared. Brother Yao Gu, please reconsider your actions. Wen Sanxi, this is a decisive battle. Let's see if you can stop me. Yao Gu's thunderous voice was accompanied by an explosion in the void. In the depths of outer space, dozens of enormous beasts stepped through the void, all of them void-roaming beasts. Lu Yin was stunned. A decisive battle. Chu Ao shouted, "Warship, descend on planet Conan. The explorers will battle in outer space. The war has begun." The warship shook and then charged towards planet Conan. Although Lu Xiaoqiu had lost the astral combat tournament, he was not satisfied with his loss. Lu Yin had been immune to the third strike due to his constitution, but he had not been able to use the fourth strike. It was as if his hands and feet had been tied during the battle, and it was very sullen. He had originally planned to surpass Lu Yin at the border warfront, but he had not expected that Lu Yin would still be one step ahead of him. Lu Xiaoqiu gripped the orb tightly with a resolute gaze. He was not satisfied, as this invisible competition had to continue. Furthermore, he still had an agreement with Lu Yin to challenge the top 100 rankings at the same time. Elsewhere, far away from Lu Xiaoqiu, there was a turbid and boiling sea that was filled with a strange liquid that could corrode any creature. On the shore of the sea, Silver slowly walked as he looked up at the sky and felt the temperature rise. He had not expected to encounter such a rare decisive battle at the border, but this trip had not been in vain. As for Lu Yin, he was still fine. Shui Luyun and Lu Yin were also on planet Sangyuan, and they were both powerhouses who had comprehended domains. Qiao Ji and the others were still in a base on planet Conan, fighting against a group of beasts. Boom! There was a loud boom that sounded like a tsunami that swept through the heavens. This was the sound of war drums, and it had traveled from one planet to another. Another boom followed as the sound of war drums echoed from one planet after another, forming a single line. On the battlefield, the human soldiers heard the war drums and felt an indescribable surge of emotions. A formless power surged out from them, and the beasts howled in pain when they heard the war drums. The more war drums sounded, the more damage they would suffer. At Planet Conan's command center, Lu Yin felt as if he was looking at the hot blood of his ancestors as a formless power flowed through him. This was the spirit of humanity's inheritance, and it was stimulated by the war drums. It would never stop. Battle force covered Lu Yin's body as he soared into the sky and pressed down with a palm. 9 stacks, 17-fold shockwave palm caused the battlefield to collapse as a giant palm print crushed countless beasts. Roar! Several angry roars rang out as strange beasts attacked Lu Yin. They were all emitters, and some had extreme speed, some had powerful attacks, and some even had powerful defenses. There were a total of 5 beasts that joined forces to suppress Lu Yin. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and the sound of the war drums had ignited his passion. He unleashed 5 serious palms in a row, crushing the beasts. Blood splattered across the ground, shocking countless people. At that moment, the command center was suddenly disconnected as a colossal creature walked out of the void. Lu Yin had never seen it before, but a cry of alarm came from his right arm. Void Thunder Beast! Run! It was the ghost monkey's voice. Lu Yin was shocked. You've awakened. Cut the crap and run. This is a Void Thunder Beast, and any adult Void Thunder Beast has the power of an explorer. This one is already very close to that level, so don't fight it head-on. The monkey hurriedly urged. Unfortunately, it was too late, as the command center had been destroyed. The Void Thunder Beast stared at Lu Yin and attacked with a claw. It was clearly very far away, but it seemed to pierce through the void and arrive right in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin's expression changed. What a powerful aura! It was definitely not inferior to the Astral Combat Academy's student leaders. Bang! Shockwaves swept out in all directions, and everything within a kilometer was crushed. All living creatures were repelled, forming a barren land. Lu Yin and the Void Thunder Beast clashed, causing the void to collapse. Why is there a Void Thunder Beast here? There are less than 10,000 of them in the entire Astral Beast domain, but it's actually here at the border. Did it follow Yao Gu here? The monkey muttered in confusion. Lu Yin was shocked. What did you just say? Yao Gu. That's right, Yao Gu. He's a member of Skymender's list, and he's a super powerhouse of the younger generation who can rival your 10 arbiters. Lu Yin's expression changed. Yao Gu, Yao Gu. He remembered that he had obtained a black Mavis bank card with the words, Yao Gu, engraved on it. It couldn't be this beast, right? There was a roar, and the Void Thunder Beast seemed to have locked onto Lu Yin. Its enormous body suddenly vanished as it tore through the void. The monkey cried out, "Why is it targeting you? Run! There's no point in fighting it. Even if you win, you won't be able to kill it, but if you lose, you're dead. This thing is unreasonable." Lu Yin frowned. This void thunder beast couldn't be targeting him because of that crystal card, could it? He didn't have the time to look for that card right now. When he saw the void thunder beast swipe at him again, Lu Yin was enraged. Five-lined battle force erupted from his body and distorted the void. He raised a palm and used Sirius's palm, causing stars to appear. There was a loud rumble, and the void thunder beast howled in agony. Its claws had been broken by Sirius's palm. Lu Yin leaped up and appeared above the void thunder beast's head. He slammed down with his palm again, intending to deal with this beast. "Human, I'll remember you. You have the aura of my clan on you." The void thunder beast roared and spat out a bolt of lightning that pierced through the void. Its entire body then vanished. Lu Yin's palm missed and shattered the ground. "What's going on?" Lu Yin was shocked. How could such a huge beast just vanish? That's a void thunder beast, ranked 3rd on the celestial beast list. Forget about you, even a Lammeter void thunder beast would have a hard time catching one, the monkey said enviously. Lu Yin wanted to ask more about Yao Gu, but the outer walls of the command center crumbled to reveal a tall platform. There was a war drum atop the platform, and below it were 2 giant war hammers. One was black and the other was gray. Planet Conan's war drummer, Lu Yin. A loud voice rang out across the battlefield. Lu Yin was stunned. He was a war drummer. "Lu Yin, carry out the order." Lu Yin did not hesitate and used flash to appear in front of the war drum. He could feel the iron will of his predecessors as he grabbed the black war hammer. It was very heavy, and there was a strange baleful aura that attacked his brain. It was the same feeling as when he had faced Lu Xiaoqiu's third sword and Chu Ao's voice attack. This baleful aura was enough to tear apart one's spiritual force. Thump, 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 thump. The sound of the war drums from the human border protection planets formed a single line, and more war drums joined in to form a sound wave that spread throughout the vast expanse of space. Not only did it affect the astral beasts on the planet, but it even affected the heavens. In space not far from planet Conan, Yao Gu and Wen Sansi stood across from each other. The space around them had been torn apart, and strange characters had bound Yao Gu like chains. Yao Gu waved a hand, and an extremely dark void crack extended out. It tore through the chains of characters and descended in front of Wen Sansi. Wen Sansi sighed. "What's the point?" The next moment, the dark void crack in front of him vanished. Yao Gu frowned. "You're even more annoying than that undying bird." Wen Sansi smiled. "Brother Yao Gu, you should think twice before you act. This final battle is a loss for us, but it's also a loss for you. It doesn't matter. I'll just treat this as training. I wonder what kind of impact it will have on the human domain if I defeat one of the 10 arbiters today." Yao Gu raised his head, and the surface of his body began to change. He had originally used star energy to forcefully transform his body into a human form, but now, he had transformed into a void thunder beast. Wen Sansi sighed again, and his gaze turned cold. The Wen family's legacy has been passed down since ancient times. Let me use the Wen family's inherited battle techniques and the literary prison that has inherited the style of the ancient scholars to bury you in space. How arrogant! Even you humans don't dare to claim that you can bury me. Yao Gu roared, and an invisible wave spread out, shattering all of the chains of characters and distorting space itself. The enormous power caused the weather of the planet to change. You're actually able to train the literary prison to 88. Throughout the countless years of your Wen family, only a handful of people have been able to reach this level. How can a beast like you evaluate the ancestors of my Wen family? Wen Sansi shouted as the astral literary prison glowed brightly. The 88 characters connected with each other to form a literary prison that trapped Yao Gu within, isolating him from the rest of the universe. This shocked many powerhouses, and even the soaring Fire Emperor was shaken. Yao Gu roared, and a bolt of lightning pierced through the void and shattered the literary prison. His enormous body crashed towards planet Conan. Wen Sansi was shocked. He's actually so strong. No wonder he could fight against Sarati. The shattered characters reappeared and formed the literary prison for the second time. This time, the light was even brighter than before, and it illuminated dozens of planets. Even Lu Yin, who was on planet Conan, looked up and was shocked. Who had caused such a huge commotion? With a whoosh, the void was repelled like a wave, forming a giant black hole that swallowed everything. Yao Gu left without looking back, but before he left, he glanced at Wen Sansi with apprehension. This man, who was known as the Scholar of the 10 Arbiters, was unfathomable. Yao Gu left, and the soaring Fire Emperor did not pester him any further. The final battle quickly came to an end. Following the conclusion of the final battle, the astral beasts scattered in all directions, leaving behind corpses. The battlefield was cleaned up, and the soldiers numbly burned the corpses. Everything returned to normal. Lu Yin put down his black warhammer, his arms trembling. He had used too much strength, and even he found it difficult to sound the war drums. It was no wonder why only explorers with powerful physical bodies could sound the drums. Perhaps even Mira would find it difficult to do so. I never thought that you could actually sound the drums, Mira exclaimed as she looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. I've reached my limit. Mira sized him up. It hasn't been that long, but you've already reached this level. To be honest, even the 10 Arbiters couldn't have done much better when they were melders. Just take what I said back then as a joke. You're already on the same level as the Outerverse Youth Council. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat, and he looked at her seriously. You mean the Council of Astral Academy? Mira nodded. The Council of Astral Academy is on the same level as the Outerverse Youth Council. You became one of the top 4 in the Astral Combat Tournament and Astral 10's leader, so you'll definitely be able to join the Council of Astral Academy. No, I still need to join the Outerverse Youth Council, Lu Yin said. Mira was flabbergasted. Why? Mira suddenly smiled charmingly. Because of your fiancé. Lu Yin laughed and nodded. You can say that. What a petty man. Mira rolled her eyes. Lu Yin did not explain. There had to be a reason why his family had allowed him to join the Great Yu Empire's Youth Council. Now that he was on the same level as the entire Outerverse Youth Council, he did not know if this would affect his family. In any case, joining the Council of Astral Academy meant that he could join the Outerverse Youth Council. There was no contradiction. One belonged to the Astral Combat Academy, while the other belonged to the Outerverse. Lu Yin still remembered the humiliation he had received from Bezer. When he went to the Outerverse Sky City, San Dios, he would settle this debt. You won't go back on your word, will you? Lu Yin asked. Mira smiled, her eyes like crescent moons. She looked pure and charming. What do you think? Lu Yin blinked, but he did not answer. Mira tilted her head. Let me ask you a question. If your answer satisfies me, I can recommend you to join the Outerverse Youth Council. Go ahead, Lu Yin said. Mira narrowed her eyes and moved closer to Lu Yin. Between me and Schwager, who's prettier? Lu Yin was stunned. He had never expected Mira to ask such a question. This was a battlefield, after all. However, he reacted quickly. You're prettier, of course. Really? Mira laughed happily. Really? Lu Yin nodded seriously. Mira moved closer to Lu Yin and exhaled. Then how about I marry you? Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. What a tempting suggestion. He subconsciously looked at Mira. Her snow-white neck, her alluring curves, and that indescribable seductive fragrance all attracted him deeply. However, it only lasted for an instant, and Lu Yin hurriedly retreated. Compared to Madame Nayland, Mira's charm was not enough. Lu Yin could be considered experienced, so he did not lose his composure. When he saw Mira's crafty gaze, Lu Yin suddenly grew angry. He had actually been teased. He had experienced life and death situations before, so why would he be afraid of a woman? He immediately stepped forward and lifted Mira's chin with a finger. Under Mira's shocked gaze, he said seriously, "If you dare to marry me, then I dare to marry you." Mira was stunned. Teasing others was her hobby, but this was the first time she had been teased. She was Mira, the Red Lotus Witch Bow, and someone on the top 100 rankings. More importantly, she had the backing of the 10 arbiters. Because of her status, countless elites from large organizations did not dare to be rude to her. However, she had actually been teased by a young man. Lu Yin felt the smoothness of her skin and quickly retracted his hand. He could not go overboard with such matters, or else his joke would turn into real teasing. He was still not a match for Mira. Alright, let's stop joking around. I wonder if you're willing to fulfill your promise and recommend me to the Outerverse Youth Council, Lu Yin said in a low voice. Mira was stunned, but she quickly reacted and rolled her eyes at Lu Yin. You really dare to do anything? Be careful, or the person behind me will settle the score with you. The person behind you. Lu Yin's eyes flashed with curiosity. Mira's lips curled up. One of the 10 arbiters. So, are you scared? Who? Lu Yin asked. She pointed at the sky. The scholar of the 10 arbiters, Wen Sansi. The scholar of the 10 arbiters? Lu Yin was puzzled. Scholar is what everyone calls Wen Sansi. I'm warning you, you're not allowed to be rude to me in the future. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble if he finds out. All men are petty, Mira threatened before smiling at Lu Yin again. Right, I've already recorded your answer, and I'll send it to Shui. Take care of yourself. She then stepped into the void and left. Lu Yin was stunned. This woman had actually tricked him and sent it to Michelle. Lu Yin's head hurt, as he could already imagine Michelle's furious expression when she saw the video. He still owed her a promise to help her comprehend battle force, and with this incident, he would have to be careful when he saw her in the future. That woman is quite interesting, the monkey's voice rang out beside Lu Yin's ear. Lu Yin had forgotten about the monkey. Are you going to follow me from now on? I have no choice. You want to kill me, so I can only use this to protect myself, the monkey said helplessly. If it had a choice, it would rather die than become someone else's tamed beast. Can I summon you to battle? Lu Yin asked. Of course not, the monkey answered matter-of-factly. Lu Yin was disdainful. Then what's the point of keeping you around? I might as well destroy you as soon as possible. Hey, don't mess around. Although I won't help you fight, I know a lot of ancient secrets, such as progenitor Wushang. Don't you want to obtain his inheritance? As long as you get it, you'll be invincible in outer space, the monkey tempted. Lu Yin didn't mind. Your so-called progenitor Wushang's inheritance must be in the astral beast domain. Do you think I can go there with my strength? Besides, I'm not interested in your astral beast inheritance. 2:00 in the afternoon. Thank you, brothers, for your tips. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 242. You should know what's good for you. When a life form reaches a certain level, it doesn't matter what race it is. Progenitor Wuxiang's inheritance can be inherited by both astral beasts and humans. Let me tell you, as long as news of progenitor Wuxiang's inheritance spreads, it will shake the entire universe. I'm talking about the entire universe, including your human domain and the technocracy, the monkey shrieked. For now, this isn't attractive to me. I'm more curious about Yao Gu. Tell me more about him, Lu Yin said. The monkey was puzzled. You care about Yao Gu that much? Right, that void thunder beast from before recognized you and said that you had the aura of its race. What did you do? Logically speaking, a melder from the human domain shouldn't have crossed paths with Yao Gu. Lu Yin's tone turned cold. I told you to speak, so speak. Listen up, your life is in my hands. Once you're no longer of any use to me, I'll dispose of you without hesitation. Also, you better pray that I become very strong. Otherwise, when I die, you'll die as well. The monkey was helpless. I know, I don't need you to remind me. You want to know about Yao Gu, right? He was born from the Void Thunder Beast clan, which is ranked 3rd on the Celestial Beast list. He's an adult Void Thunder Beast, and this is something that everyone knows. Any intelligent astral beast would know. The Celestial Beast list. Lu Yin was puzzled. There's a terrifyingly powerful organization in the astral beast domain called the Celestial Beast Empire. The Celestial Beast Empire's imperial tutor is called Skymender, and he's a mysterious astral beast. No one knows what his true form is, but he has the ability to predict the future and measure the heavens. He's similar to the Starsabil sect in the human domain. The Celestial Beast list is a list that he calculates, and it includes the strongest races in the astral beast domain. Any race that can enter the list will become famous throughout the astral beast domain, or even the entire universe. The monkey paused for a moment before continuing. Skymender's list is similar to the 10 arbiters. Only the strongest astral beasts of the astral beast domain's younger generation can enter. Yao Gu is one of them, and he's even fought to a draw with one of the 10 arbiters. Lu Yin understood. The list was used to differentiate one's strength, but it was also a form of motivation. Regardless of whether it was the various organizations, academies, astral domains, or weaves, they all had their own lists. Skymender's lists list. By the way, there's something I need to remind you of. Once you become an explorer and have the ability to protect yourself, it's best that you don't show off too much. Otherwise, it won't be good if you end up on the Celestial Vanquishers list. The Celestial Vanquishers list. Skymender once said that the universe has the same sky, and with the power of the sky, the beast's fate has descended from the heavens. The astral beasts are the favored children of the heavens, while humans are the ones who defy the heavens. They even call themselves the heavens, which is why they want to devour the heavens. This heavens refers to humans, and the Celestial Vanquishers list includes the humans who pose the greatest threat to the astral beast domain. Regardless of whether they're from the older generation or the younger generation, anyone who poses a threat can enter the Celestial Vanquishers list. The astral beast domain is determined to kill anyone on the Celestial Vanquishers list, even if it means perishing together. In other words, once you enter the Celestial Vanquishers list, you'll have endless enemies, the monkey explained. Lu Yin pondered, can Skymender really predict the future? No one knows. It's just like your human Starsabil sect. 7th bro, how did you get that beast hide? Lu Yin raised his hand and rubbed his cosmic ring, but the monkey quickly stopped him. Don't take it out, please don't take it out. Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he looked at the cute monkey tattoo on his right arm. Why? Just don't take it out. My life is in your hands, and everything I do is for your own good. Lu Yin snorted. If you don't tell me, then I'll take it. Hey, why are you so stubborn? Fine, I'll tell you. At least you'll know what progenitor Wuxiang's inheritance means. Do you know why there's such a sudden battle? It's because of that beast hide, the monkey said solemnly. Lu Yin was stunned. Because of that? That's right. I told you before that this is related to progenitor Wuxiang's inheritance. Once it's taken out, it'll be sensed by someone who also has that beast hide. Yao Gu has one, so why do you think it appeared at the border? It's because it's looking for that thing. I've hidden from it many times without being exposed, but this time, I had no choice but to use that beast hide to protect myself. It sensed the beast hide, which is why it started the battle. And it's been watching Planet Conan all this time. Now you know how important that thing is. Don't take it out before you become a hunter, or else you'll definitely be killed. It's the same for both the astral beast domain and the human domain. Once your cultivation reaches a certain realm, it doesn't matter what race you're from, the monkey said. Lu Yin muttered to himself. It seemed that he had really obtained something incredible. However, who had he stolen that beast hide from? It was huge, so the person who had it would definitely not be weaker than Yao Gu. The spacecraft shook for a moment before it successfully docked into a super-large warship. This was the Erudite Flowzone's Border Command Center, where Shui Chuanxiao was located. 10 minutes later, Lu Yin met with Shui Chuanxiao, who was known as the wisest commander in human history. Shui Chuanxiao's appearance was nothing special, but it was unforgettable. He seemed to have a unique charm that encompassed his temperament and cultivation. Regardless of whether it was men or women, they would all be attracted to him. Sometimes, a person's status was determined by their temperament, and Shui Chuanxiao's temperament was the type that could decide everything with a single word. Planet Conan's war drummer, Lu Yin, greets the commander. Lu Yin bowed respectfully. Shui Chuanxiao nodded and smiled. Lu Yin, I thought highly of you during the astral combat tournament, and you didn't disappoint. There aren't many people who can beat the war drums as a melder. Thank you for your praise, Lu Yin replied. Shui Chuanxiao grunted in acknowledgement. Anyone who makes a great contribution to the border will be rewarded. This is a reward from the entire human race. Take a look and see what you need. Shui Chuanxiao then had someone bring up the screen, which was filled with a dazzling array of rewards. There were star essence, cultivation techniques, battle techniques, source boxes, weapons, various privileges, and even regional rewards. At the very bottom of the list of rewards were honor points, which were only a single point. Lu Yin sighed in amazement. There were more than 100 rewards on the screen, which dazzled his eyes. Shui Chuanxiao smiled at Lu Yin, as he had seen this scene many times before. Even the 10 arbiters had done the same when they had received their rewards. The humans had given an endless amount of resources to the border, and as the commander, Shui Chuanxiao would not be stingy. Lu Yin's first contribution was even greater than that of the 10 arbiters, so these rewards were basic. Lu Yin took a deep breath. He really wanted to take everything, but that was impossible. Commander, I've decided. I want this. Lu Yin pointed at the bottom of the screen, where there were only 4 words, 1 honor point. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 243. Shui Chuanxiao grunted, take him to planet Sangyuan. He'll be there from now until the end of his term of service. Understood, Enya answered and left with Lu Yin. Shui Chuanxiao muttered to himself as he watched Lu Yin leave. He had assumed that Lu Yin was someone from a fringe weave who didn't know anything, but since he had chosen honor points, it meant that he knew something. Along the corridor, Lu Yin asked about planet Sangyuan. Planet Sangyuan is one of the central Defense 100 planets, and its geographical location is much more important than planet Conan's. Naturally, there are many powerhouses there, and the guardian is Elder Long Zhan of the Sylvan Dragon clan. Enya gave him a brief introduction, and Lu Yin gained some understanding of planet Sangyuan. Actually, you don't have to worry too much about it. There won't be much to do in the next month, and there'll be a period of rest after the final battle. There won't be many battles. Not long after, Lu Yin boarded a warship and headed for planet Sangyuan. Compared to planet Conan, planet Sangyuan was much larger, and its geography was completely different. Lu Yin was assigned to one of the bases and began his 1 month of service. Enya was right, there would be almost no battles after the final battle. When Lu Yin had first arrived on planet Conan, he had already faced an urgent battle every few days, and it had been difficult to breathe. Here, however, Lu Yin had become an ordinary soldier and was beginning to truly adapt to the tense and peaceful life of a border army. Here, he could use his gadget, and he immediately checked his status. Sure enough, there were more honor points behind it. "You're really stupid," the monkey said. Lu Yin ignored him. "Hey, you're really stupid. There were so many rewards, but you chose the most useless one," the monkey shouted. "It's none of your business," Lu Yin replied indifferently as he stood outside the base's fence. His mission was to be on duty. "I'm just feeling sorry for you. I know about your honor points, and there's even a special mission in the spiritual academy to kill people with honor points." "Why?" Lu Yin was surprised. Obviously, honor points are something that you humans can only obtain if you contribute to the human domain. Who else would we kill if we don't kill you? People like you who have a few honor points are our favorite. Killing you will give us a lot of merit, and it won't be too risky. "You're really stupid." "Continue," Lu Yin said. "Continue. Continue what?" "Continue to scold you," the monkey shrieked. Lu Yin frowned. "I feel like destroying you." "Hey, don't threaten me. My existence will be of great help to you. Because of me, you can become a supreme being who can move unhindered through the universe. Don't make a mistake. You talk too much. I don't like it." "Fine, fine. Judging from your tone, you probably don't know what glory points are for. How embarrassing. You actually want me, an enemy, to explain the glory of you humans to you? Don't you think this is ironic?" He clenched his fist, and the star energy in his body began to boil as he pressed down on his right arm. The monkey hurriedly yelled, "I'm scared of you. Let me tell you, your human honor points are indeed very useful, but that's only after 2 points. The more points you have, the more privileges you'll have. From what I know, some people's honor points can even allow them to reduce their sentences after committing a serious crime, such as the commander of the Allied armies, Shui Chuanshao. Even if he betrayed the human race, as long as his crime wasn't too severe, he could still use his honor points to reduce his sentence. Furthermore, as soon as he dies, you humans will mobilize countless experts to investigate the cause of his death." Lu Yin was astonished. "It's that useful? Then what about the Hall of Honor that he mentioned earlier? I couldn't find anything on my gadget." "The Hall of Honor is an organization that evaluates honor points. I don't know much about it either, and only space-exploring powerhouses know about it. However, I do know that the Hall of Honor is one of the strongest organizations in the entire human domain. Rumor has it that there's a half-progenitor overseeing it," the monkey said solemnly. "Half-progenitor?" Lu Yin was shocked. "I almost forgot. You mentioned progenitor Wushang before, and now you're talking about a half-progenitor. Is progenitor a cultivation realm?" The monkey solemnly replied, "Progenitor is a supreme word that represents the past and the ultimate realm. It's the highest realm that humans can reach, and it's the peak of cultivation. The number of progenitors that have been born in the universe over countless years can be counted on one hand. I don't know much about you humans, but I know of only one in the astral beast domain, progenitor Wushang. What about now? Are there any progenitors? Lu Yin asked. The monkey laughed. How would I know? To be honest, I don't even know how you've cultivated to this point. Has no one told you anything? After a pause, the monkey changed the topic. Actually, that's true. You humans like to hide everything, and you only tell those closest to you. That's why many people don't even know the basics. Just like that, Lu Yin chatted with the monkey on and off as he peacefully passed a month of military service. This month was very ordinary. Perhaps this was the life of the army, and it was also the life that the soldiers looked forward to the most. No one wished for war to break out. During this month, Lu Yin had completely adapted to the ordinary life of the army, and he even chatted well with a few of the soldiers. However, the next time he came to the border, these soldiers might not even exist anymore. Even Shuai Luyun would die, let alone these ordinary soldiers. Most of them were roamers without form caste models. Their cultivation was slow, and their aptitudes were poor. They were nothing more than cannon fodder. Lu Yin calmly stood in the corridor of his spacecraft and looked out into space. Every time he looked at the dark sky, he felt insignificant. Long time no see, Captain, Silver greeted him with a smile. Lu Yin replied, I heard you've made a lot of contributions. Captain, don't say that. Compared to your contributions, I'm nothing. I heard that you've even met Commander Shui Chuanshao, Silver praised. Lu Yin turned to look at him. Have you heard of the Hall of Honor? Silver opened his eyes slightly, and his smile instantly disappeared. However, he quickly recovered. Of course, it's one of the strongest human organizations. How does it compare to you guys? Lu Yin was curious. Silver was shocked. Captain, how can you say something like that? I'm just an ordinary student. How can I compare to the Hall of Honor? Captain, stop joking around. Lu Yin replied, let's spar. Silver's eyes suddenly widened. Sure. Lu Yin's lips curled up. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Ever since he had met Silver, the two of them had only fought seriously twice. Once under the moonlight outside Jinlin City on Earth, and the other time when he had tried to assassinate Zhang Dingtian in Beijing. They had not fought seriously since leaving Earth. It was time to give this foxy face a good beating. There were plenty of places to spar on the warship, and Lu Yin chose a gravity room as the venue. This is a gravity room specially designed for combat. How much do you want the gravity to be? Lu Yin asked casually. Silver shrugged. Whatever. Lu Yin immediately adjusted the gravity to 100 times, which was the highest gravity an ordinary limiter could withstand. The moment the gravity descended, Silver's smile disappeared, and his silver light appeared in his palm. It was Butterfly. Butterfly knife. Lu Yin turned around and saw a flash of light. He instinctively retreated, but a shockwave swept past him and slammed into the walls of the gravity room. The walls, which were strong enough to withstand a battle between peak limiters, were torn apart. This was Silver's domain, and it was also an art of murder. Even Lu Yin had not sensed when Silver had approached. This was 100 times gravity, and one could only imagine how fast Silver was moving under normal gravity. Butterfly continued to flash. Butterfly knife tore through the void, its edge leaving behind traces of spatial cracks as it slashed towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin retreated step by step, his eyes fixed on the blade's trajectory as 9 stars revolved around his body. When Butterfly knife reappeared within the range of Sirius's art, every trace of its trajectory was clearly visible. Although the blade seemed ordinary, it was filled with a power that caused the void to tremble. Lu Yin reached out and grabbed Silver's wrist. Silver was flabbergasted, and his eyes widened. Butterfly knife spun and slashed towards Lu Yin's palm. Lu Yin punched out with a single palm, using 9 stacks to shake the void and deflect the blade to the other side. At the same time, he struck out with his left palm towards Silver's abdomen. However, Silver seemed to be able to predict the future, and he dodged the moment Lu Yin struck out. His entire body vanished, and when he reappeared, he was already several meters away from Lu Yin. Lu Yin's palm missed, and the void distorted as the shock wave caused the gravity room to rumble. The loud noise attracted the attention of many soldiers, but no one dared to go in and take a look. Very few soldiers could withstand 100 times gravity. The two's exchange did not cause any earth-shattering explosions. It was like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water as they brushed past each other. "Captain, you're looking down on me if you don't use battle force," Silver laughed carelessly. Lu Yin's expression turned serious. "You've seen through my attack pattern. What do you think?" Silver beamed at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. It wasn't just his attack pattern, his domain had all sorts of unfathomable abilities. Everything was under his control, and this was no joke. Silver had not used any battle techniques and had only relied on Butterfly. Butterfly Knife had blocked Lu Yin's attack, which showed how deep Silver's domain was. Lu Yin was confident that he was at the peak of the Melder realm, but defeating Silver without using battle force would not be easy. This person was too strange, but it wasn't impossible. Sirius could create all possibilities. Lu Yin thought about it and stepped forward again, striking out with his palm. Silver was astonished. Not using battle force. How confident. The butterfly knife streaked through the air in a strange arc, tearing through the void towards Lu Yin's neck. Lu Yin saw through its trajectory and decisively retreated to the side of the wall, where he slammed his palm against it and tore out a piece of metal. At that moment, butterfly knife flickered with a cold glint as it slashed towards the back of Lu Yin's neck. Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he gripped the piece of metal tightly and slashed at Silver. Silver's pupils shrank. This trajectory. He immediately retreated and stared at Lu Yin in shock. This time, he was truly astonished, an expression that rarely appeared on his face. Even when he had faced Starsabil, he had not been this shocked, as Lu Yin's attack had completely reversed his trajectory. "You learned my trajectory." Silver was astonished. Lu Yin pointed at the spinning piece of metal and smiled. "Maybe. Again." He then struck out with a 9 stacks 9-fold shockwave palm. The void trembled as butterfly knife appeared in Silver's palm. Butterfly knife spun rapidly, splitting from 1 to 2, then from 2 to 3. The entire gravity room seemed to be enveloped by an invisible force that killed people like an art. Butterfly knife phantom images tore through the void. It must be some sort of innate gift or battle technique that others did not know about, but Silver did. The Neo-Human Alliance was indeed very powerful and secretive. Silver left, but before he left, he gave Lu Yin a warning: be careful of Undying Yushan. Lu Yin had no idea what Silver meant. Undying Yushan was very powerful as a hunter and had even entered the top 20 of the top 100 rankings. However, he had long since retired from the stage of history and was now just a dying emperor. If not for Lu Yin, he would have already died. What was the point of Silver's warning? Lu Yin wanted to ask more questions, but Silver had already left. "Hey, what's his rank in the Astral Combat Academy?" the monkey asked. "None of your business," Lu Yin replied coldly. The monkey sighed. With his strength, he can challenge the Spiritual Academy's academy head. Although he's more likely to lose than win, he's definitely worth a try. He should be a student leader of the Astral Combat Academy or something. Lu Yin ignored the monkey and returned to his lounge, where he began to recite the Stonewall scriptures. He wanted to get into the habit of reciting some of the Stonewall scriptures every day. The past few days at the border warfront and the Astral Combat Tournament had allowed him to experience the benefits of the Stonewall scriptures. The elder from Driftcharge Planet had been right, reciting the scriptures would indeed transform him. Even if he did not have any offensive abilities, he would be immune to some spiritual force damage. The warship quickly returned to the Frostwave weave through the express channel and landed at Astral 10 space station. Lu Yin and Silver disembarked from the warship and looked at the familiar space station. Although they had only spent a short time at the border, they had experienced a lot. "Brother Lu, you're back." Coco cheered happily. Lu Yin laughed. "Coco, why are you so happy?" Coco hurriedly replied, "Brother Lu, tell me about the border warfront. I'm really curious." "Curious?" "Yeah, my Windrift Hall has seniors and juniors who enter the border warfront every year. I'll probably go as well, so I want to know more about it." Lu Yin nodded. "Right, have Xiao Luo and the others returned?" Coco shook her head. "Not yet. Sister Michelle and the others haven't returned yet." "Wait, did you say Michelle? She went to the border warfront as well?" Lu Yin was surprised. Coco nodded. "Yes. Didn't they say that only the top 32 would go?" Lu Yin asked. Coco thought about it for a moment. "It seems that because of your contributions, the border warfront gave you a high evaluation, so the others were required to serve for at least a month." Lu Yin was speechless. This was too childish, but it was good for the students to get used to the battlefield early. What he wanted to know the most right now was when the top 4 would begin. The Astral Combat Tournament had to have a ranking. Lu Yin met up with Old Kai in the treasury. Old Kai looked at Lu Yin strangely. "You're not bad, kid. You've contributed so much in just 2 months at the border, and you've even earned honor points. Not bad, not bad. You've brought honor to the 10th Academy." Lu Yin respectfully asked, "Mentor, when will the top 4 begin?" "What, are you in a hurry?" Old Kai glanced at him. Lu Yin did not deny it. Old Kai calmly replied, "It's good for you that the top 4 hasn't begun yet. Do you really think that you're invincible with 5-line battle force? In the previous Astral Combat tournaments, even 4-lined battle force would allow you to dominate. Unfortunately, this Astral Combat tournament is different. You have your greatest opponent. Starsabil." Lu Yin probed. Old Kai shook his head. "Not just her. The erudite Flozone's Han Chong and the Mavis women. Do you think they're easy to deal with? Your greatest opponent might not be Starsabil. Perhaps it's Han Chong." Lu Yin was shocked. Han Chong was indeed powerful, but not to that extent. "It's useless to tell you that. The erudite Flozone isn't simple, and there's even one of the 10 arbiters there. That's a level that you won't be able to comprehend. Those scholars look weak, but they're actually ruthless. Alright, the top 4 will have to wait for some time. It seems like we're waiting for an opportunity, but I'm not sure," Old Kai said impatiently. Lu Yin muttered to himself for a moment and then thought of something. "Old Kai, I've already entered the top 10 of the tournament, and I'm also Astral 10's leader. Can I enter the Council of Astral Academy?" Old Kai's face darkened when he heard this. This gave Lu Yin a bad premonition. After the tournament, one of the 10 arbiters, Night King Jinwu, has issued an order that anyone who hasn't reached the Lamita realm is not allowed to join the Council of Astral Academy, Old Kai said in a low voice. Lu Yin raised his brows. What does that mean? Is he targeting me? Old Kai looked at Lu Yin. You defeated Night Queen Yanqing, which is a slap to the Day-Night clan's face. Night King Jinwu's actions are clearly targeting you, but even so, you still have to accept it since he's one of the 10 arbiters. Lu Yin's eyes flashed coldly. Just the fact that he had defeated Night Queen Yanqing was not enough for the 10 arbiters to take action. It was definitely because he had withstood Lu Xiaoqiu's third sword that the Day-Night clan was afraid of and wanted to thoroughly suppress him. Lu Yin took a deep breath. I understand, Old Kai. I'll break through to the Lamita realm as soon as possible. There's no rush. Let nature take its course. The Council of Astral Academy is extremely attractive, especially to Astral 10. It's been a long time since anyone has entered Astral 10. Night King Jinwu wants to use this to disturb your mental state and prevent you from successfully breaking through or even failing. Take your time, Old Kai said. Lu Yin lowered his voice. Since he wants to harm me, then he won't stop at this. Old Kai cackled. I know, but so what? Astral 10 has already been exiled. Can he just ban it? Alright, you don't have to worry about it. Just do your own thing and smoothly break through to the Lamita realm. Okay, Lu Yin agreed, and then left with an ugly expression. The 10 arbiters had the power to educate and judge the younger generation, and they also had the power to dismiss and judge educational institutions. Even the Astral Combat Academy could not avoid this power. Astral 10 had been exiled from the Outerverse because of the Council of Astral 10's report to the Council of 10 Arbiters. Night King Jinwu knew how much Astral 10 desired to enter the Council of Astral 10, so this was an open scheme. However, Lu Yin was certain to break through to the Lamita realm. At most, it would take a little longer, but he would break through sooner or later. When that time came, he would also enter the Council of Astral 10. Thus, if Night King Jinwu wanted to target him, he would definitely have a backup plan. Lu Yin did not want to wait any longer. He had to break through to the Lamita realm as soon as possible. As long as he entered the Council of Astral 10, everything would be set in stone, and even the 10 arbiters would be helpless. It seemed that he could only place his hopes on the time-stop space. He had always rolled his die, and this time should not be an exception. In the early stages of cultivation, there was a huge hurdle, which was breaking through from the Sentinel realm to the Melder realm. However, it was not too difficult for a Melder to break through to the Lamita realm as long as they felt the sensation of breaking through. The second hurdle was breaking through from the Lamita realm to the Explorer realm, which was the biggest hurdle. However, Lu Yin did not need to worry about this at the moment. Breaking through to the Lamita realm required time, and the Day-Night clan also needed time to scheme against him. It was a competition of time, and Lu Yin was not afraid of competing with time. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 245. You have quite a few enemies, and even the 10 arbiters are targeting you. I feel like I'm on a pirate ship. The monkey's voice rang out in Lu Yin's mind. If the monkey hadn't spoken, Lu Yin would have forgotten that there was still an unknown factor. He couldn't let the monkey see him roll his die. Who knew if the monkey would leave him in the future? He stopped and turned around, heading towards the trial zone entrance. He wanted to ask Kuang Wang about this. Soon after, Lu Yin appeared on the shore of the Tao of Heaven's Ocean of Death. Kuang Wang was not around, so he randomly found someone from Astral 5 to call Kuang Wang over. That person looked at Lu Yin with admiration and immediately agreed. After the Astral Combat Tournament, the treatment of Astral 10 students in the trial zones had greatly changed. No one dared to make things difficult for them anymore. Whether it was Big Pao, Little Pao, Xiao Luo, Silver, or Lulu, all of them were freaks, especially Lu Yin. He was above all the other student leaders and was one of the strongest. Even the area masters had to be courteous to those from Astral 10. This was Lu Yin's first time in the Tao of Heaven. The trial zones were a virtual world, but this world had an ancient inheritance. It was a strange place, and even the monkey could follow him. Tamed beasts were also considered a type of strength. Is this the legendary trial zone of the Astral Combat Academy? Hey, have you ever killed a war spirit before? The monkey asked, looking very interested. Lu Yin casually answered, yes. What did you feel? What did you see? The monkey asked again. Lu Yin was about to answer when he suddenly realized that there were war spirits here. Wait, how did the monkey know that there were war spirits here? And it didn't ask about anything else but war spirits. What was going on? Lu Yin's expression did not change. I didn't see anything, other than. Other than what? The monkey was rather anxious. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Other than some strange things that I can't understand. What is it? Speak clearly. The monkey grew more and more anxious. Lu Yin was sure that the monkey knew something, but it was only a student of the Astral Beast Domain Spiritual Academy. Even the academy head was only comparable to the Astral Combat Academy's student leaders. How could it know about the Astral Combat Academy's trial zones? Even the spirit hunters did not know. Speak. What did you see? The monkey was furious. Lu Yin's tone turned cold. What do you know? Speak. The monkey was taken aback, but then it smiled. What could I possibly know? I'm just curious, that's all. Don't overthink it. Lu Yin frowned. You've been following me for so many days, so you should understand my personality. I don't like being kept in the dark. You know too much, and you don't seem like a student. I'll give you one last chance. Tell me, or I'll erase you. Fine, fine, fine. You're always using this method to force me. Just you wait, I won't fall for it next time. The monkey felt helpless. Lu Yin smiled, as he had finally seen through this fellow's true nature. He might seem fierce, but in reality, he wasn't a shrewd person. Whenever he came across something he knew, he would be able to get the information out of him. Lu Yin had no idea how he had managed to survive in the Astral Beast domain. Actually, the trial zones that your Astral Combat Academy controls came from a strange ancient civilization called the Rune Technology Civilization. Lu Yin was surprised. Are you talking about the training method of drawing runes on paper? What do you mean by drawing runes on paper? I don't know. The essence of the Rune Technology Civilization's training is to view the universe as a space made up of countless runes. Regardless of whether it's a living being, a celestial phenomenon, or a planet, everything is made up of runes in their eyes, and the unit of measurement is the number of runes. For example, a person might have 100 runes in their eyes, and the stronger that person is, the more runes they have. For example, a planet might have tens of millions of runes, and so on. It's a very strange civilization, and the trial zones should have been left behind by this civilization. They can see through appearances, and they can switch between reality and illusion. They can turn everything into something virtual, and they can also use the number of runes to turn something virtual into something real. Lu Yin was surprised. There's such a civilization. Does that mean that they can create any kind of miracle? You could say that. This civilization was very powerful, and their battle style was even more unique. They would directly erase their opponent's runes, which was equivalent to attacking the essence of their opponent. Unfortunately, for some unknown reason, the entire civilization disappeared without leaving behind any traces. Regardless of whether it's the cultivation method or the corpses of living beings, they're all gone. Only a few scattered ruins remain, and the trial zones are one of them. Lu Yin recalled the images that he had seen with his serious art after killing the war spirits, and the images that he had seen seemed to be made up of lines. Could those have been runes? How do you know so much? Lu Yin was puzzled. The monkey was pleased with himself. I know a lot. If you want to know, then be nice to me. Let me tell you, I even know a little about progenitor Wushang, let alone the rune technology civilization. Progenitor Wushang's era predates the rune technology civilization. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This monkey was very suspicious. Even a hunter might not know all of this, let alone a mere Lammeter student. This guy was worth digging up. It's possible to kill a few more war spirits. Who knows, you might be able to obtain the rune technology civilization's inheritance through the rune lines. It's a very unique attack method, but we can't expose it, the monkey suggested. Lu Yin wasn't interested, as he knew that he shouldn't bite off more than he could chew. If he had the time, he might as well cultivate his battle force. He hoped to cultivate his battle force to 9 lines and see how strong it was. As they spoke, Kuang Wang arrived. I heard that you were looking for me. Lu Yin nodded. I wanted to ask about the Tao of Heaven's Ocean of Death. Kuang Wang's eyes narrowed. You want to steal the position of Tao of Heaven's Realm Master? Of course not, I'm just curious. I heard that even the 10 arbiters have been here before, Lu Yin hurriedly said. He still needed Kuang Wang's help, so how could he offend him? Kuang Wang relaxed when he realized that Lu Yin wasn't trying to steal the Tao of Heaven's Realm Master. He wasn't confident in being able to fight against Lu Yin. No, it wasn't that he wasn't confident, but that he definitely wouldn't be able to win. Although he was arrogant, he still knew his own strength. The Ocean of Death is the Tao of Heaven's most unique training ground. It's rumored that the Ocean of Death, Lu Yin wasn't interested in the Ocean of Death, and he was just casually bringing up a topic to familiarize himself with. After listening to Kuang Wang's introduction of the Ocean of Death, Lu Yin asked, Right, I've always been curious about how the Beast Tamers Flow Zone fights. Do you just release your tamed beasts? Kuang Wang nodded. You can say that. Actually, tamed beasts don't have physical bodies, and they can only be subdued by beast taming techniques. Why are you asking? If I also had a tamed beast, how would I be able to block its senses? Lu Yin asked, as this was the main question that he wanted to ask. When the monkey heard this, he shouted, Hey, what are you trying to do? Don't be rash, bro. We're one entity, and everything I do is for your own good. Kuang Wang looked at Lu Yin strangely. You have a tamed beast. Lu Yin shrugged. I'm interested, and I want to go to the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone to learn. Kuang Wang laughed. Alright, if you go to the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone, you'll definitely be able to join the Divine Great Hole. They'll teach you then. Can you explain it to me first? Lu Yin asked. Kuang Wang looked deeply at Lu Yin, especially at his right arm. He thought for a moment before saying, Alright, blocking a tamed beast's senses is very simple. Just cut off the star energy. It's that simple. Lu Yin was shocked. What did you think? A tamed beast is also a type of battle technique. Without star energy, the battle technique is useless. It's the same for a tamed beast, as all of its movements rely on star energy. This is the simplest principle, Kuang Wang explained. Bro, no, seventh bro, don't be rash. I don't want to be unable to see outside, and I don't want to die without knowing why. Seventh bro, please, don't block me. The monkey's voice was gradually drowned out when Lu Yin cut off the star energy in his right arm. The monkey's voice instantly disappeared, and Lu Yin felt refreshed. Actually, unless it's absolutely necessary, there's no need to block your tamed beast. Once a tamed beast is successfully tamed, it won't be able to escape. Escaping means death, and the two of you are one, Kuang Wang said. Lu Yin knew that Kuang Wang had guessed that he had a tamed beast, but he didn't expose him. Kuang Wang wasn't stupid. Thank you for telling me, Senior Kuang Wang. Kuang Wang stretched lazily. When can you enter the Council of Astral Academy? Lu Yin shook his head. Not at the moment. I'll have to wait until I'm a Lemeter. That's true. The 10 arbiters have decreed that no one can go against. Right, once you break through to the Lemeter realm, you can head directly to the tilting tower of the Divine Path and have someone inform the other student leaders to convene a Council of Astral Academy. The council has been held there this year. Kuang Wang then left. Lu Yin thanked him again and restored the monkey's senses. 7th bro, you and I are one. There's no need to block me. The monkey felt wronged. You talk too much, Lu Yin said indifferently. The monkey was speechless. If you block me, then there are many things that I can't tell you. It doesn't matter. I'm better off without you. Lu Yin didn't care. The monkey probed, is there something that you don't want me to know? Lu Yin casually cut off the star energy in his right arm. It was time to roll his die. In a ruined area of Astral 10, Lu Yin exhaled and opened his hand. The die appeared and slowly spun. It had been more than 2 months since his last roll, and the more time passed, the easier it was for him to roll a good number, such as possession or 3. It had been a long time since he had rolled a possession, so it was time. Lu Yin tapped the die and watched it spin. He had a strong intuition that it might be a possession. When the die stopped spinning, Lu Yin saw possession. The scene in front of him changed, and he saw the familiar land of darkness as well as the orbs of light. He already had experience, and the more attractive the orb of light was to him, the more compatible it would be with him. The orbs of light flitted by very quickly in the land of darkness. He had 10 star essence in his cosmic ring, which was equivalent to 1,000,000 star essences. It seemed like it was enough to squander, but it would only take an instant. Lu Yin didn't dare to waste any time, as he would rather spend his time on the person he was fusing with. He didn't think too much about it, as he didn't know who was who anyway. Lu Yin randomly chose an attractive orb of light and rushed towards it to fuse with it. When Lu Yin opened his eyes again, he saw a retro room with wooden tables and chairs, paper lanterns, and a bronze mirror. This was a retro society. After a while, Lu Yin gradually saw the memories of the person he was fusing with. This person's name was Wu Xia, and he was the manager of the Shenwu Empire's Crown Prince's residence. He was a peak martial spirit, which was equivalent to a peak melder, and he was close to breaking through to the martial king realm, which was the equivalent of a Lemeter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 246. Lu Yin smiled wryly. It was no wonder that this person was so attractive to him. They were both melders who were about to break through to the Lemeter realm, and their realms were compatible. It was only natural that he would be attracted to Lu Yin. Unfortunately, this person was not even stronger. A mere peak melder would not be of any help to Lu Yin. Lu Yin slowly stood up and looked at Wu Xia through the bronze mirror. He had a pale face and long, narrow eyes. He seemed to be around 30 years old and was obviously a butler. That made sense, as this person was originally the manager of the Crown Prince's residence. The Shenwu Empire was the only empire on Shenwu continent. Through Wu Xia's memories, Lu Yin slowly understood his current environment. He was gradually surprised that this empire was not simple. It had actually fought a war with an extraterrestrial civilization, and there was a powerhouse who had used the 5 sealing planets to cover the entire Shenwu continent and seal it off from the extraterrestrial civilization. Through Wu Xiao's memories, Lu Yin was shocked to discover that there were definitely space-exploring powerhouses on this continent. The 5 sealing planets were enormous, and they could even act as barriers. Lu Yin's deepest impression was that the human domain's borders could actually do the same on this continent. Although there were only 5 planets, it was definitely not something that an ordinary explorer could do. Thud, thud, thud. Before Lu Yin could think any further, a voice came from outside the door. Manager Wu, His Highness the Crown Prince invites you to his study. Lu Yin grunted in response, feeling rather speechless. He had fused into a servant's body and now had to serve someone else. What a novel experience. He walked out of the room and breathed in a different air. He looked up and saw 5 enormous planets faintly discernible. These were the 5 sealing planets that protected Shenwu continent. The emperor of the Shenwu Empire, Ming Zhaotian, was overseeing the central planet. He was a powerhouse who could travel through the void. Wu Xia did not know how strong he was, but the space on this continent was abnormally stable. Even martial emperors, who were explorers, could not tear through the void to move. The emperor of the Shenwu Empire was at least a cruiser. Crown Prince Ming Hao was a martial emperor, which was equivalent to an explorer. Lu Yin took a deep breath and walked towards the Crown Prince's study based on his memories. Along the way, maids would occasionally greet him. Manager Wu Xiao's status was not low. Although he was a servant, he was still a trusted aide of the Crown Prince. Even foreign officials were very courteous when they saw him. This was Lu Yin's first time experiencing the ancient style, and everything was new to him. The Crown Prince's residence was very large, and there were many experts within. Lu Yin could sense that these people were all super experts based on Wu Xiao's senses, but based on Lu Yin's own strength, 1 or 2 of them were comparable to the Astral Combat Academy's area masters, while the rest were equivalent to ordinary leaders. If they were all from the younger generation, it would be terrifying. Fortunately, most of the experts in the Crown Prince's residence surpassed the younger generation. Many of them were middle-aged or even older experts. In Wu Xiao's memories, there were no less than 100 people in the Crown Prince's residence who had reached the Martial King realm. In other words, there were over 100 leaders in the Crown Prince's residence. This was quite a terrifying force. Lu Yin finally understood why the Shenwu continent had been able to withstand the attacks of the extraterrestrial civilizations. This continent had given birth to many experts. Not long after, he passed by many pavilions and arrived outside a quiet and elegant study. Your Highness, Wu Xia requests an audience. Come in. Crown Prince Ming Hao's voice came from the study. Lu Yin gently pushed open the door and entered the study, not even daring to raise his head. This was based on what he had seen from Wu Xiao's memories, and he could not reveal any abnormalities. Only the heavens knew if those terrifying existences who had reached the hunter realm or even higher would be able to harm him through his fused body. He did not understand the strength of such people. Wu Xia, who else entered my study yesterday besides you? The Crown Prince asked as he stared at Wu Xia. Lu Yin's head was still lowered as he recalled the previous day's events. In that instant, a chill ran down his spine as he recalled the terrifying events that had occurred. Wu Xia had seen something incredible yesterday. Crown Prince Ming Hao had been staring at Lu Yin the entire time, and when he noticed that something was amiss, Lu Yin forced himself to calm down and fearfully said, Your Highness, aside from this servant, no one else entered. Ming Hao stared at him. Raise your head. Lu Yin's heart trembled, and he slowly raised his head. What he saw was a pair of wise eyes and a pressure that could topple mountains and overturn seas. The terrifying pressure descended like a mountain, and Wu Xia could not withstand it at all. He was directly crushed to the ground, and the entire world seemed to tremble. Lu Yin was shocked. He had seen explorers and even hunters before, but Crown Prince Ming Hao's strength definitely surpassed that of an ordinary explorer. Were the martial kings of this continent stronger than the explorers of the universe? The enormous pressure came one after another, and Wu Xiao's fear of Ming Hao surfaced from the depths of his heart, causing his body to involuntarily kneel down. Lu Yin's vision changed, and he appeared in the land of darkness. Then, he seemed to cross an endless distance to appear in Astral 10. He opened his eyes, but they were still filled with shock. The pressure from Crown Prince Ming Hao had been enormous, and it had left him with lingering fear. Ming Hao's strength was definitely comparable to a cruiser's, but it had actually awakened Wu Xiao's instincts and caused him to be expelled from his body. He looked at his cosmic ring and saw that he had consumed 3 star essence, which was the equivalent of 300,000 star crystals. The consumption was terrifying, and if he had been any slower, then even 10 star essence might not have been enough. Lu Yin set aside his heartache over the consumption of star essence and immediately looked up information about Shenwu continent. Shenwu continent was a continent that floated in a different space within the dark mist weave. It was not a planet but rather a continent that floated in the universe with the sun, moon, and stars revolving around it. 1,000 years ago, a terrifying almighty being had been born on Shenwu continent, and he had used his shocking strength to tear apart the space and expose the continent to the universe. From then on, a long war had begun. Countless powers within the dark mistweave had tried to take over Shenwu continent, but they had all been repelled and suffered heavy casualties. They had been forced to seek help from the Interverse. There was no detailed information about that war on the internet, as it had most likely been covered up by some powerful organization. However, the final result was that the almighty being from Shenwu continent had used the 5 sealing planets to seal off the space in exchange for peace on Shenwu continent. That almighty being seemed to have died. After so many years, some powers within the dark mistweave and the Interverse had not given up on Shenwu continent. They had tried to open the door to Shenwu continent, but they had all been stopped by the 10 arbiters. In the end, Shenwu continent had become one of the testing grounds for the Outerverse trials. Lu Yin looked up, as he had never expected Shenwu continent to have such a great history. Even the extraterrestrial civilization was a power within the dark mist weave. To be able to resist the dark mist weave and the Interverse's great powers, Shenwu continent was truly formidable. Shenwu continent was one of the most difficult testing grounds for the Outerverse trials. There were only 2 ways to pass the test. One was to find the burial place of that almighty being, and the other was to find the 5 sealing planets' nodes and destroy them to open the door to Shenwu continent. There had been many such tests, but none of them had succeeded. Those who had taken the test on the internet all had the same evaluation of Shenwu continent. The martial power cultivated on that continent was stronger than the star energy cultivated in the Outerverse. Lu Yin turned off his gadget and blinked. He seemed to know the location of the nodes. Wu Xia had accidentally seen it, and he had also learned about it through Wu Xiao's memories. He had never thought that one of the 5 major nodes would be located there. It would be strange if the people taking the test could find it. The death rate of those taking the test was rather high, and many people did not understand why. However, Lu Yin knew that the martial power cultivated on Shenwu continent was much tougher than star energy, so it was much easier to identify. Ever since some of the test takers had been captured and forced to give up information, Shenwu continent was no longer ignorant of the Outerverse. They even had a department that specialized in searching for foreigners and their weapons. If I sell the node's location, I'll definitely be able to get a lot of money, Lu Yin muttered to himself before smiling. Sell? That was impossible. Regardless of who he sold it to, the 5 sealing planets of Shenwu continent would be destroyed, and there would be too many casualties. Lu Yin did not want to become a sinner. Although he did not care since the universe was a place where the strong preyed on the weak, he still had to see if it was worth it. Dark Mist Weave was not too far from Frostwave Weave, and Lu Yin's eyes flickered as he thought of something. He reactivated his die and rolled it again. This time, it was 1 pip. A technological weapon dropped, but it was useless. He casually tossed it aside and rolled it again. This time, it was 2 pips. Lu Yin was speechless, as there was nothing he needed to disassemble. When the die stopped spinning, it showed 4 pips, time stop space. Lu Yin looked at the familiar grayish-white space around him and moved his body. He used some star crystals to change the environment and then increased the time limit to 1 month. Now that he had money, he could squander it. During this month, he decided to sort out his various battle techniques and wait for the feeling of breaking through to the Lamita realm. He had walked the path of the Melder realm for too long, and it was time for him to break through. At the same time, a warship was parked outside of a giant planet in Frostwave Weave. Countless sounds of fighting could be heard from the planet, and a roar echoed through space as a man tore through space and glared at the warship. Duke Yushan, do you really want to spread this war to the entire Frostwave Weave? The countless powers of Frostwave Weave will not let you off. A gunshot rang out from the warship as Batson flicked his cowboy hat aside and blew on the muzzle. A bloody hole appeared in the chest of the explorer, and he had been instantly killed. As the former captain of the Great Yu Empire's 7th Imperial Squadron, Batson was a cruiser with a power level of 60,000. He was not someone an explorer could compare to. Duke Yushan stood on a balcony and looked at the stars. What a beautiful planet. It should have belonged to my Great Yu Empire a long time ago. It's a pity that we've been suppressed by the Innerverse for so many years. Batson's lips curled up. There aren't many cruisers in Frostwave Weave, and there are even fewer who can compare to us. With your current strength, you should be able to annex the entire Frostwave Weave. Duke Yushan smiled. Father's sights aren't set on Frostwave Weave, but the Innerverse. Annexing Frostwave Weave isn't difficult, and now that those Innerverse rascals have been expelled, it's time for Father to make a move. Where do you think he'll target? Grand Top Weave? Or Lars Weave? Or us? None of those. It's Fire's Melt Planet. Shalosh, the former captain of the 8th Imperial Squadron, walked over. Fire's Melt Planet. Duke Yushan was surprised. Shalosh nodded. Although it's just a planet, it has produced a genius like Yen Feng, who was able to enter the Outerverse Youth Council. Their leader, Yen Wuzhou, is a hunter and one of the few powerhouses in Frostwave Weave who can contend with His Majesty. If we don't deal with him, His Majesty won't feel at ease attacking the other weaves. Duke Yushan nodded. Yes, Fire's Melt Planet. Speaking of which, Yen Feng wants to pursue my sister. I hope she doesn't kill him. If he did not break through, he would not leave. He opened his eyes and exhaled. It had already been 3 months. He had stayed in the time-stop space for 3 months, and during that time, his power had increased a little. However, the increase was not significant, and only his physical strength had increased significantly. As for the feeling of breaking through to the Lamita realm, he still had not reached that point. Could it be that he really needed a few years to break through? Lu Yin thought to himself helplessly. Suddenly, he thought of the ghost monkey. This fellow was a Lamita, so perhaps he should ask it. It should be able to exist normally in this space since it was a part of his power. Lu Yin removed the screen and looked at the cute monkey tattoo. He asked, "Are you still alive?" "No," the monkey grumpily replied. The flow of time in the time-stop space did not change relative to the outside world, but it did change relative to Lu Yin. Of course, Lu Yin's skeletal age and physical characteristics did not change, but his perception of time had changed. This could be seen on the monkey's body as well. Lu Yin had been cultivating for 3 months, which meant that the monkey had been blocked for 3 months. "Let me ask you a question," Lu Yin said. The monkey snorted in mockery. Lu Yin glanced at it and said, "If you don't answer, I'll continue blocking you." The monkey hurriedly replied, "Fine, fine, fine. Go ahead, go ahead. How do I break through to the Lamita realm?" Lu Yin asked, looking forward to it. "Break through to the Lamita realm. Right, you're still a melder. How disgusting, I actually lost to a melder junior." "I'll ask, and you'll answer," Lu Yin said impatiently. The monkey sighed. "Well, it's easy to break through to the Lamita realm. You just need to feel like you're about to break through. You should know that." "How do I get that feeling?" Lu Yin asked. The monkey paused. "Do you feel like you've reached the peak of the melder realm and your star energy is full?" Lu Yin nodded. "Actually, the star energy in your body isn't full. The human body has limitless potential, and your body is still unconsciously absorbing star energy because it isn't full yet. Let me tell you, even explorers can't fill their bodies with star energy, let alone melders." "Then what should I do?" Lu Yin asked. "It's simple. Just force it. The Lamita realm is the limit. Let your star energy fill up in an instant and take advantage of the situation to break through. This is the simplest method, but it requires a lot of star energy. The speed at which you absorb it is also very abnormal. You need to absorb it at least 5 times faster than a normal person. Otherwise, you can just absorb it slowly. Eventually, you'll be able to break through," the monkey explained slowly. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. 5 times. His star energy absorption speed was 9 times faster than a normal person's. "You're not lying to me." "Nonsense, we're one now. What good would it do me to lie to you?" the monkey said impatiently. Compared to old Kai, Lu Yin felt that the Rainmaster might be more reliable. The scenery of the rain observatory never changed. The pitter-patter of raindrops landed on the limestone platform, splashing and dispersing like tiny worlds. At this moment, the rain observatory wasn't completely empty. Schutz was there. His results in the astral combat tournament had been very poor, and even if he wanted to serve at the border, he would have to wait for a while. After the astral combat tournament, he had realized his own shortcomings. Whether it was his control of star energy or his physical strength, he was far inferior to Lu Yin and the others. Previously, he had only trained with the Sandmaster to increase his battle experience and physical strength. Although he had made considerable progress, he was still too slow compared to the others. He had decided to start from the very beginning and start from the very basics, which was his control of star energy. Lu Yin's appearance attracted Schutz's attention, and the almost uncontrollable surge of star energy caused him to tremble. Was that power a limiter? Lu Yin casually found a limestone platform and sat down cross-legged. He took out his formcast model and pricked his finger. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he broke through to the limiter realm. As the formcast model fused into his body, an intense pain swept through his entire body. Lu Yin growled as he felt his meridians burn and his cells reorganize. This was the feeling of breaking through. Suddenly, his vision turned dark, and for some reason, he saw a dark sky and an incomparably large warship. On the ship, a figure was looking into the distance, and a majestic power caused the void to tremble. As the scene changed, Lu Yin saw that this power had taken the form of a mountain and was about to crush him to death. This person had killed Lu Yin with a single spear strike to give the Blaze Realm face, but Lu Yin himself had become a laughingstock. "Frankfurt," Lu Yin said calmly. Many students followed Lu Yin's gaze and saw Frankfurt's face turn green and purple. He stood where he was and said to Lu Yin, "Brother Lu, what are your orders?" Lu Yin looked at him. "Call all the student leaders to the tilting tower for me." Frankfurt clenched his fists. He was an area master, not a messenger. Furthermore, there were so many people around. However, this was not up to him. Lu Yin's pressure could topple mountains and overturn seas, and his terrifying aura suppressed everyone. It was only then that the students realized that Lu Yin had changed. He had broken through to the Lammeter realm. Frankfurt was shocked. A Melder could rival the strongest in the academy, and a Lammeter. How strong was this person now? He did not dare to imagine, and he helplessly said, "Student leader Dao Bo of Astral 6 went to the border and has not returned. Some of the other student leaders have not returned either." "It's fine. Go," Lu Yin said calmly. His gaze swept past Frankfurt and towards the tilting tower. Frankfurt nodded and left. He had no intention of resisting Lu Yin, as he was afraid that Lu Yin would snatch Spear Mountain away. Under the gazes of many students, Lu Yin approached the tilting tower step by step. No one dared to stop him, not even Astral 7 students who were on good terms with Lu Xiaoyun. They allowed Lu Yin to easily enter the tilting tower. Only realm masters of the divine path could enter this place, but Lu Yin did not care. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 249. The tower was tilted at a 45-degree angle, so the interior was naturally tilted as well. Lu Yin felt awkward the moment he stepped into the tower, as if his entire body was tilted. The sound of chanting suddenly rang out in his ears. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and with a wave of his hand, 11 stacks rang out. What a great place! It allowed me to comprehend 11 stacks in an instant. No wonder it's the most unique training ground in the divine path, Lu Yin muttered to himself. He had the urge to steal this place. Should I treat you as an enemy for entering without permission? Lu Xiaoyun's voice rang out. She was the realm master of the divine path, and she had been in the tilting tower when she left the divine path. Now that she had entered the divine path, she had naturally appeared in the tilting tower. Frankfurt had been the first to find her. Lu Yin turned around and smiled at her. Don't be so serious. We can be considered friends. Lu Xiaoyun's tone was indifferent. Entering a training ground under the realm master's control without permission is a provocation. It's not that serious, senior. I'm a new student, and there are many rules that I don't know. Lu Xiaoyun looked at him. If it had been anyone else, she would have attacked, but it would have been useless against Lu Yin. She would only be humiliating herself, and this person was not someone she could deal with. I didn't expect you to break through to the Lammeter realm so quickly. Congratulations, you'll be joining the Council of Astral Academy soon. Lu Yin smiled and turned around to look at the tower. He touched the walls and felt an ancient feeling. According to the monkey, this place was a remnant of ancient rune technology, and everything was made up of rune lines. If that was true, then it would be too mystical. Right, the monkey. Lu Yin had forgotten about him, so he quickly removed the shield. Damn you, you bastard. The monkey cursed after the shield was removed. Lu Yin cut off his star energy again, as the monkey was not very tactful. Senior, the attack you used to kill Tu Bo was an imitation of the 13 swords, right? Lu Yin asked. Lu Xiaoyun grunted. That's right. Amazing. You can even imitate the sword sect's secret technique, Lu Yin praised. Lu Xiaoyun was bitter. An imitation is an imitation, and it can never become real. My imitation isn't even 20% complete, so it's useless against a powerhouse. Tubo was a seat of Shamrock Enterprises, but you were still able to kill him with a single attack. That's quite impressive. Are you praising yourself? You've already received 3 of Lu Xiaoqiu's attacks. Lu Xiaoyun looked at him strangely. Lu Yin shook his head. If Lu Xiaoqiu had been able to use the 4th sword at that time, then I would have been the one to lose. Lu Xiaoyun shook her head. It's not that easy. He's right, he only managed to comprehend 3 swords. The 4th sword is too difficult, and it's impossible for him to comprehend it without reaching the Lamita realm. But you're also right. If there really was a 4th sword at that time, then you would have definitely lost. One's realm determined one's perspective, and the trial master had been able to tell that Lu Yin had intentionally destroyed Lu Xiaoqiu's star energy sword, but he had not completely destroyed it in order to prepare for the 4th sword's appearance. Even if Lu Xiaoqiu had truly comprehended the 4th sword, the moment the sword shattered, there would have been a momentary gap, and that would have been Lu Yin's only chance at victory. Lu Xiaoyun had not been able to tell this, and many people had not been able to tell either. They had all assumed that Lu Xiaoqiu's star energy sword had not been able to withstand the attack. In other words, Lu Yin had held the initiative in his battle with Lu Xiaoqiu. He needed to find a powerful backer, just like how he had relied on Sharon to enter the trial zones. Right now, he only had one greatest backer, the Lockbreaker Society. Lu Yin walked out of the trial zone mountain and muttered to himself for a moment before walking towards the entrance. Greetings, Trial Master. Lu Yin bowed respectfully to the Trial Master. The Trial Master opened his eyes. It's you, kid. What's the matter? I would like to lock break here. Would you allow me to do so? Lu Yin probed. The Trial Master was astonished. Here. Lu Yin nodded. The Trial Master sized Lu Yin up and laughed strangely. Kid, you're quite shrewd. Lockbreaking is dangerous, and you want me to help you resolve the danger. I might even be able to save your life at a critical moment. Lu Yin did not deny it and bowed again. Please allow me to do so, Trial Master. The Trial Master thought about it. Alright, it's up to you. No matter what, you're still Astral 10's leader. I can't just stand by and do nothing. Thank you, Trial Master. Lu Yin was delighted. He immediately took out the harmless source box that the Nalan family had provided him and prepared to lockbreak it. The Trial Master immediately stopped him and stared sternly at Lu Yin. Kid, are you planning on lockbreaking this source box? Lu Yin nodded. The Trial Master frowned. You're too impatient. Lockbreakers fight against the heavens for their lives, and it's already the most dangerous profession. You actually want to lockbreak beyond your realm. Do you think this is a battle? He carefully examined the square container that was constructed from the 1,000-thread spirit crystal. Rhodes and had said that this source box would release hallucinogenic energy, which meant that it was harmful to other source boxes, so he had to be careful. Lu Yin opened his gadget and started a video call with Rhodes and on the Lockbreaker network, allowing Rhodes and to watch the entire process. This was a rule that prevented other lockbreakers from coveting the contents of the source box. Within the space station, Rhodes End's breathing quickened as he stared at the screen. Lu Yin took a deep breath and opened the container. Suddenly, a strange stream of air spread out, causing his vision to blur. At the same time, a pleasant smell wafted out. The Trial Master looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin shook his head vigorously, as this hallucinogenic energy was not enough to pose a threat to him. In the end, this sourcebox had only been certified as a 2-star discerning elementary sourcebox, so it could not cause too much damage. The most important thing was still lockbreaking. Lu Yin took out the giant emperor's third eye and activated the serious art at the same time. 9 stars revolved around him, and a crescent-shaped crystal appeared in his palm, giving him a mysterious appearance. Although Road's End could not see Lu Yin's 9 stars, he could see the giant emperor's third eye, and he grew excited. He had heard of lock-breaking tools before, and now that 7th bro actually had one, his confidence was greatly boosted. With the support of the serious art and the giant emperor's third eye, Lu Yin looked at the sourcebox. The originally arm-length sourcebox now looked like a strange world to him. All sorts of energies were mixed within, and there was even a gas that was emitted from the sourcebox. If he was not wrong, this gas was coming from the items within the sourcebox. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 251. The most difficult part of lockbreaking was to clearly see the mixed energies, but this was no longer difficult for Lu Yin. With the serious art and the giant emperor's third eye, his vision far surpassed Karen's. Even Sharon, who had comprehended a domain, could not see as clearly as Lu Yin. The next step was to dissolve the mixed energies one by one. Lu Yin raised a hand, and his star energy entered the sourcebox. Suddenly, the originally balanced energies within the sourcebox underwent a huge change, as if a boulder had been thrown into a calm lake, causing huge waves. Lu Yin stared at the sourcebox nervously, not daring to relax in the slightest. In the sourcebox catalog, there had been scenes of lockbreakers being killed by harmless sourceboxes. Sourceboxes were harmless because the energies maintained a balance, but once this balance was broken, the harmless sourcebox could become a sharp blade. Not too far away, the trial master nodded to himself. As expected of the serious art, the supreme technique of lockbreakers, it was very suitable for lockbreaking. Even if this kid had not comprehended a domain, his lockbreaking speed and accuracy still surpassed that of a lockbreaker who had comprehended a domain. Compared to other lockbreakers, the serious art was their greatest cheat, and it far surpassed the average lockbreaking tool. With the serious art and the lockbreaking tool, the kid only lacked experience. As long as he had enough experience, he would be able to become a 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker, and if he cultivated for a while longer, he might even be able to challenge a perceptive intermediate sourcebox. The lockbreaking process was complicated, but it went smoothly. The sourcebox slowly shrank, and the complex energies on its surface were gradually dissolved. End of the Road was excited as he stared at the screen, his palms sweating profusely. After a full 10 hours, Lu Yin finally let out a sigh of relief. He had almost succeeded. Back then, he had spent 27 hours unlocking his first sourcebox, and that experience had been unforgettable. Now that he was facing an even more complex sourcebox, he had taken even longer. First, he had gained 9 stars from the serious art. Second, he had gained a lockbreaking tool. Third, he had experienced Karen's lockbreaking experience with the unveiled sword. With the combination of these 3 factors and the explosive increase in his strength, his efficiency had only increased by half. He believed that even if Sharon had taken action, he would not have been able to unlock this sourcebox faster than him. Of course, lockbreaking speed was not the only standard to measure a lockbreaker's ability, but it was a very direct standard. At the very least, End of the Road could only measure a lockbreaker's ability based on their lockbreaking speed. When he saw that there was only a thin sliver of the sourcebox left, and he could almost see the insides of the sourcebox. End of the Road grew excited, but he didn't dare to breathe too loudly for fear of disturbing Lu Yin. More than 10 minutes later, Lu Yin waved a hand, and the surface of the sourcebox, which was originally as long as an arm, was blown away by the wind. The source box dissipated into gas, revealing a green plant that was glowing with light. There was a faint gas surrounding the plant, and its fragrance assailed everyone's nostrils. "So it's chi aloe," the trial master said as he stared at the plant. Chi aloe. Lu Yin was curious. It's a type of medicinal plant. The older it is, the more valuable it is. This air aloe is estimated to be over 10,000 years old. It can be sold for a lot of money, the trial master said calmly. If that's the case, then this plant isn't that valuable. He had also unlocked a 2-star discerning elementary source box, and the reward was 70,000 star crystals, which was more than what he had received from Road's End. Lu Yin spent the next 10 days unlocking source boxes, and he rested for a day for every source box he unlocked. He had unlocked a total of 4 source boxes over the past 10 days, and the longest had taken him 19 hours while the shortest had taken him 7 hours. 2 of the source boxes had been empty, but the other 2 had given him something. One of them was a small bottle that looked rather ancient, and Lu Yin had no idea what it contained. The other was an incomplete scroll that seemed to contain a cultivation technique, but Lu Yin did not read it out of professional ethics. After successfully unlocking the 4 source boxes, Lu Yin's contribution points had been raised to 2 stars, as well as 400,000 star crystals. Now, he had another 450,000 star crystals. On the Lockbreaker network, 7th Bro's name had gained an additional star. He had officially become a 2-star discerning elementary lockbreaker. The process of lockbreaking was very complicated and painful. When Lu Yin finished his 4th lockbreaking, he immediately fell asleep and slept for 3 days before waking up. Lockbreaking is very difficult. Even if there's no danger, your body might not be able to handle it. "Do you want to continue?" the trial master asked. Lu Yin shook his head. "No, my head hurts." The trial master laughed. "You're smart. If you continued, you would have fainted even if you didn't go crazy. Do you think that lockbreaking is so easy that you can unlock as much as you want? If that was the case, then lockbreakers would have been invincible long ago. Lockbreaking consumes a lockbreaker's mental strength and causes them to suffer a mental breakdown. It's just like how scholars study knowledge." Lu Yin bowed to the trial master. "Thank you for your guidance, mentor. You're not too bad. 2, 3 stars, and even 4 stars discerning elementary source boxes aren't a threat to you. Next time, you can try to unlock 4 stars. There's no need to waste time, but you can't be too impatient. A 5-star discerning elementary source box is still a threat to you," the trial master warned. Lu Yin acknowledged the warning once more. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 252. Beep beep beep. His gadget beeped. Lu Yin looked at it, and his expression changed to one of disbelief. How could this be? The 10 arbiters have ruled that Lu Yin does not have a bad record and has been approved to join the Council of Astral Academy. Being able to join the Council of Astral Academy was very important to Lu Yin. First of all, he was no longer just a normal student, but a member of the 10 Arbiters Council. This status was protected by the 10 Arbiters, and there was no greater backer than the 10 Arbiters Council. Even the Lockbreaker Society was not as powerful as the 10 Arbiters Council. However, Night Queen Yanqing had clearly acted, and Night King Jinwu, who was behind her, would also act. He was one of the 10 Arbiters, so why was Lu Yin allowed to join? At this moment, Lu Yin did not feel happy. Instead, he felt a little apprehensive, as if something had happened. At that moment, a call request appeared, and Lu Yin accepted it. "Congratulations on joining the Council of Astral Academy," a cold and arrogant voice said. Lu Yin's expression darkened. It was Night Queen Yanqing. You must be curious as to why you were allowed to join. Her tone was a little arrogant, but also a little angry. You're quite capable. You actually managed to seduce a woman from my Day-Night clan and even got her to testify for you. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat as a name suddenly appeared in his mind, Shua Day-Night. Aside from her, no one else could testify for him. He had gone to the pirate port to save her, and she was the only one who could prove his innocence. Back in the tilting tower, Lu Yin had thought of asking Shua Day-Night to help him, but he had decided against it. Firstly, she might not appear since she was a member of the Day-Night clan. Secondly, he did not want to owe her any favors since he had already made her a promise. He did not know how to repay any more favors. However, he had never expected that Shua Day-Night would actually take the initiative to testify for him, allowing him to successfully join the Council of Astral Academy. What was she thinking? What's your relationship with that woman? Night Queen Yanqing shouted. Lu Yin's gaze was cold. That's none of your business. Is that so? I have to admit that you're quite capable, but so what? That woman betrayed my brother and has been imprisoned in the Day-Night clan. Take a look for yourself. She then sent a video to Lu Yin's gadget. It was Shua Day-Night, whom he had not seen in a few months. She was wearing a prisoner's uniform, and her face was deathly pale. It was obvious that she had fainted. She was surrounded by a dark prison, and there were bloodstains on her body that had seeped through her uniform. Lu Yin's gaze turned sinister, and a fury that he had never felt before erupted from him. This fury was 10 times, no, 100 times more intense than when Baizer had humiliated him. He even had the impulse to destroy the entire Day-Night clan. As his rage grew, the star energy around Lu Yin's body became unstable, and the void around him began to distort. The trial master looked up. Silence. His voice was as loud as a bell, jolting Lu Yin awake. He took a deep breath and suppressed his star energy. What do you want? At this moment, his voice was terrifyingly calm. On the other end, Night Queen Yanqing felt a chill in her heart, but she did not care. I gave you a chance, but you didn't know what was good for you. Did you really think that you could fight against my Day-Night clan by yourself? Even if you were the strongest in the Astral Combat Academy, so what? My Day-Night clan can still easily wipe you out. Is she still alive? Lu Yin's tone was icy, and there was a bone-chilling chill in the depths of his eyes. Of course, I'll make sure that she's alive. She colluded with outsiders and betrayed my brother. Wait, you want to make a deal with the Night King clan? Why didn't you say so earlier? I'll give you some information that can be exchanged for anything. Hurry up and tell me. I don't have time to waste with you. Night King Yuanjing frowned. The trial master looked at Lu Yin, as he was curious as to what ability Lu Yin had to convince a Night King clan elder. There were very few things in the universe that could tempt a Night King clan elder. Lu Yin's gaze trembled. I wonder if Elder would like to know the whereabouts of the third Night King. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 253. Lu Yin's words had not only stunned Night King Yuanjing, but also the trial master. The trial master's pupils shrank, and he instantly appeared in front of Lu Yin. What did you say? You know where the third Night King is? Kid, what did you say? Say it again. Night King Yuanjing shouted anxiously from within the screen. Lu Yin's eyes flashed with delight. It had worked, so he spoke again. Mentor, Senior, I participated in the border war 2 months ago and accidentally learned of the third Night King's whereabouts from a mutant beast. Speak quickly. Night King Yuanjing had completely lost his composure, and he stared at Lu Yin like a madman. The trial master was shocked. Where is the third Night King? Lu Yin took a deep breath and looked at the screen. Senior, I haven't stated my conditions. Night King Yuanjing forced himself to calm down and stared at Lu Yin with bloodshot eyes. Speak, what are your conditions? As long as you say it, I'll do it. But I'm warning you, don't try to deceive me. If I find out that you're spouting nonsense, even the Astral Combat Academy won't be able to protect you. You can ask this old man in front of you. The trial master looked at Lu Yin seriously. Do you really know where the third Night King is? Don't try to deceive me. The Night King clan has their own ways of finding out. Lu Yin nodded at the trial master and then looked at Night King Yuanjing. I hope that the Night King clan will release one person, Shui Day Night. She committed a crime and was captured because of me, and I feel deeply guilty. As long as Senior can help to absolve her of all charges and protect her from being harmed by her clan, I'm willing to tell you where the third Night King is. Night King Yuanjing nodded. She's just a junior. Even if she betrays the clan, it won't matter. As long as you tell me where the third Night King is and prove that it's true, I'll protect her and even take her in as my goddaughter. How about that? Lu Yin did not care if Night King Yuanjing took Shui Day Night in as his goddaughter, he only wanted her safe and sound. The third Night King is in the great realm of nothingness. That's impossible. The great realm of nothingness is the space where the Void Wanderer clan resides. Although this clan is ranked 9th on the Heavenly Beast list, that's only because of their uniqueness and their numbers. There's simply no one who can stop the third Night King, Night King Yuanjing said confidently. The trial master did not believe Lu Yin either, and he looked at Lu Yin. He really hoped that Lu Yin would not deceive Night King Yuanjing, as even Astral 10 would not be able to protect him. Senior, do you really think that the Void Wanderers are ranked 9th on the Heavenly Beast list because of their numbers and talent? The Celestial Beast list is a ranking created by Skymender, and it is not randomly arranged for any special reason. The most basic ranking is based on strength. The Void Wanderer race has an ancestor that has lived for tens of thousands of years. It has undergone multiple transformations, and its strength has been earth-shattering. It was that ancestor that trapped the third Night King. Night King Yuanjing's eyes flickered, as he still did not believe Lu Yin. How do you know? The trial master could not help but ask. Lu Yin answered, during the border war, I was once captured by one of the Spiritual Academy's 5 academy masters, the Ghost Monkey. He accidentally revealed this information, but I don't know how he found out. He then looked at Night King Yuanjing. Senior, I've already told you who I'm trying to save. If I'm deceiving you, then aren't you afraid that you'll act against my friend? Night King Yuanjing nodded and stared at Lu Yin seriously. All right, I'll trust you this time. Lu Yin had no qualms about eliminating the Day-Night clan from this trial zone. 2 days later, in the center of a training ground in the Tao of Heaven called the Forest, Ro Day-Night slowly opened her eyes. As a member of the Day-Night clan, she had occupied the Forest and become an area master. This was a pretty good achievement, but she had not even made it into the top 32 of the Astral Combat Tournament. She had been severely criticized by the clan, and Ro Day-Night herself felt like she had slacked off on her cultivation. However, it was still better than Tiankong Day-Night. They were both area masters, but he had been the first to be eliminated. She stood up and scanned her surroundings. There were quite a few students scattered around, and the closer they were to the center, the more treasures they would obtain. Unfortunately, the forest was no longer of much use to her. She wanted to trade with another area master, but who could she find? At that moment, a heavy aura swept over, shocking many of the students. They all looked up at the sky. Day Night also looked up, as this aura made her feel uneasy. Who was it? Thank you, dear readers, for your tips. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 254. Soon after, Lu Yin's figure appeared and looked down at Day Night, his eyes filled with an endless chill. Many students were shocked to see Lu Yin. Everyone knew who he was one of the top 4 in the tournament and an absolute powerhouse. Day Night's heart sank when she saw him. She had heard from her clansmen that Night Queen Yanqing had recently made a move against Lu Yin in an attempt to block his path to the Council of Astral Academy. She did not know the details, but she had a bad feeling about why this person had appeared in the forest. From now on, this place no longer belongs to you. Lu Yin's tone was cold and merciless. Day Night was enraged. Lu Yin, you dare attack my Day-Night clan. Do you know what the Day-Night clan means? Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. I don't need to know. He then pressed down with a single palm, causing a violent shockwave to roll out. He had used a 9 stacks, 15-fold shockwave palm, and Day Night was instantly killed without even being able to resist. Even if Lu Yin had still been a melder, he could still easily kill Day Night. This was the difference between them. The surrounding students stared blankly at the scene, as they had no idea what had just happened. Only a few students had heard rumors that the Day-Night clan had made a move against Lu Yin. There was only one Day Night in the Tao of Heaven. His next target was Tiankong Day Night in the Tao of Slaughter. News of Day Night's death quickly spread, and by the time Tiankong Day Night received the news, Lu Yin had already appeared. Lu Yin, are you really going to go against my Day-Night clan? Tiankong Day Night was terrified, as Lu Yin was giving him too much pressure. Tiankong Day Night tried to escape, but he failed. The difference between the two was too great, and he was easily killed. Lu Yin's next target was the Undying Realm, which was the trial zone with the most Day-Night clan members. The realm master there was Night Queen Yanqing. The Astral Combat Academy was in an uproar. Lu Yin had killed 2 area masters of the Day-Night clan and even declared that the Day-Night clan could not enter the trial zones. This was basically declaring war on the Day-Night clan, and it had been many years since their authority had been challenged. When Kwang Wang heard the news, he nearly spat out a mouthful of water. He could not believe it. Lu Yin is challenging the entire Day-Night clan. He's trying to expel all Day-Night clan members from the trial zones. He's gone crazy. A female student exclaimed. She was one of the students who had been training in the forest, and she had personally witnessed Lu Yin crush Day Night. Lu Xiaoyun had also heard the news, and she frowned. The Astral Combat Academy was bustling with activity. Just what was Lu Yin trying to do? He could suppress the Day-Night clan and the Astral Combat Academy, but what about after he left? The Day-Night clan was a powerful clan that dominated the universe. Lu Yin's actions were too unwise. Hold on. Lu Xiaoyun stood up, and her eyes flickered. Lu Yin was not an idiot. Since he dared to act against the Day-Night clan, he definitely had something to rely on. What was that something? This was Lu Yin's first time in the Undying Realm. The 3 realms and 6 Daos were equally famous in the 9 trial zones, but the 3 realms surpassed the 6 Daos. This place would belong to Astral 10 in the future. Not too far away, a figure dashed into the distance. It was a Day-Night clan disciple who had bumped into Lu Yin as soon as he had arrived. Now, word had spread that Lu Yin was attacking the Day-Night clan, and he hurriedly avoided Lu Yin. However, it was intercepted by Lu Yin, who raised a palm and slammed down. The man was filled with regret. If he had known earlier, he would have immediately left the Undying Realm. Now that things had turned out this way, there was no way for him to withdraw from the battle, and he had been killed by Lu Yin's palm. Star energy spread out from Lu Yin's body as he searched for a student. Soon enough, a student was caught by Lu Yin, and he bitterly took Lu Yin to the Heavenly Drum. The Heavenly Drum was the most famous training ground in the Undying Realm. Occupying the Heavenly Drum was equivalent to occupying the Undying Realm and becoming the Realm Master. Night Queen Yanqing was the master of the Heavenly Drum. At this moment, one Day-Night clan member after another entered the Undying Realm and gathered at the Heavenly Drum. It wasn't just the Day-Night clan, many other students had arrived as well. More and more people gathered around the Heavenly Drum, waiting for Lu Yin's arrival. The Heavenly Drum was a giant war drum that spanned 1,000 kilometers. It was placed in the middle of a mountain range and was made from the hide of an ancient beast. It was struck once a month, and a battlefield would appear. At that moment, everyone would be able to see the ancient battlefield and see all sorts of battle techniques. The lucky ones might even be drawn into the battlefield and become one of the participants to personally experience the battle techniques. This was an inheritance. The Heavenly Drum was the Undying Realm's greatest treasure, and it had been controlled by the Day-Night clan for generations. It was precisely because of the Heavenly Drum that almost all of the Day-Night clan members had joined Astral 3. Night Queen Yanqing was furious. She had never thought that Lu Yin would be so daring as to attack the Day-Night clan and even try to steal the Heavenly Drum. Was he not afraid that she would take revenge on that slut, Shua Day-Night? A figure appeared in the sky. Many students looked over and saw that it was Feng Shang, Astral 8's leader and the Realm Master of the Tao of Illusion. Feng Shang landed on the Heavenly Drum, surrounded by no less than 20 Day-Night clan members. He looked at Night Queen Yanqing with a complicated expression. "I'll repay the favor I owe you today. Regardless of whether Lu Yin attacks or not, after today, we will no longer have anything to do with each other." Night Queen Yanqing's gaze was cold. "Sure." Feng Shang exhaled and closed his eyes. He did not want to make an enemy out of Lu Yin, as Lu Yin's style was to his liking. Furthermore, the Day-Night clan had gone overboard this time. However, Feng Shang owed them too much, and he had to repay the favor. Outside the Heavenly Drum, many students sighed in amazement. They were all anticipating that something big would happen today. Wu De had also arrived, and he was so excited that he could barely contain himself. His daily newspaper was selling very well, and he could publish 2 more issues of the Astral Combat Tournament. However, he did not know what to do after that. He had originally thought that he would have to wait until Grandani Mavis and the others who had defeated the Academy leaders to challenge him, but he had not expected that the big news would arrive just as he was feeling vexed. "Brother Lu, you're really my lucky star. I'll love you for 10,000 years." Wu De was extremely excited as he stared at the Heavenly Drum. He had prepared countless exaggerated words in his heart. This battle would definitely become famous throughout the Astral Combat Academy, no, throughout the universe. Night Queen Yanqing actually invited Feng Shang. "Even she knows that she can't beat Lu Yin," a student nearby commented. Wu De hurriedly joined the conversation. This sort of discussion was a great way to increase the news, and he needed more discussion. Night Queen Yanqing was defeated in the Astral Combat Tournament. It's only been 2 months, so she can't have improved that much. Lu Yin is different. He broke through from the Melder realm to the Lamita realm, and his star energy suppression no longer exists. His body has also undergone a transformation, and he's become much stronger. It would be strange if she's a match for him. But can Feng Shang win? He's not even in the top 4. Feng Shang isn't weak. If he hadn't met Starsabil, then he might have been able to fight against Grandani Mavis. Among the 10 student leaders, he's definitely in the top 5. Wu De kept muttering to himself, memorizing the discussions of the people around him. Hey, do you guys think that Feng Shang and Night Queen Yanqing are having an affair? Otherwise, why would he help her? Someone suddenly whispered. When Wu De heard this, his ears immediately perked up, and his eyes lit up. This was the gossip of the battle, and there was definitely something interesting going on. Don't spout nonsense. How is that possible? The Day-Night clan doesn't marry outsiders. That's an inheritance rule. Feng Shang is the 3rd son of the Feng family. His status isn't weak, but he's still not worthy of Night Queen Yanqing. That's impossible. Amidst the various discussions, a heavy pressure swept over. Everyone looked up and saw that Lu Yin had appeared. On the heavenly drum, all of the Day-Night clan members stood up and glared at Lu Yin. Night Queen Yanqing's gaze was cold. Feng Shang was helpless. Lu Yin stood in the air and looked down at the heavenly drum. His gaze swept across all of the Day-Night clan members before finally stopping on Feng Shang's face. Brother Feng, are you going to help the Day-Night clan? Feng Shang smiled bitterly. I'm sorry, Brother Lu. I owe Night Queen Yanqing a favor, and I have to repay it today. Lu Yin nodded. You and I will just treat this as a sparring match. There's no need to bear grudges. Of course, I have no grudges with you. Feng Shang replied loudly. Night Queen Yanqing frowned, and her cold purple eyes stared at Lu Yin. You actually dared to appear and provoke the Day-Night clan. This will be the most regrettable thing in your life. Then try to make me regret it. Lu Yin shouted as purple battle force spread out from his body. Dark golden lines covered his body as 5-lined battle force erupted from his body and he charged towards the heavenly drum. At the same time, Feng Shang waved his hand, causing the world to turn green. This was his domain. On the other side, Night Queen Yanqing released her 4-lined battle force, Night King's body. Around them, more than 20 Day-Night clan members leapt up and attacked Lu Yin. Boom! Shockwaves spread out from the heavenly drum, forming a hurricane that could be seen with the naked eye that swept out in all directions. It spread out from the heavenly drum, causing large amounts of mountains to crumble and the ground to collapse. More than 10 students who were nearby were instantly torn to shreds. The strength of this collision was shocking. They might even implicate the Great Yu Empire, but Lu Yin himself did not have much of a connection with the Great Yu Empire. Furthermore, the Great Yu Empire was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. The Neo-Human Alliance was also there, and his family was also keeping an eye on the situation. That place was not as simple as it seemed, and he might be able to use the Day-Night clan to remove the Great Yu Empire's disguise. As for Earth, he was even less worried, as the conflict between students would not implicate a distant planet. The Day-Night clan might act against him because of his special constitution, but they would definitely not go to Earth to cause trouble. However, there was still a chance that they might guess that his special constitution was related to Earth. Lu Yin fell into deep thought. This matter had to be resolved, but he could not be too active. The more active he was, the easier it would be for him to be targeted. The only way was to divert attention. However, in the end, the reason why Lu Yin had the confidence to act was not because of his previous actions, but because of one person, Night King Yuanjing. The conflict between the younger generation in the clan was never as important as the third Night King. Unless he could rescue the third Night King, Lu Yin would still have some value. Even the slightest bit of value would be enough to protect him, and the Day-Night clan would not act against him. After a single battle, everyone from the Day-Night clan had been expelled from the trial zones, and the Undying Realm Master had been replaced. This news quickly spread, and it was not limited to the Astral Combat Academy. The more the news spread, the more humiliated the Day-Night clan would be. At the peak of Astral 3's Trial Zone Mountain, Night Queen Yanqing screamed with bloodshot eyes, "I'll definitely kill you, kill you." At the foot of the Trial Zone Mountain, Zhangshi opened his eyes. He had joined the Astral Combat Academy for the sake of the Astral Combat Tournament, but after the tournament, he had become interested in the trial zones and had not planned on leaving for the time being. Fortunately, he had not left, or else he would not have been able to witness such an interesting event. Chaos God Mountain was one of the rulers of the Innerverse's dark side. Darkness corresponded to light, and without light, there would be no darkness. Many powerhouses from Chaos God Mountain had been forced to join the Day-Night clan. The Day-Night clan was ruthless and tyrannical, and they had forced many powerhouses into a corner and forced them to join the dark side. Zhangshi had a premonition that Lu Yin would be the next person to be forced to join the dark side. He decided to leave and quickly contact Chaos God Mountain. He could not allow the Day-Night clan to play Lu Yin to death. After screaming for a while, Night Queen Yanqing activated her gadget and contacted the Day-Night clan. She wanted Lu Yin to regret his actions today. She wanted revenge on that slut. "What did you say?" "No authority. I'm Night Queen Yanqing, and I have no authority to interrogate that woman. I'm Night Queen Yanqing." Night Queen Yanqing was furious. "I'm sorry, but Zhuo Day-Night has been temporarily imprisoned, and no one is allowed to interrogate her. This is an order from Night King Yuanjing." Night Queen Yanqing was shocked. How was this possible? How could a mere Zhuo Day-Night involve Night King Yuanjing? He was an elder and held a high position in the clan. Why would he interfere in this matter? Night Queen Yanqing closed her gadget and muttered to herself. She had a bad premonition that Lu Yin had dared to act so recklessly against her. Could it be because of Night King Yuanjing? Why was he able to form a relationship with Elder Yuanjing? Or could it be that there was someone behind him who could reach out to the Night King clan? The more she thought about it, the more terrified she became. There were very few powers that could reach out to the Night King clan. She thought about how Lu Yin had only been at the academy for a little over a year, but he had already grasped 5-line battle force. Was this person really only backed by the tiny Great Yu Empire? That was impossible. There was someone else, and this person had hidden himself very well. But no matter how well he had hidden himself, it could not quell the anger in Night Queen Yanqing's heart. She was Night King Zhenwu's younger sister, and so what if the power behind Lu Yin was strong? The 10 Arbiters' strength lay not only in their strength, but also in their authority. Even the great powers of the Neoverse had to give the 10 Arbiters face. She did not believe that Lu Yin could suppress her. As she thought about it, she immediately ordered the Day-Night clan to intervene in Frostwave Weave's war. She wanted to make an example out of the Great Yu Empire. Suddenly, her gadget beeped. She frowned and looked over in surprise. Why was it her? "Can we talk?" A pleasant female voice came from the gadget. "About what?" Night Queen Yanqing's tone was gloomy. "About your grudge with Lu Yin." Night Queen Yanqing clenched her fists. "What's your relationship with him?" "Must there be a relationship?" "Of course. Otherwise, why would the great Starsabil speak up for him?" Night Queen Yanqing sneered. The person who had contacted Night Queen Yanqing was Astral One's leader, Starsabil. "I'm not trying to help him. I just placed a divination on him. With the champion of the Astral Combat Tournament as the outcome, I can divine whether or not this person will be of help to me in the future. I don't want your grudge to affect the top 4 of the Astral Combat Tournament. It has nothing to do with me." Night Queen Yanqing immediately refused. "You've already lost. The Undying Realm's heavenly drum belongs to Lu Yin, and this is an indisputable fact. The Day-Night clan's experts were expelled from the trial zones because of you. Night Queen Yanqing, you might not care about the Astral Combat Academy's trial zones, but this is still a stain on your record. It's not only damaging your reputation, but also Night King Jinwu's, Starsabil said. Night Queen Yanqing's tone was icy. I'll take back the heavenly drum and deal with that Lu Yin once and for all. He's a lockbreaker, a 2-star discerning elementary lockbreaker, Starsabil replied. Night Queen Yanqing was shocked. What? He's a lockbreaker. That's right. You can check for yourself. Not only is he a lockbreaker, but he also has honor points. Astral 10 isn't as simple as it seems. Even if you can deal with the Great Yu Empire and the people around him, you can't do anything to him unless Night King Jinwu intervenes. However, do you think that Night King Jinwu will offend the Lockbreaker Society just because of Lu Yin? Your revenge will only result in a lose-lose situation. He'll lose his friends and family, while you'll lose your reputation, Starsabil said. She had grasped Night Queen Yanqing's thoughts. To the Night King clan, nothing was more important than their reputation. This was also why Night Queen Yanqing was so desperate to take revenge. Is that so? I always thought that my EQ was low and that I was just a blockhead. Starsabil turned around and slowly walked away. You're already a member of the Council of Astral Academy. Find some time to meet with everyone and formally acknowledge your status. With that, she left the Undying Realm. Lu Yin watched Starsabil's disappearing figure and muttered to himself. Although the Astral Combat Academy was an institution, its internal structure was not simple. Starsabil was mysterious, Night Queen Yanqing was tyrannical, and there was also Han Chong who was hiding nearby. There were also various great powers. Rather than an institution, it was more like a microcosm of the struggle between the various great powers of the universe. In that case, joining the Council of Astral Academy would be like roasting over a fire. Perhaps someone would contact him soon. That woman is Starsabil. No way, she's still a student. Isn't Starsabil very strong? She's comparable to the 10 Arbiters? Lu Yin replied, there's more than one Starsabil. They have to compete. Compete for the position. That's interesting. You have to be careful of that woman. Starsabil's name is common even in the astral domain, and most of it isn't anything good. She's quite good at scheming, so don't be fooled by her. Lu Yin was also thinking about this problem. He did not have the confidence that he would not be tricked by this woman. The main reason was that he knew too little about the structure of the universe, which made it very easy for him to be tricked. The only solution was to minimize his interactions with her. Speaking of which, brother, you're really ruthless. You directly humiliated the Day-Night clan, the monkey praised. Lu Yin fell silent. But sometimes, you have to consider the consequences. What if the Day-Night clan sends experts to assassinate you? I'm scared just thinking about it. They're a powerful clan that dares to directly attack the astral beast domain. You're just a Lammeter, and your small arms and legs can easily be broken. If that happens, I'll be in trouble. Lu Yin was getting impatient. Shut up. If you don't want to die, answer my question. What question? The monkey asked. Are you sure that the Day-Night clan won't be able to save the third Night King? I've already said it. I'm absolutely certain. That's good. As long as the third Night King isn't saved, then I'll still have value. Value my ass. Do you think that the Night King clan will think that you can help them? As long as there's even a sliver of hope, the Night King clan won't let anything happen to me. The monkey agreed. That's right. The third Night King is too important to them. Even if they're certain that you don't know anything, they won't let anything happen to you. That's human psychology. But what if they come looking for me? I'll have to provide them with some useful information, Lu Yin said. This was the main point. If he had no value, then even if Night King Yuanjing could protect him for a while, he would not be able to protect him forever. Lu Yin thought of something, and he vaguely felt that Night Queen Yanqing had spent so much effort to prevent him from joining the Council of Astral 10 not only because of his special constitution, but also because of other reasons. This Council of Astral 10 was not as simple as it seemed. Very quickly, Starsabil finished her speech as usual. When she was done, she looked at Lu Yin with a smile. "Student Lu, is there anything that you don't understand?" "Almost none," Lu Yin replied straightforwardly. Starsabil was stunned, and Kuang Wang laughed heartily. Dao Bo also laughed and shook his head. Night Queen Yanqing's gaze was filled with disdain and even a trace of mockery. "It looks like you don't understand the Council of Astral 10 at all," Starsabil said gently. Lu Yin nodded. "No one has told me anything about it." Starsabil was helpless. "Alright, I'll just give you a brief introduction. Generally speaking, the Council of Astral 10 is an organization that helps the Academy manage and supervise the students. However, the Astral Combat Academy is a little special. The mentors almost never ask about anything, and everything is left to the students. Over time, the Council of Astral 10's authority grew, and now, with the 10 Arbiters Council's growth, the Council of Astral 10's authority is not limited to just the Astral Combat Academy, but also the entire universe. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 257. Lu Yin was shocked. The universe. That's right. You should know that the Council of Astral Academy's status is equivalent to the Outerverse Youth Council. Do you think that this status is just for show? The Astral Combat Academy is a top institution in the Innerverse, and it basically represents the 10 Arbiters Council in handling some of the Innerverse matters. You can treat the Council of Astral Academy as the Innerverse Youth Council, and it can monitor the younger generation of the various flow zones outside of the 8 Great Flow Zones. Lu Yin finally understood what kind of honor he had received. The Innerverse had 8 Great Flow Zones that occupied a large area of the Innerverse, and there were many smaller flow zones as well. Although the Council of Astral Academy had no authority over the 8 Great Flow Zones, just these smaller flow zones alone were enough to raise their status to the same level as the Outerverse Youth Council. After all, this was the Innerverse, which was fundamentally different from the Outerverse. Dao Bo spoke up. "Don't overthink it. We're just civil servants. We have status, but we don't have the ability to carry out the orders. If we discover any problems, we still have to report them to the 10 Arbiters Council. Otherwise, just us students alone won't be able to handle the Innerverse matters. Although we're civil servants, we still have a lot of authority. Some country bumpkins from the fringe weaves will never understand the concept of authority," Night Queen Yanqing mocked. Lu Yin did not have time to bother with her, as he now had a clearer understanding of the 10 Arbiters Council. The Council of 10 Arbiters had 2 large organizations under it. One was the Outerverse Youth Council, which supervised the younger generation of the Outerverse. It could be assigned to various weaves or even major powers. For example, the Great Yu Empire had the Great Yu Empire's Youth Council, which made it easier to supervise. The other organization was to help the Council of 10 Arbiters monitor the younger generation of the Innerverse outside of the 8 Great Flow Zones. The Council of Astral Academy did not need to carry out any tasks, and it only needed to supervise. The Council of 10 Arbiters' main focus was on the 8 Great Flow Zones of the Innerverse. These 3 organizations combined to form the 10 Arbiters Council, which could intimidate the entire universe. Do you have any other questions? Starsabil asked as she looked at Luin. Luin asked, "What should I do?" Starsabil smiled. The 10 arbiters have decreed that Luin can supervise the students of the Astral Combat Academy and the younger generation of the Northline Flow Zone as a member of the Council of Astral Academy. Northline Flow Zone. Feng Shang was astonished, and he looked at Luin. Luin felt that there was something wrong with Feng Shang's attitude, and he asked, "Where's the Northline Flow Zone?" The Northline Flow Zone is a flow zone between the Blazing Mist Flow Zone and the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone. It's roughly the size of the Frostwave Weave, and it's controlled by 17 families. There's also Shangwu Academy. You can investigate the details yourself, Starsabil said. Luin nodded and glanced at Feng Shang again before looking at Starsabil. "I have a question." "Ask away." Starsabil's attitude towards Luin was quite good, which made Night Queen Yanqing unhappy. "If I join the Council of Astral Academy, can I join the Outerverse Youth Council?" The others looked at him in shock, and Night Queen Yanqing mocked him even more. "You talk big. A country bumpkin will always be a country bumpkin." Yan Feng's target has always been Princess Wendy, so why would he want to elope with her? But brother, why did Yan Feng coax Jenny away? What's in it for him? Could it be that His Majesty's plan to attack Fire's Melt planet has been leaked? Rocky Anna was bewildered. Shuashan Anna waved a hand. That shouldn't be the case. Only a few people know about the military plan, and it's impossible for it to be leaked. Besides, His Majesty wouldn't give up on attacking Fire's Melt planet just because of Jenny. If that's the case, then what's Yan Feng's goal? Rocky Anna couldn't figure it out. Shuashan Anna fell into deep thought as he tried to think of people related to Jenny. Finally, he thought of something. Find a way to contact Schutz and ask him if something happened at the Astral Combat Academy. Brother, are you suspecting that this matter is related to King Zishan? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 258. Aside from that, Jenny has no other value to Yan Feng. King Zishan has entered the top 4 of the Astral Combat Academy, and I've heard that there's a Council of Astral Academy that's equivalent to the Outerverse Youth Council. If King Zishan joins the Council of Astral Academy, then it's not impossible for Yan Feng to make a move. Rocky Anna immediately left. Shuashan Anna felt bitter as he watched Rocky Anna leave. He hoped that it wasn't true, or else the Anna family would be embroiled in an unimaginable storm. Even a hunter like him would be torn to shreds as this matter concerned the 10 Arbiters' Council. No matter how the Anna family tried to keep it under wraps, news of Jenny Anna running away from home still spread. More importantly, someone had seen her on Fire's Melt planet, and the person with her was from the Day-Night clan. This news shocked many. Why would the Day-Night clan be involved with Jenny Anna and Fire's Melt planet? In the Great Yu Empire's palace, Undying Yushan's face was gloomy. The plan to attack Fire's Melt planet had just been formulated, and now the Day-Night clan had appeared. What was going on? The Day-Night clan and Jenny Anna. Why were two completely unrelated people involved? Could it be related to Little Ian? What had originally been an ordinary girl running away from home had suddenly shaken the entire Frostwave Weave. On Astral 10's Rain Observatory, Silver watched the drizzle fall with a happy smile on his face. This was too interesting. He had originally planned to wait for a while, but he hadn't expected the opportunity to come so soon. It seemed like he would be able to find out the truth soon. Brother Lu, we don't have much time left together. Lu Yin was also in Astral 10. He had not contacted the outside world, and the outside world could not contact him either. Thus, He did not know what was happening in Frostwave Weave, and he was currently looking at the information on his gadget in confusion. He had logged on to the 10 Arbiters Council's internal network, and although there was a lot of information, he could not see much of it. With his current level of authority, he could only see a few things happening in the Northline flow zone and the Outerverse. Since he could see them, it meant that he had the authority to ask about them. He could write down his own plans below the information, and he could either solve the problem himself or report it to the council. However, Lu Yin was very confused. The 10 Arbiters Council had 10 pages, and he did not know which page to send his suggestions to. The moment he saw these 10 pages, Lu Yin was able to guess quite a few things. The 10 arbiters were fighting for power amongst themselves, and the universe was like a cake that 10 people were fighting over. Whichever 10 arbiters that Lu Yin handed over his plans to would become one of their subordinates in the future. It was no wonder why Lu Xiaoyun had asked him to wait. She was not waiting for a solution, but rather for the 10 arbiters' summons. He had to choose the 10 arbiters, and the 10 arbiters had to choose as well. Lu Yin's head hurt, as he had no idea who the 10 arbiters were. The only ones he knew were Night King Jinwu, Wen Sansi, Heart Phoenix's rumored older brother, and the person from the Sword Sect. He did not know anything about the other 6. Oh, right, there was also one known as the War King and one known as the Divine Fist. Could he just randomly pick one? Lu Yin was looking forward to it. As long as he made his choice, then regardless of whether the 10 arbiters were willing to accept him or not, his identity would eventually be revealed. However, if the 10 arbiters refused to accept him, then he would be embarrassed. Furthermore, there was even a 10% chance that Lu Yin would choose Night King Jinwu, which would make things even more interesting. Even if the Great Yu Empire stopped fighting, it was useless as the Ross Empire's attacks did not stop. At this point, Lu Yin finally found out about this matter. He didn't need to guess, he immediately pinned the culprit to the Day-Night clan and Night King Jinwu. Aside from him, who else could mobilize the Ross Empire? Although Starsabil had resolved the dispute between him and Night Queen Yanqing, she could not do the same against Night King Jinwu. Lu Yin had previously guessed that Night King Jinwu would make a move, but he had not expected it to be so fierce. Furthermore, Zhang Yang had completely disregarded him. To Night King Jinwu, suppressing the Great Yu Empire was a piece of cake, and Lu Yin did not have the qualifications to be his equal. Lu Yin knew this as well, but he could not change Night King Jinwu's decision. Night King Yuanjing could protect him, but he could not protect the Great Yu Empire. However, did the Great Yu Empire really need protection? The more he interacted with the Great Yu Empire, the more Lu Yin understood the Outerverse strength. The Great Yu Empire was definitely capable of conquering the Frostwave Weave and becoming the leading power. They had not been able to do so before because of the Undying Manual. If the Ross Empire underestimated the Great Yu Empire because of this, they would definitely pay a heavy price. Even so, this matter had started because of him, and Lu Yin still had to think of a way to make up for it. At the very least, he needed to divert the Day-Night clan's attention. However, he was just a student, so what right did he have to make an enemy out of the Day-Night clan? Any space-exploring powerhouse would be enough to kill him. He could not use Night King Yuanjing either, as the more information he leaked, the more danger he would be in. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 259. What's our academy's leader worried about? Tio Kai's voice rang out, and Lu Yin turned around to see a foxy face with a chilling smile. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat when he saw Silver. The Day-Night clan has made a move against the Great Yu Empire. Aren't you going to do anything about it? Silver feigned surprise. Make a move. Is it because you offended the Night King clan? Lu Yin did not answer, which was a tacit admission. Silver's lips curled up. That won't be easy. That's the Day-Night clan we're talking about, and you've offended their entire bloodline. It'll be troublesome. Lu Yin looked at him. If the Day-Night clan takes care of the Great Yu Empire, then you'll be in trouble as well. At the very least, your plans in the Great Yu Empire will come to an end. Silver stretched lazily. I don't understand what you're talking about, but I do have some information that I can sell you. I just don't know if you'll be able to pay the price. What information? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Silver beamed at Lu Yin. First, the price. We'll trade for the goods. Lu Yin took out his Mavis Bank crystal card. There are 450,000 star crystals here. Silver smiled. I don't need that. What I want is information. Information. Lu Yin was astonished, but he could vaguely guess what Silver was talking about. You were actually able to communicate with a Night King elder and get that old fart, Night King Yuanjing, to protect your little girlfriend. I want to know what price you paid. Silver's smile faded. Lu Yin fell into deep thought. Could he tell Silver about the third Night King? Silver was from the Neo-Human Alliance, which meant that he was an enemy of the human race. Although the third Night King was from the Night King clan, he had still helped the human race invade the astral beast domain. Would telling Silver be akin to betraying the human race? Hey, why don't you tell him? The monkey's voice rang out in Lu Yin's mind. Lu Yin was conflicted. It seems like this kid isn't a good person. Only a few people know about Night King Yuanjing. Aside from this place, only the upper echelons of the Night King clan know about it. If this kid knows about it, then he must have spread his ears to the Night King clan. That would be terrifying. Kid, is that the case? The monkey asked. Lu Yin grunted in acknowledgement. Across from him, Silver's eyes widened. What? Is that price? Or are you willing to sacrifice the Great Yu Empire to protect the Night King clan? Or are you saying that you've already defected to the Night King clan? Silver's voice was very cold when he said the last sentence, a coldness that had never been there before. This brat isn't anything good. Tell him about the third Night King. Lu Yin frowned, but he remained silent. Don't worry. Even if the third Night King's whereabouts spread throughout the human domain or even the entire universe, it's useless. No one can save him, and no one can harm him either. Even the astral beast domain hasn't been able to do it after so many years. Do you think the human domain can do it? Also, the third Night King isn't a good person. You can ask around and find out how many clans that guy wiped out back in the day. The Night King clan's tyranny is partially due to him, the monkey said. Lu Yin made up his mind and looked at Silver. I have something to tell Night King Yuanjing. Silver's eyes widened again. The third Night King is in the astral beast domain's greater realm of nothingness, Lu Yin said slowly. That one sentence caused the smile on Silver's face to completely vanish, replaced by a bone-chilling killing intent. How do you know where the third Night King is? Silver asked. Lu Yin had never seen Silver like this before. I've already given you the information. You can tell me what you want to know now. Silver took a deep breath and slowly calmed himself down. His expression turned serious. The Night King clan is vainly trying to encroach on the Outerverse, and they've already decided to send experts to participate in the Outerverse trial. This trial is to select talents for the Outerverse Youth Council. Many experts from both the Outerverse and Innerverse will participate, including pirates from the Astral River, dark powers from Chaos Flow Zone, and even the remnants of the Technocracy and Astral Beast domains. Why? Lu Yin was astonished. The Outerverse Youth Council had been established for so many years, and this selection seemed to be especially important. Silver shook his head. I don't know the exact reason, but the various clans of the Innerverse want to have a hand in the Outerverse Youth Council. It's not just the subordinate counselors, but also the counselors. Counselors? What about the original counselors? Lu Yin was puzzled. Silver's lips curled up into a cold smile. Of the original 10 counselors, half are dead. Lu Yin was shocked. The Outerverse Youth Council's counselors were all experts on the top 100 rankings. Wendy Yushan, for example, was in the top 20. Some of the other counselors were weaker than her, but they were all absolute experts. Are you surprised? Don't worry about it, it's very normal. The universe is just that exciting. No matter how strong you are, you can still fall. When the third Night King disappeared, it shook the entire universe, but it didn't take long for everyone to accept it. This is the universe. Silver beamed as he spoke, and then he left. Lu Yin felt that Silver had purposely come here to tell him about the Day-Night clan. Why? Was he here to cause trouble? The Neo-Human Alliance had also planted people in the Outerverse Youth Council, so they would definitely send more people. Lu Yin did not know Silver's goal, but he had obtained information that would be useful to him. Silver planned to cause trouble and divert the Day-Night clan's attention. However, since they dared to send people to compete for the counselors' positions, then there might be quite a few space-exploring powerhouses participating in the trial, which would be very troublesome. Although Lu Yin was not afraid of ordinary explorers and could challenge those of a higher realm, if he ran into an explorer from a powerful clan like the Day-Night clan, he might not be able to challenge them. After thinking about it, Lu Yin contacted Mira. He wanted to know the exact information so that he could be prepared. If the participants were all explorers, then he could forget about it. He was there to cause trouble, not to die. Mira was a graduate of the Astral Combat Academy, so Lu Yin could contact her directly. What a rare guest. If I remember correctly, this should be the first time you've contacted me of your own accord. Mira's beautiful face appeared on the screen, and she beamed at Lu Yin. When he saw her, Lu Yin recalled the time when she had teased him on planet Conan. This woman had a wicked sense of humor. Senior Mira, do you still remember what you promised me? If you pass this trial and join the Outerverse Youth Council, whose subordinate counselor will you become? Your little fiancé. Lu Yin had never considered this question before, and he frowned. Even though I'm a member of the Council of Astral Academy, I still have to become a subordinate counselor. Mira looked up. That's a problem. Since ancient times, no member of the Council of Astral Academy has ever participated in the Outerverse Youth Council subordinate counselor trial. That's because their status is equivalent to that of counselors, so there's no need to compete for the position of a subordinate counselor. You're really strange. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 260. First, he wanted to cause trouble for the Day-Night clan and divert their attention. Second, there had to be a reason why his family had wanted him to join the Great U Empire's Youth Council, and he did not want to disrupt his family's plans. Third, he wanted revenge. He had not forgotten the humiliation he had received from Bezer. Although Bezer was an explorer with a power level of 30,000, there was more than one way to take revenge. Don't think that you're invincible in the Lamita realm just because you defeated Lu Xiaoqiu and Night Queen Yanqing. Although the Astral Combat Tournament has attracted a bunch of extremely powerful geniuses, the universe is huge, and there are more than just these people. Lu Xiaoqiu is only a melder, and Night Queen Yanqing isn't the strongest Lamiter in the Night King clan. Your current strength still can't compare to the 10 arbiters when they were Lameters. The Outerverse Youth Council is far more attractive to some people than the Astral Combat Tournament, so you have to be careful. Mira then disconnected the screen. Lu Yin smiled. He did not need Myra's reminder. He did not believe that the Astral Combat Tournament would attract all the top geniuses in the universe. However, it was not as exaggerated as Mira had made it sound. He was certain that among the universe's younger generation, aside from space-exploring powerhouses, the only one who stood at the peak was Liu Xiaoqiu, who had broken through to the Lamita realm. There was no doubt about this. No matter how strong the others were, they could not surpass Liu Xiaoqiu, especially since he still had the fourth sword. As long as Lu Yin could defeat Liu Xiaoqiu, who had used the fourth sword, he would definitely stand at the peak of his generation. He would even be able to rival the 10 arbiters when they were Lamiters. However, in the end, he would only be able to rival the 10 arbiters. Surpassing them would be very, very difficult. The 10 arbiters were monumental existences. They were freaks that had been born during the universe's second transformation after formcast models had been created. The 10 arbiters were legends that could not be surpassed. At the same time, in Astral 3, Night Queen Yanqing lowered her head with a terrified expression. Because of you, our clan was pushed into the turmoil of the Frostwave Weaves War. Everyone thinks that the Ross Empire's attack on the Great Yu Empire came from the Day-Night clan. You are too foolish, a man on the screen said coldly. Night Queen Yanqing lowered her head. I'm sorry, brother. That's not how you play the game. If you want to humiliate someone, it's a good idea, but there's no need to expose the Day-Night clan. You'll only end up with an eternal enemy if you're excited for a moment. Furthermore, this enemy can't be eliminated for the time being. Who knows, he might become a hindrance to us in the future, even though the possibility of that happening is very small. Elder brother, I was too narrow-minded, Night Queen Yanqing said in a low voice. It doesn't matter. The mistake has already been made, so let's just follow this path. Elder Yuanjing is protecting Lu Yin, not the Great Yu Empire, so it doesn't matter if it's destroyed. We can't not give Starsabil face. Tell her that I was the one who did all of this. Yes, big brother. However, the person who used the Day-Night clan must be found. How bold of him to use the Day-Night clan to divert our hatred, the man said coldly. Night Queen Yanqing trembled. Yes, I'll head to the Ross Empire right away. Don't disappoint me this time. After losing the Astral Combat Tournament, those old fogies released Zhanlong Day-Night. He'll be participating in this Outerverse trial as well. Night Queen Yanqing raised her head, her eyes filled with hatred. Brother, as long as this person isn't eliminated, my hatred will never subside. You're useless, so who else can you blame? He even succeeded in cultivating the Day-Night clan's most difficult technique, so it's normal that you're not his opponent. However, he'll never surpass me. As long as I'm around, there will be no place for the Day-Night bloodline to survive. Take care of your own matters and don't cause any more trouble for me. With that, the screen turned off. Night Queen Yanqing stood in place, her eyes filled with rage. Zhanlong Day-Night was the person who had brought her the greatest humiliation. She was an elite of the Night King bloodline and the younger sister of one of the 10 arbiters, but she had lost to a Day-Night clansman. She could not hold her head up high within her clan, which was why she had come to the Astral Combat Academy. She had heard that Zhanlong Day-Night had committed a mistake and been imprisoned, but she had never expected that he would be released because of her own defeat. Zhanlong Day-Night and Lu Yin were both enemies that she had to eliminate. The Outerverse trial was not only for the Outerverse Youth Council to select subordinate counselors, but it was also a platform to test the various powerhouses. Regardless of whether they were from the Innerverse or the Outerverse, or whether they were willing to join the Outerverse Youth Council, everyone wanted to participate in this trial because the results of the trial would be directly presented to the 10 arbiters. To the younger generation, there was nothing more attractive than the Ten Arbiters Council. Although the Ten Arbiters Council was only an organization for the younger generation, it would only become stronger in the future because of the Ten Arbiters' existence. This was a publicly acknowledged fact, and because of the Ten Arbiters' backgrounds, the Council had been recognized by the universe, making it an organization with the greatest potential. If there was a chance to present their performance to the 10 arbiters, countless people would be willing to risk their lives for it. Not only would they gain the 10 arbiters' favor, but they would also gain the support of the organizations behind them. The more dazzling one's performance was, the more resources they would receive from their organizations. At the center of the ancient continent stood a towering stone tablet. This was the Day-Night clan's ancestral land. Not far from the stone tablet was a dark underground prison. A pair of dignified eyes opened, followed by the sound of chains scraping against each other. Outside the underground prison, many Day-Night clan members stood quietly, their eyes filled with excitement. Soon enough, a figure walked out from underground and faced the stone tablet in the dim light. His body was covered in layers of chains, and he looked extremely haggard. However, his eyes were abnormally bright and filled with fighting spirit. "Congratulations, Brother Jeanlong!" Dozens of Day-Night clan members shouted. Their voices attracted the attention of many people, including the elders who were guarding the stone tablet. This figure was Jeanlong Day-Night, a member of the Day-Night clan. He had no innate talent since he was young, but he had relied on his own efforts to climb to a position that was second only to Night King Jinwu. Among the younger generation of the Day-Night clan, he was the one who stood at the top of the stone tablet. The stone tablet did not measure one's strength, but rather one's comprehension of battle techniques and innate talent. It also directly measured one's walking distance within the Day-Night clan's inheritance corridor. Jeanlong Day-Night had surpassed Night Queen Yanqing, and he had even surpassed many of the Day-Night and Night King clan elites. In terms of his comprehension of battle techniques, he had surpassed space-exploring powerhouses as a Lammeter. This was Jeanlong Day-Night, the man who had forced Night Queen Yanqing to go to the Astral Combat Academy. Jeanlong Day-Night closed his eyes, seemingly tired. However, he quickly opened them again and roared with laughter. "I told you that I would come out. I, Jeanlong Day-Night, promised that I would be a part of the Night King bloodline, ha 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 ha." Below the stone tablet, several elders had ugly expressions. "How arrogant! A mere junior dares to provoke our royal bloodline. He's like this, which is why he was imprisoned in the underground prison. He doesn't even know how to repent. We shouldn't have let him out. Forget it. Let him help our Day-Night clan regain our lost reputation. We need his help in this Outerverse trial. Otherwise, our efforts to influence the Astral Combat Academy to have the top 4 all go to waste. This kind of person should be planted with the Caged Realm technique." In the depths of space, in the first flow zone sword sect, a mountain peak collapsed. A strand of sword chi tore through space as a handsome man walked out. He wore a short-sleeved shirt, jeans, and a felt hat. He had a frivolous look on his face. In the distance, an elder was furious. "Long Yun, you brat. You're destroying the peak again." Long Yun rolled his eyes. "It's my fault that the peak isn't sturdy. Brat, don't go. I'll teach you a lesson." Long Yun slipped away without looking back. "I'm going to the Outerverse to play. I heard that Xiaoqiu was defeated, so I'll go teach the person who defeated him a lesson." In Astral 1, Starsabil looked at her gadget with a strange expression. "Let's go to the Outerverse trial." In Astral 7, Yu Xianzi had a strange expression. "The Outerverse trial. Does the sect want to use this opportunity to break away from the Day-Night clan? That's too naive, but there's nothing wrong with going there." Even if Silver had not told Lu Yin about the Outerverse trial, the Astral Combat Academy would have informed him. For some reason, the top 4 had all requested to participate. When Lu Yin found out, he was rather speechless. If he had known earlier, he would have waited. He had even been lectured by Mira. Outerverse trial, where should he go? He looked at his gadget. The Outerverse was very large, and there were several trial grounds that selected experts to join the Outerverse Youth Council. He wanted to see which trial ground he should go to. Lu Yin's pupils shrank as he looked at his gadget. Shenwu continent. Lu Yin was no stranger to the Shenwu continent. He had previously rolled enhance and fused with Wu Xia, who was in charge of the Shenwu Empire's crown prince's residence. He had some understanding of the continent, but he had never expected that the Outerverse trial would be held there. Although the Shenwu continent was in the dark mist weave, it was in a sealed space. Ordinary methods would not be able to see it, much like Astral 10, where one could only be guided in. However, because the Shenwu continent was sealed by the 5 sealing planets, it was very difficult to enter. Furthermore, one could not do so openly, as the Shenwu continent was not like Earth. The Outerverse had been in a war with a cosmic civilization, and even the dark mist weave could not do anything about it. There were many experts there, and once one's identity was exposed, death was certain. In Wu Xia's memories, there was an organization called the Ming Constables that the Shenwu Empire used to kill trial takers. They had a special method to find trial takers, and even space-exploring powerhouses would not be safe there. Thus, it was the perfect trial ground. No matter how unsafe the Shenwu continent was, it was a godsend for Lu Yin, as he had already completed his mission. There had always been 2 missions to enter the Shenwu continent. One was to find the location of the 5 sealing planets, and the other was to find the burial place of the Almighty Senior from the Shenwu continent. He had fused with Wu Xia's body and happened to know the location of one of the 5 sealing planets, which meant that he had completed his mission. As long as he could return safely from the Shenwu continent, he would definitely take first place. Lu Yin took a deep breath. His luck was really good. He then took out his die. His innate gift was heaven-defying, and 1 point could bring him indescribable benefits, such as the art of Sirius or progenitor Wushang's hide. Although 2 points were not very useful, they might be useful in the future if he came across some extremely valuable items. 3 points were quite terrifying. His formcast model had been upgraded, and the purple star had improved its medicinal effects. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 261. Needless to say, 4 pips was in the time-stop space. 5 pips was not commonly used, mainly because he did not dare to roll his die in a crowded area. The duration was also too short, only 10 seconds. However, once used properly, it was not easy. 6 pips was always unexpected, and it could greatly increase one's strength. It even had such an unexpected effect. However, while other people's innate gifts could be used in the trial zones, his own die could not. Was it only in the trial zones, or did it not work in other similar places? This was very important. Ghost Monkey, let me ask you a question, Lu Yin said. The monkey was pleased with himself. Now you know how great I am. Ask away, and don't block me out for no reason. You said before that the trial zones are the legacy of the rune technology, so why can people use their innate gifts there? Lu Yin asked. Innate gifts are a part of the body, so of course they can be used. Why? Do you want to analyze it again? Even the powerhouses of the human domain can't do it, let alone you. Are there any innate gifts that can't be used? Lu Yin asked. The monkey paused. I've never heard of such a thing. The rune technology is definitely powerful, and they can copy any person, any technique, or even any innate gift. There's no such thing as an innate gift that can't be copied. What if there is? Lu Yin pressed on. The monkey replied, if there is, it only proves that the person's innate gift is too powerful, and it's beyond the scope of the rune technology's understanding. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He did not doubt this at all, as he was well aware of how powerful his dai was. Are you the one whose innate gift can't be used in the trial zones? The monkey probed. Lu Yin answered, it's not me. It's someone else. Who? The monkey was shocked. Impossible. There's nothing that the rune technology can't copy. They can even copy the stars of the universe. How do you know so much about them? I told you before that I like to explore ancient ruins. There are records of all these things. Is that so? Lu Yin did not believe it. The monkey knew too much, but he had been able to dodge every time he probed. Lu Yin did not trust the monkey, and the monkey did not ask about his innate gift again. Not long after, a set of coordinates was sent to Lu Yin's gadget from the Sandmaster. Head to the coordinates and participate in the Outerverse trial. Lu Yin stood up, the trial had finally begun. From the very beginning, this trial had been unfair to everyone else. All that mattered was that he could return alive, but if his goal was to obstruct the Day-Night clan, then things would be different. Lu Yin had a plan in mind that might require him to use Wu Xiao's identity. Soon after, he arrived at the treasury to meet with Old Kai. Old Kai, I'm going to participate in a trial in the Outerverse. Can I apply for a personal spacecraft? Lu Yin asked awkwardly. His personal spacecraft had disappeared at the pirate port, and he had no idea where it had gone. Old Kai was very unhappy. You can't even protect your own things well. Be careful that you don't lose your life one day. Go. Remember, it's just a loan. If you lose it, you have to return it. He didn't mind. Most personal spacecraft only cost about 10,000 star crystals, which he could afford. Although he had been to the Dark Mistweave before, the universe's weather was ever-changing, and he had to change his route frequently. It would take him 19 days to travel from Astral 10 to the coordinates, which wasn't too long. He thought for a moment, and the giant emperor's third eye appeared in his palm. He looked at the starry sky, infused his body with battle force, and silently recited the Stonewall scriptures. Time slowly passed, and soon, 18 days had passed. Lu Yin's personal spacecraft had traveled through 6 filaments. Lu Yin had originally planned to find a place to stop and roll his die, but after some thought, he decided to leave it in the Shenwu continent to prevent any accidents from happening. Another day passed, and Lu Yin arrived at an isolated region in space according to the coordinates. From time to time, strange ripples would sweep through the area, and this region of space would be severed. Lu Yin passed through the identity verification and successfully entered. He saw a giant space station that was completely made of metal. It looked like a steel castle that floated in space, and it was even larger than a super-large spacecraft. Terrifying auras filled the air, all of which belonged to space-exploring powerhouses. Many of them were very obscure, but they still caused Lu Yin's scalp to go numb. These were powerhouses that he couldn't even begin to imagine. This was the front station for the invasion of the Shenwu continent. Because of this space station, the Shenwu continent would never dare to appear. A middle-aged man greeted Lu Yin. His name was Tsangyu, and he was an explorer. I never thought that I would be able to meet Student Lu, one of the top 4 of the Astral Combat Tournament. It's an honor, Tsangyu said with a smile. His tone was very polite. He was just an ordinary explorer who had been born and raised in the Dark Mistweave. He had never been to the Interverse and had never had the opportunity to enter an advanced institution like the Astral Combat Academy. Lu Yin smiled. No matter how strong an ordinary cultivator was, the difference in their status was very obvious. Even if Lu Yin wasn't a match for this person would still be obedient to him. Besides, Lu Yin was confident that he could defeat this ordinary explorer. Even Zitai, an explorer realm astral beast that was known for its defense, had been forced back by him. There's no need to be so polite, Lord Sangyu. I'll have to trouble Lord Sangyu to explain the situation of the Shinwu continent, Lu Yin said with a smile. Sangyu nodded and smiled. Student Lu must have already investigated the Shinwu continent before coming here, so there's no need for me to explain the general situation. I'll just tell you a few things that you need to pay attention to. He paused and saw that Lu Yin was listening attentively. The first is your attire. The Shinwu continent's attire is retro, and will provide you with clothes that you can change into. Lu Yin looked over and blinked, but he didn't see anything. Sangyu smiled. There's a particle camera in my palm that can be installed in a person's muscle tissue without being detected. During the trial, all gadgets and other technologies must be removed, as the Shinwu continent is hostile to interstellar civilizations. If you're discovered by them, you'll definitely die, and no one will be able to save you. I've heard of this before, Lu Yin said. Sangyu nodded and continued. The third thing is star energy. The star energy that we cultivate is different from the martial power that the Shinwu continent cultivates. Student Lu, it's best that you hide in the wilderness when you reach the Shinwu continent and disperse your star energy to cultivate your martial power while ensuring your own safety. Otherwise, you'll be discovered by the Shinwu continent's specialized organizations, and if you're discovered, you'll be wiped out immediately. Lu Yin knew that Sangyu was talking about the Ming constables, but why didn't he just say that directly? After thinking about it, he understood. This was a trial, and it was impossible to explain everything clearly. The purpose of the trial was to select the strongest, and it wasn't a true experience. Death was all too common, and the trial's purpose was to select the strongest. The fourth thing is that the trial's results will be determined based on the results of the particle camera, and it will be up to the trial takers to figure out how to improve their results. However, Student Lu should know that there are 2 eternal missions related to the Shinwu continent, and completing either of them will be a great achievement, Zhang Yu said with a hopeful tone. I believe that Student Lu has a high chance of completing them. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Lord Sangyu thinks too highly of me. I'm only a Lamiter. Sangyu praised, ever since the Shinwu continent was discovered, there has been an endless stream of trial takers, but no one has been able to complete the 2 missions. However, I believe that Student Lu will be able to complete them. Your spectacular battles during the Astral Combat Tournament were truly shocking. Lu Yin smiled and did not say anything else. In a moment, we'll invite a powerhouse to tear open a crack and send Student Lu to the Shinwu continent. The landing point will be in one of the 36 continents of the Shinwu Empire. Because we can't completely control the landing point, Student Lu must be prepared. It's not like there hasn't been a case where you've been discovered as soon as you land, Zhang Yu said solemnly. Lu Yin nodded. Then how will I return? I'll provide you with a few locations that are well hidden. Next time, we'll send a powerhouse to retrieve all the trial takers from those locations. Then why don't you just send them to one of those locations? The location changes, and it can't be used again. The people of the Shinwu continent will discover it, and everyone's landing point will be different. This is to ensure safety. Lu Yin understood that this was a war. He silently reminded himself that although this was a war between the humans, to the people of the Shinwu continent, they were invaders. This was no different from the war between the human domain and the astral beast domain. At this moment, Zhang Yu's gadget beeped. He glanced at it and was shocked. Someone from the Blaze realm is here. Are they also sending someone to participate in the trial? The Blaze realm. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Who from the Blaze realm is here? Someone called Eriker. Right, isn't he the one who was defeated by Astral 8's leader during the Astral Combat Tournament? Zhang Yu suddenly remembered and apologized to Lu Yin. Please wait a moment while I bring him over. Many people are needed to enter the Shinwu continent, and it's very difficult to tear open a crack every time. Lu Yin nodded and watched Zhang Yu leave. His eyes flickered. Someone from the Blaze realm was here as well. He wondered what Zhang Yu's expression would be when he saw him. It was not strange for someone from the Blaze realm to participate in the Outerverse trial. Eriker was the strongest member of the Blaze realm's younger generation, so it was normal for him to be sent here. He was much more arrogant than Lu Yin, and he was not very polite to Zhang Yu. In his eyes, an ordinary explorer like Zhang Yu was not worthy of his attention. Someone like that had to curry favor with the Astral River Flow Zone envoy before entering the Interverse. Zhang Yu could also sense Eriker's arrogance, but he did not mind. Every trial involved encountering young geniuses from the Innerverse and Outerverse, so it did not matter much to him. On the other hand, it would be strange for someone like Lu Yin to be so polite to him. Student Eriker, there's another student who came before you. After a few more people, we can head to the Shinwu continent, Zhang Yu said with a smile. Eriker grunted. Who's here? You should know him. He's also a student from the Astral Combat Academy, Lu Yin. Eriker stopped and looked at Zhang Yu in astonishment. What did you say? Lu Yin. He's here. Yes, he arrived about 10 minutes earlier than you. Zhang Yu smiled. Eriker's expression turned ugly, as he did not want to travel with Lu Yin. Everyone would be enemies during the trial, and he would rather travel with an explorer that he did not know than provoke Lu Yin. He knew about the enmity between the Blaze Realm and Astral 10. Eriker thought about it and said, I'll wait a few days before heading to the Shinwu continent. You guys can arrange for Lu Yin to go first. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 262. After hearing Eriker's words, Zhang Yu was put in a difficult position. That won't do. Lord Tyrael said that as long as we gather 5 people, we have to go. Those are the rules of the trial. Eriker frowned and followed behind Zhang Yu, quickly spotting Lu Yin. Lu Yin saw Eriker as well and smiled. Are you the only one from the Blaze realm going to the trial? Eriker, who had once arrogantly challenged the realm master, did not show any signs of arrogance in front of Lu Yin. Aside from his slightly ugly expression, he appeared rather calm. Just me. Jared isn't going? Lu Yin asked. Eriker shook his head. He's not going. Lu Yin did not ask any more questions. Although his conflict with the Blaze realm was not as deep as his with the Day-Night clan, it was still not shallow. However, now was not the time to provoke them. The Great Yu Empire was already under attack by the Ross Empire, and it would be troublesome if the Blaze realm joined in as well. Eriker did not want to be the target of Lu Yin's revenge on the Shinwu continent, so he remained silent as well. Actually, the two did not have any direct conflicts, as Jared was the one who had a direct conflict with Lu Yin. Eriker felt rather sullen and secretly cursed Jared countless times. He only hoped that this idiot's enmity with Lu Yin would not implicate him. When Zhang Yu saw that the two were silent, he brought them to a transparent barrier at the edge of the space station. I'll have to trouble the two of you to remove your gadgets and change into the clothes of the Shinwu continent. Once we have gathered 5 people, we can set off. Lu Yin and Eriker quickly changed into the clothes of the Shinwu continent. They wore long robes that exuded an ancient charm, and if they had a fan, they would look like scholars. This was Lu Yin's first time wearing such ancient clothes, and it was rather novel. Eriker had a troubled expression on his face, and he would occasionally sneak glances at Lu Yin. He felt like a mouse that had been caged together with a cat, and he did not even have the courage to resist Lu Yin. 5-lined battle force. Where did this freak come from? The wait did not feel good, and the space station did not allow anyone to enter or leave as they pleased. Helpless, Lu Yin sat down cross-legged and focused on cultivating. Half a day later, someone arrived. When they saw Lu Yin and Eriker, they were stunned. They recognized them, but they did not say anything and just walked to the side. Another person arrived shortly after. It was a woman with ordinary looks and a tall figure. She had a rather cold demeanor, and she glanced at Lu Yin's group before sitting down to cultivate. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes and looked to the side. Zhang Yu was walking over with an ashen-faced youth. Lu Yin stared at the youth with an indescribable sense of dread. This person gave him a similar feeling to Lu Xiaoqiu. Of the 4 people present, only Lu Yin felt this way. Eriker and the others didn't care about this youth at all. The 5 of you have arrived, and Lord Talia will soon send all of you to Shenwu Continent. I'd like to remind everyone that Shenwu Continent is extremely dangerous, and there are many experts there. Although most of the experts have gathered at the 5 sealing planets to defend themselves, you still can't be careless. Over the past 1,000 years, countless trial takers have died on Shenwu Continent, and the people there are no strangers to us. Lu Yin stared at the youth who had arrived at the end of the group. This person made him feel apprehensive. The youth sensed Lu Yin's gaze and turned to look at him. His colorless eyes startled Lu Yin. Why did this gaze and this feeling feel so familiar? It was similar to the Neo-Human Alliance's Corpse King that he had encountered on the giant planet. The young man only glanced at Lu Yin before turning his head away. Lu Yin frowned. Could it really be the Neo-Human Alliance? They already had people in the Outerverse Youth Council, so why would they send someone else? That shouldn't be the case, as there were many organizations in the universe that were as cold as the Neo-Human Alliance. There were also many techniques, and some people were just that cold. It was impossible to determine whether or not this was the Neo-Human Alliance. At that moment, the transparent barrier trembled slightly as a majestic force descended. Lu Yin and the others were shocked. It was here. A crack appeared outside the barrier. It was very small, but it was large enough for a few people to enter. Go in immediately, someone shouted in their ears. Eriker rushed in without hesitation, and Lu Yin followed closely behind. The moment his body touched the spatial crack, he felt an intense tearing force. Honestly, he didn't like this method of entering, as it was too dangerous, but he had no other choice. Suddenly, a palm appeared in the void and viciously slapped towards Lu Yin's group. Their pupils shrank, a terrifying powerhouse had descended, and an extreme sense of crisis was looming over them. Ming Zhao Tian, you can't stop me. There was a furious roar as another palm appeared beside Lu Yin and collided with the previous one. In an instant, the void distorted, and one of the 5 who had entered was torn to pieces. Lu Yin was also affected, but fortunately, the impact wasn't too strong. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to sleep for a while. Be careful, and don't drag me down with you if you die, the monkey's voice rang out. The shockwaves from the collision of the 2 palms swept out in all directions, scattering Lu Yin's group. Countless cracks appeared in the void, and they had no idea which way to leave. However, they had no choice. The terrifying shockwaves made it impossible for them to even move a finger, and they could only watch as the spatial cracks swallowed them up. Before they disappeared, Lu Yin saw a dignified man. This was the current emperor of the Shenwu Empire, Ming Zhao Tian. After disappearing from the spatial crack, Luin temporarily lost consciousness. When he regained his senses and opened his eyes, he found himself in the water. What was before him was a dazzling white scene. Was this a person? He looked up and saw a devastatingly beautiful face. In that instant, Luin was stunned. It was an indescribable beauty, and he was almost completely immersed in it. He did not know if there were any artists in this world who could preserve such beauty, but if they could not, then it would be an eternal regret. Within a room, there was a wooden bucket with flower petals scattered about. A man and a woman stared at each other, both stunned. The man was completely immersed in the woman's beauty. The girl was stunned by the man's sudden appearance. Her daze lasted for a few seconds before she screamed in terror. The girl finally reacted and did the most normal thing, she screamed. Luin hurriedly covered the girl's mouth with an awkward expression. "I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose." Suddenly, a group of people rushed in from outside the room. "Princess." Luin was about to do something when there was a loud crash from the roof. Erica crashed down, and Luin reached out to grab the girl's clothes from a nearby wooden rack. He wrapped them around her and dodged with flash, hugging her tightly. In midair, the girl stared at him blankly. Her beautiful eyes were like stars as she stared at Luin's face while flower petals continued to fall around her. "How dare you molest the princess?" A furious voice shouted as an enormous shock wave blasted towards the falling Erica. Erica was miserable, as he did not even know who the princess was. He had only just crashed down, and he had even landed in a wooden bucket. Luin wrapped the girl tightly and tossed her onto the bed. "Sorry," he said as he covered half his face with a silk scarf and rushed out. "Who dares trespass into the Reverend King's residence?" Luin and Erica were shocked. An explorer had to dodge quickly. There was a thump as the void trembled. A furious man rushed over and glared at Luin and Erica, who were fleeing to the sides. He raised both palms at the same time, one for each person. Erica gritted his teeth. He was one of the top disciples of the Blaze realm, and although he had the strength to challenge those above his realms, it was different for explorers. It was too difficult for a Lemiter to challenge an explorer, but it was not a problem for him to stay alive. Endless dark gold palm. Erica unleashed a dark flaming palm that collided with the middle-aged man's palm. The endless dark gold palm was instantly disintegrated. The middle-aged man's palm was tough and powerful, and it pierced through the void and viciously struck Erica. Erica's pupils shrank. How is this possible? He's just a native. With a thump, Erica spat out a mouthful of blood and crashed to the ground. At the same time, Luin also faced the middle-aged man's palm. He turned around and used a 9 stacks, 15-fold shockwave palm that was supported by 5-line battle force. There was a violent boom in the void as a terrifying shockwave pressed down on the ground. Many of the pursuers were forced back, and Luin borrowed the strength of the middle-aged man's palm to retreat. The middle-aged man was astonished. This kid was not simple, as Luin had actually been able to withstand his palm. A large area of the house was reduced to rubble as countless people surrounded the area. The middle-aged man hurriedly rushed into the room to check on the girl's condition and dismissed his attendants. "Father." The girl looked at the middle-aged man, and her eyes turned red. The middle-aged man hurriedly hugged her and nervously asked, "Are you all right?" The girl shook her head and tightly wrapped herself in the blanket. "I'm fine." The middle-aged man sighed in relief. That's good. Don't worry, Father will definitely not let that person off." The girl grunted in agreement. On the other side, Luin had forcefully withstood the man's palm and used flash to quickly escape into the forest. This was not a city, but rather the outskirts of the city. Aside from the huge house, there were also dozens of farmers in the area. Lu Yin was glad that he had not fallen into the city. Otherwise, even if he had managed to escape, he would have faced the pursuit of the Ming constables. The Ming constables had heavenly globes that specialized in detecting star energy, so it would have been very difficult for him to escape. There were no longer any pursuers, and Lu Yin relaxed. He removed the veil that was covering his face and thought back to the girl from before. She had been too beautiful, and he had only ever seen such a face on by Shui. Even Mira, Michelle, Madame Naylan, and Yu Xianzi paled in comparison. More importantly, the girl's pure gaze prevented Lu Yin from even thinking about taking advantage of her. It was as if he was facing the purish side of her, and it made him feel a little ashamed of his own inferiority. He looked at the veil in his hand, and he could still faintly smell its fragrance. It was fresh, elegant, and intoxicating. For some reason, Lu Yin solemnly put the veil away. He did not store it in his cosmic ring, but rather in his clothes. Right now, the most important thing was to find martial crystals. They were similar to star crystals and could be easily absorbed to increase one's strength. As long as he had them, he would be able to disperse his star energy and use his martial power to increase his power level. This way, he would not be detected by the heavenly globes, and he would be able to freely enter the city. Within the manor, Eriker's body was curled up in pain. The surrounding soldiers had all distanced themselves from him, and only one young man was looking down at him. His name was Tang Si, and he was a martial king from the Reverend King's residence, which was equivalent to a Lemeter. This was a manor in the outskirts of the Reverend King's residence, and the one who had attacked Eriker was the Reverend King, Ming Zhaoshu. The girl was the princess of the Reverend King's residence, Ming Yan. "Are you an outsider?" Tang Si's voice was low as he stared at Eriker. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 263. Eriker suddenly attacked, and the surrounding black gold flames burst forth as he sent a palm strike towards Tang Si. It was still the black gold silk palm. Eriker might not be able to withstand an explorer's attack, but he did not believe that a Lemeter native would be able to withstand his attack. Tang Si's gaze turned cold. The spear in his hand let out a metallic sound as it pierced through the dark golden palm and into Eriker's abdomen. Blood dripped from the tip of the spear and dripped onto the ground. Eriker's face paled. How was this possible? This native was actually so powerful that he could pierce through Lu Yin's black gold silk palm with a single spear strike. This native was definitely comparable to a student leader of the Astral Combat Academy, but he was still just a native. At this moment, Lu Yin recalled the warning that the seniors from the Blaze Realm had given him. He had warned Lu Yin not to underestimate the Shenwu continent, as it was able to resist the entire dark mist weave by itself. Even an almighty powerhouse from the Innerverse had not been able to take down the entire dark mist weave. Eriker spat out a mouthful of blood and slowly squatted down. His abdomen had been pierced, and intense pain swept through his nerves. He soon fainted. Elsewhere, the Reverend King Ming Zhaoshu walked over and looked coldly at Eriker. "Wake him up. Bring him to my study when he wakes up." "Yes, Your Highness," Tang Si respectfully replied. The moment Lu Yin entered Shenwu continent, a battle that shook the entire Frostwave weave occurred in the Great Yu Empire. A mysterious expert had attacked Undying Yushan, and the battle had destroyed more than half of the imperial capital. Xenia Star's weather had changed drastically, and a small portion of its 3 rings had collapsed. After the battle, Undying Yushan had been heavily injured, and Huaqingshan had suffered light injuries. Many of the captains of the 13 imperial squadrons had also been injured, but fortunately, no one had died. Not long after the battle, Undying Yushan announced that he was going into seclusion to recuperate. He summoned Doran Yushan, Wendy Yushan, and all of the Yushan family's descendants back. Everyone in the Great Yu Empire was in a state of panic. Many people were saying that Undying Yushan did not have long to live and that he was about to pass on his throne. Lu Yin was naturally among those who had been summoned back, but he had already entered Shenwu continent, so he could not see any information. In Astral 10, Silver muttered to himself, he still can't find the bottom. Old fox, this only proves that you're one of the 7. You won't be able to escape. The cosmic sea was formed in a similar way to the galaxy. It was filled with violent liquid energy, and its area was much larger than the galaxy. Many people had speculated that the origin of the galaxy was the cosmic sea. In a corner of the raging universe ocean, a man with a weathered face was walking on a battleship. Outside the battleship was raging energy seawater, which roared from time to time. There were also unknown behemoths swimming by, emitting terrifying auras. If Lu Yin were here, he would definitely recognize this person as Uncle Reuben. Undying Yushan might really have died in the battle with the Great Yu Empire. The assailant has yet to be identified, Reuben said in a low voice. Is there a need to investigate? It's definitely the Neo-Human Alliance. They're the only ones who wouldn't have given up on the 7 courts. A cold voice rang out from within the ship. It was a woman's voice, and her pitch was very high. Could it be the Day-Night clan? Reuben asked. That's impossible. Little Yin's matter isn't enough for the Day-Night clan to mobilize a hunter. That bastard city lord should just die, one of the servants said angrily. Another person beside him sighed, there's nothing we can do about it. It's our fault for having such a city lord. Sometimes, I really wish that someone would steal these tributes and let that skinning city lord suffer. His Majesty's birthday is approaching, and these are all tributes. Who would dare steal them? Besides, we've already reached Cheong Island, and after that we'll reach Ming Island. That's the central continent of the empire, and there are many experts there. No one would dare to touch these tributes. Yeah, right, I heard that the Ming constables made a move a while ago. It seems like there are more and more outsiders coming here. This world is too chaotic. I'm just hoping to return home after delivering these tributes. Lu Yin leaned against a chest, his eyes shining brightly. Tributes. His luck was pretty good, and there should be martial crystals. Even if there weren't, there should be some good stuff that could be exchanged for them. Not bad, not bad. It's been a long time since I've robbed people, so it's time for me to do it. Alright, let's set off. We'll try to reach Taicang City before the curfew, the leader shouted, and all the servants stood up. Suddenly, Lu Yin attacked and slammed his palm into the back of the leader's neck. Although this person was also a Lamiter, he was far weaker than Lu Yin and was knocked unconscious in a single blow. Everyone was shocked, and they all attacked Lu Yin. Lu Yin was disdainful, but in less than 10 seconds, all the soldiers who were escorting the convoy were knocked unconscious and collapsed to the ground. The servants around them fled in fear. Lu Yin walked over to the first car, lifted the white cloth, and opened the box. It was filled with all sorts of shiny metal products that were probably similar to the gold, silver, and jewels on Earth that were of no use to him. The second car was filled with antique calligraphy and paintings, and the third car was filled with martial crystals. Lu Yin was delighted, this was exactly what he wanted. There were more than 10 carriages, and all of them were filled with martial crystals. Martial crystals were the most suitable tributes. More than 10 chests of martial crystals were equivalent to about 200 star crystals, but Lu Yin was disappointed. It seemed like a lot, but in reality, it wasn't even enough to fill a sentinel's head. Forget it, he'll take it slow. This was just as cities' tributes, and the Shinwu continent's martial crystals production was extremely low. Martial crystals weren't a currency, but rather a military item. Lu Yin stored more than 200 cubes of martial crystals into his cosmic ring and left the rest behind. He did not have the time to trade for them, and he would rather rob them if he had the time. However, he still had to be picky. He could rob people with bad reputations, but he could forget about those with good reputations. He needed at least 10,000 star crystals to absorb them, and he had to at least be able to fight for a while. Otherwise, he would have to absorb them slowly after he ran out of martial power. News that the tributes had been robbed quickly spread, and Cheong Island's army immediately sealed off the main road. They interrogated the soldiers who had been robbed, hoping to find some clues. However, Lu Yin's actions were too fast, and the sky was dark. They couldn't see clearly, so they could only search blindly. Lu Yin didn't dare enter the city, as Wu Xiao's memories contained information about heavenly globes. Every city had one, and the moment he entered, the globes would sense his presence and sense his star energy. He wouldn't be able to hide even if he wanted to. He didn't want to be hunted down by the Ming constables, as they had martial emperors who were explorers. It would be troublesome if he was targeted, as those people's understanding of the universe was no less than his own. The sky was completely dark, and Eriker was brought into the study of the Reverend King's manor. His face was pale without a trace of blood, and his abdomen was bandaged. His injuries weren't light. Reverend King Ming Zhaoshu looked at him. Name, identity, and purpose. Eriker panted heavily, but he didn't dare to hide anything. He quickly revealed his identity. Ming Zhaoshu was astonished. So you're from the Blaze Realm. It's been a long time. The last time the Blaze Realm sent someone here was 100 years ago. Eriker wasn't surprised, as he had already heard that the Blaze Realm had sent someone to Shinwu continent 100 years ago, but that person had never returned. Who's the other person? Ming Zhaoshu asked with a solemn expression. This was what he was most concerned about. There were very few people who could take a palm strike from him without being a martial emperor. That person was clearly a martial king, but he hadn't been injured at all, which meant that he was very strong. Furthermore, that person had done something unforgivable, which was to peek at his daughter bathing and emerge from a wooden tub. This matter had already spread, and the Reverend King's household had lost all face. Eriker didn't mind betraying Lu Yin, and he told Ming Zhaoshu everything he knew about Lu Yin in great detail. He even told Ming Zhaoshu how Lu Yin had fought during the astral combat tournament. Ming Zhaoshu was shocked. He's actually able to control 5-line battle force as a martial king. That's not simple at all. No wonder he could take a palm strike from me. What's his nature like? Eriker slandered him. He's full of evil. Ming Zhaoshu's eyes turned cold, and an enormous pressure descended, crushing the table and chairs. Eriker was pressed to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood as he looked at Ming Zhaoshu in fear. I don't like being lied to. Tell me the truth. Ming Zhaoshu's tone was cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Lu Yin was the first man who had come into close contact with her, and he was also the first man who had seen her. Ming Yan could not help but feel that he had left a shadow in her heart. The next day, everyone from the Reverend King's household left for Cheong Island. Lu Yin remained in the distant forest. During this time, the Reverend King's household soldiers had been searching for him everywhere, but to no avail. Even a martial emperor like Reverend King Ming Zhaoshu could not do anything to Lu Yin, let alone the others. However, Lu Yin had discovered an expert who was also a Lemiter, but whose strength was comparable to the Astral Combat Academy's student leaders. Information was relative, and the Reverend King's household had been searching for him. Naturally, Lu Yin had learned a few things about the Reverend King's household, such as Eriker's capture. He knew that he had been exposed, and Lu Yin did not believe that the Blaze Realm's people would cover for him. Strange, the Reverend King's household's people haven't appeared since yesterday. Did they leave? Lu Yin muttered to himself as he looked at the Reverend King's household's manner. He felt a sense of loss as he thought about that girl. Her face was devastatingly beautiful, and although Bai Shuai was beautiful, Lu Yin had not been moved. However, this girl was different. Her purity was unforgettable, and his heart had been moved. He shook his head and decided not to think too much about it. This was the Shenwu continent, a place that was comparable to the entire Dark Mist Weave. If he was not careful, he would die. Some feelings could not be allowed to sprout, and they were destined to never continue. Forget it, he decided to focus on his own matters and continue robbing. Coincidentally, a group of carriages arrived. Cheong Island was next to Ming Island, which was the center of the Shenwu Empire. Of the 36 continents, at least 7 had to pass through Cheong Island in order to enter Ming Island. Lu Yin did not know, but there should be a lot. He planned to stay here for the next few days and rob a few batches. With his strength, he should be fine as long as he did not run into any martial emperors. Currently, most of the martial emperors in the Shenwu Empire were concentrated on the 5 sealing planets, so he should be fine as long as he was careful. 10 days later, Cheong Island's army completely sealed off the area. Lu Yin left, knowing that he could not stay any longer. He had robbed 5 batches of tributes over the past few days, which had attracted a lot of attention. If he stayed any longer, he might attract the attention of the Ming constables. Taicang City was the gateway to Cheong Island. Entering Taicang City was the same as entering Cheong Island. Lu Yin looked around curiously and raised his head to see a giant city gate towering over the city. This was the ancient city wall, and there was something that looked like a glass lampshade that emitted a faint light that occasionally emitted ripples that swept out in all directions. This was a heavenly globe that used martial power to sweep through the entire city. Once it came into contact with star energy, there would be a reaction. After the Great War 1,000 years ago, too many trial takers had come to the Shenwu continent, which had forced the Shenwu Empire to develop heavenly globes. Because of these globes, countless trial takers had died tragically. The heavenly globe's martial power swept past Lu Yin, but there was no reaction. He had already dispersed all of his star energy the day before and replaced it with martial power, so it naturally would not be rejected. He used someone else's household registration to enter Taicang City, and what greeted him was a bustling scene. It had to be said that the Shenwu continent had developed quite well, and there were almost no traces of the Great War from 1,000 years ago. Hawking noises could be heard everywhere, and in the distance, there was a towering restaurant that was almost at the same level as the city wall. Lu Yin was not in a hurry, and he slowly walked forward. The army rushed past him with a somber aura. Have you heard? Someone's been robbing tributes recently, and 5 batches have already been lost. The king's residence is furious, and he's ordered the army to investigate thoroughly. The surrounding cities have been sealed off, and even the king's residence has been searched. I heard that there was even a battle. Shou, keep your voice down. The incident at the residence has nothing to do with the looting of tributes. It was an outsider who peeped on the princess bathing, and I heard that he was caught bathing with her. That's why a battle broke out. What? Doesn't that mean that the princess' reputation is ruined? Who would dare to marry her then? Yes, it's a pity that the Empire's twin beauties have been ruined. No matter how beautiful she is, this incident will make countless people afraid to marry her. Lu Yin was stunned. Was that really necessary? He had only seen her naked. He frowned and tried to recall Wu Xiao's memories. It seemed that the Shinwu continent placed a lot of importance on a woman's reputation. This was troublesome. Did that mean that he had harmed that girl? Lu Yin was a little absent-minded, and he slowly walked into the restaurant. He chose a seat near the window and casually ordered a few dishes. He was rather vexed, and the image of that girl kept appearing in his mind. He felt a little apologetic. The Shinwu continent's military development was extremely fast, and it was even comparable to a weave. However, they were very conservative when it came to thinking. This incident would definitely leave an unerasable scar on that girl's heart. "Sir, your dishes are all here," the waiter said politely as he poured Lu Yin a cup of wine and retreated. Lu Yin watched the army rush past the window, kicking up a large cloud of dust. He frowned and decided to close the window. "Bro, don't close the window," a voice called out from behind Lu Yin. Lu Yin ignored him and continued to close the window. Behind him, the man raised a hand and pressed down on Lu Yin's arm. "I'll say it one more time. Don't close the window." Lu Yin glanced at him. The man was in his 30s and seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life. His eyes were tired, but he gave off an uncouth aura. He did not seem like a good person. At this point, the dust had settled, but Lu Yin did not care. He withdrew his hand and continued to eat. The man also withdrew his hand and did not cause any more trouble. Suddenly, a flash of light entered his eyes. Lu Yin's eyes widened as he looked into the distance. Was that an arrow? There was a whoosh as the arrow shot towards him, but it was not aimed at Lu Yin. Instead, it was aimed at the man behind him. The man grabbed at Lu Yin, intending to use him to block the arrow. Lu Yin was furious and raised his hand to meet the man's palm. There was a light sound, and the shockwave shattered the table and sent the railings on the second floor flying. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 265. The owner hurriedly ordered someone to buy a copy for Lu Yin. This sort of list could be found throughout the Shinwu Empire, so it wasn't expensive. Lu Yin left behind a martial crystal and left the restaurant. If a trial taker wanted to obtain results in the Shinwu continent's trials, there were other methods besides the two fixed missions. Leaving one's name on the list of tempering was one of them. After all, it was the most authoritative list for those below the martial emperor realm, and it was also a list for those below the explorer realm. Leaving one's name on the list was enough to obtain some results. Many people had come to the Outerverse trials during this period, and as long as one kept an eye on the list, they would be able to find a few. Lu Yin's goal was to find the Day-Night clan and defeat them so that they could spend more time and effort on the Outerverse Youth Council. The first place on the list of tempering was hidden. Lu Yin was shocked, as it was very rare for someone to be on the list to be hidden. The second place was Li Zimo, who was noted as commander of the Ming Vanguard. The Ming Vanguard was the Ming Constable's organization that massacred outsiders. If this person could become a commander, then he was definitely extremely strong and should be comparable to the student leaders of the Astral Combat Academy. In terms of strength, he should be able to enter the top 8, as there was only one person from the Reverend King's residence who was ranked 8th. The third place was Grandmaster Dai, who was noted as commander of the Demon Hunter Society. Lu Yin laughed. It seemed that this list of tempering was not just a way for Crown Prince Minghao to gather powerhouses, but also to show off the strength of the Shinwu Empire. The first place was definitely someone from the Empire, and the top 3 were all official powerhouses of the Empire. This was a huge blow to the remnants of the sects that had been wiped out 1,000 years ago. Lu Yin left Taicang City and headed west. He wanted to go to Ming Island, which was the center of the Shinwu Empire. All of the trial takers would gather there. Lu Yin's speed was quite fast, but the Reverend King's residence was much slower. They would stay for 2 days at every city they passed, and this delay allowed Lu Yin to see the Reverend King's residence's convoy in Bo City. The army led the way, and many experts gathered to protect them. Ming Xiaoshu's explorer's strength swept out from time to time, intimidating everyone around him. Lu Yin put down his wine cup and watched the convoy pass by below. Through the gauze curtains, he accidentally caught a glimpse of Ming Yan. Her stunning beauty could not be hidden. The convoy quickly left. The next city was Shanghai City, the capital of Cheong Island, where the Reverend King's residence was. Lu Yin's residence's residence. The sky above Shenwu continent was dark and pure, and only the 5 ceiling planets were enveloped by it. It was as if a giant pearl was hanging above Shenwu continent, and it emitted a faint light. At the same time, on the other side of Bo City, Ming Yan suddenly got up from her sleep. Her face was flustered, and her face was flushed red. She was dreaming again, dreaming of the day when the two of them met in the bathtub. It was so embarrassing. Thinking about this, she raised her head and looked at the starry sky. Her gaze was pure and natural, without a trace of impurity. As she watched, her gaze dimmed. Perhaps they would never meet again in the future. A stranger whose name she did not even know had intruded into her heart because of an unforgettable event. This was impossible for a normal girl, but it was the same for Ming Yan. Ever since she was young, that person had been the closest to her, and he had given her an indescribable shock. She was shy, curious, and even a little resentful. Ming Xiaoshu's head hurt. Ming Yan was helping Lu Yin hide the truth. He could understand her kindness, but she was still young and did not understand the impact this matter would have on her. This matter would affect her for the rest of her life, and in the future, it might cause her pain. Ming Xiaoshu's gaze turned cold as he looked at the sky. If not for Ming Hao's people deliberately spreading the news, this matter would not have spread. Ming Hao. Under the pure night sky, many people looked at the sky. Suddenly, a crack connected the heavens and the earth, and multiple figures appeared. Ming Xiaoshu was shocked. Outsiders. At the gates of Bo City, a heavenly globe rippled, and the figures that appeared from the spatial crack were repelled. They reflected the light, making them as conspicuous as light bulbs. Countless angry shouts rang out, "Outsiders! Seal the gates and kill without mercy! Kill them! They're outsiders!" It wasn't just the government that acted, as many cultivators who were not loyal to the Shenwu Empire also acted. To the people of Shenwu continent, outsiders were public enemies. Lu Yin was shocked, as these people were too unlucky to have landed directly in the city. They must have been disturbed by the Shenwu continent's experts just like him, which was why they had appeared in the city. Boom! There was a huge explosion as a fierce battle broke out in Bo City. Those who dared to participate in the Outerverse trial were not ordinary people, and even the weakest of them were Lemeters. Furthermore, they were all Lemeters, and there was even an explorer among them. Ming Xiaoshu acted, as he was the only explorer in Bo City. High up in the sky, Ming Xiaoshu and the explorer were locked in a fierce battle. Below them, many other battles were occurring in the city. The entire city had awakened, and they were all targeted at the outsiders. Their bodies were repelled by the martial power, and they could not hide at all. In the blink of an eye, 2 people had been killed, and one of them had been less than a kilometer away from Lu Yin. Suddenly, the heavenly globe above the city gates exploded. Lu Yin was shocked, as there was actually another person hiding who had not been detected by the heavenly globe. He took out the giant emperor's third eye and stared at the city gates. He could faintly make out a familiar figure rushing out and leaving Bo City. Was that Han Chong? The heavenly globe had been destroyed, and the remaining trial takers immediately hid. Only the explorer was blocked by Ming Zhaoshu and could not leave. Bang! There was a tremor in the sky, and a strong gust of wind blew down, crushing many houses. The soldiers took out their shields to defend themselves. "You natives dare to stop me. You're courting death." A shout came from the sky, and a strange force pressed down. Ming Zhaoshu angrily shouted, "All outsiders must die." Lu Yin stood by the window and looked up. He had never seen that explorer's battle technique before, as it was not from a power that he was familiar with. Ming Zhaoshu did not use any battle techniques, and he simply sent out palm after palm, using his martial power to increase his power level. His palm force was so vigorous that even the explorer's battle technique was barely able to match it. How is this possible? How can your palm force be so vigorous? How can this space not be torn apart? The explorer was shocked. Ming Zhaoshu snorted. "It looks like you don't understand Shenwu continent. You have strength but no brains. You can die now. You're just a mere native." The explorer was enraged and attacked with all his strength. There was a thump, and a shockwave swept through the area below. The shields that the 100 soldiers had used to block the attack instantly shattered, and a huge crack appeared in the ground. The shockwave swept out for thousands of meters and crushed countless houses. At this moment, a bright light flashed above the 5 sealing planets. The next moment, the explorer stopped moving as his body was cut in half, and fresh blood splattered onto the ground. This scene was extremely shocking, as this attack had come from a planet, and it had instantly killed an explorer. Lu Yin looked up at the sky. The 5 sealing planets had gathered almost all of Shenwu continent's experts, and they were used to defend against the outsiders. That attack had definitely come from a cruiser or even a hunter, which was too terrifying. This trial was far more frightening than he had imagined, and there were countless dangers that could appear at any time. Even explorers could be instantly killed. Ming Zhaoshu looked up at the sky and snorted as he descended. Lu Yin closed the window and took a deep breath before lying down on his bed. He silently warned himself to keep a low profile and not expose himself. What had happened that night was just an interlude, as it happened all the time on Shenwu continent. The next day, both cities' armies skillfully sealed off the battlefield and treated the injured in an orderly manner. The city lord personally thanked Ming Zhaoshu and stood at the city gates as he watched the Reverend King's convoy leave. Lu Yin left a few hours later. After last night's battle, both city security had become even stricter. Fortunately, Lu Yin had stolen a household registration certificate, so he easily passed through. Was Han Chong the one who had destroyed the heavenly globes last night? Lu Yin thought about it, and that should be the case. That figure was too familiar, and the top 4 from the academy would all participate in this trial. Han Chong had arrived, and Starsabil and Grand Aini Mavis should be there as well. Lu Yin wondered if he would be able to meet them in Ming City. Shanghai City was the largest city on Cheong Island, and it had a huge moat. It had hundreds of thousands of soldiers and countless experts, and it was rumored that there were no less than 10 people on the list of tempering. There were 200 experts on the list of tempering, and having 10 of them in Shanghai City was already quite good. Lu Yin had not been in Shanghai City for long when he heard that the Reverend King's residence was recruiting experts to protect the convoy as it headed to Ming City. He was immediately tempted, and he headed towards the residence. The Reverend King's residence occupied the central area of Shanghai City. It was not a residence, but rather a large manor surrounded by mountains and rivers. The river that surrounded the residence was not much narrower than the moat. The entire residence occupied a large area, and it was said that a normal person would not be able to walk to the end of it in a day. It was Ming Zhaotian's birthday, and the Reverend King naturally wanted to send a congratulatory gift. This was also the reason for this recruitment. Not only was he recruiting experts to protect him, but he was also recruiting coachmen. Lu Yin had applied to be a coachman. The requirements for a coachman were not high, and the inspection was not strict either. However, it would be troublesome if an expert accompanied him, as he might have to face Ming Zhaoshu directly. "Kid, do you even know how to feed a horse? If you don't, then scram. Don't waste my time," a man shouted at Lu Yin. This person was the butler of the Reverend King's residence, and he was also known as Butler 7. He was the one who had chosen the coachman for this recruitment. Lu Yin lowered his head obediently as he looked at the horse in front of him. He really did not know how to feed a horse. As he thought about it, he noticed that Butler 7 was getting more and more annoyed. His hand trembled, and something fell to the ground with a soft thud. "Butler 7, are these 5 fortune coins yours?" Lu Yin asked in surprise as he pointed at the items on the ground. The 5 fortune coins were the common currency of the Shenwu Empire. Butler 7 greedily looked at the 5 fortune coins on the ground and hurriedly picked them up. His face was full of smiles as he said, "It's mine, it's mine. Luckily you saw it, or else I would have lost it." "Ha!" Lu Yin smiled apologetically. "It's Little 7's honor to serve you, Butler 7. Butler 7 was shocked. "You're Little 7. "Yes, I'm Lu Qi. Many people call me Little 7. Lu Yin smiled. Butler 7 sized Lu Yin up and sighed in admiration. "Not bad, not bad. Consider us fated. Alright, you don't need to feed the horses. You know how to drive, right?" "Yes, yes, yes. I know how to drive," Lu Yin hurriedly replied. Driving was too easy, and if it did not listen, he could just whip it. If it did not listen, then he could forcefully control it with martial power. It was better than feeding a horse. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 266. Lu Yin felt embarrassed that he'd only gotten a job as a coachman after spending so much money. Thankfully, he'd managed to sneak into the Reverend King's entourage, and all he had to do was follow them to the capital. Being a coachman was a challenging job, or at least that was what Lu Yin thought. It had already been 2 days since they arrived at the Reverend King's residence. Just yesterday afternoon, the fleet of carriages had finished assembling. The carriages stretched for several miles, carrying countless goods as they headed towards Mingdu. On both sides of the carriages were the Shanghai City Army and the Reverend King's residence's private soldiers. Even further away were the experts that the Reverend King's residence had recruited. There were at least 1,000 of them, and almost all of them were Martial King experts. Lu Yin could not understand how the Shenwu continent had managed to produce so many experts. If they had only used martial crystals, then they would not have been able to nurture so many Martial King experts. Even though the Great Yu Empire encompassed 13 filaments and countless planets, it would still be difficult for them to casually gather over 1,000 limeters who were free cultivators. This could only be attributed to the speed at which martial power was absorbed. Perhaps the Shenwu continent's natives were able to absorb martial power from the void much faster than outsiders like them. As he thought about it, he noticed that the carriage had deviated slightly. Lu Yin raised his hand and whipped the carriage back to its original course. He had been working with this horse for the past 2 days. At first, it had been very difficult to control, and he had only been able to forcefully control it with his martial power. However, he had slowly realized that it was not that difficult to control the horse, and it was actually quite interesting. Since he couldn't cultivate in the Reverend King's residence, he might as well treat himself as a coachman. His performance had even won the praise of Butler 7. The more he looked at him, the more he liked him. Earlier, Butler 7 had even come looking for him, saying that he wanted to keep him in the Reverend King's residence. 3 days passed by peacefully, and the Reverend King's convoy had already left Shanghai City, traveling on the official road to Mingzhou. The wide road was flat, and there were local troops protecting it from time to time. Lu Yin hadn't seen Ming Yan for the past 3 days. She had been in her carriage the entire time. The military carriage was pulled by a kind of strange beast known as the he-beast. It was usually used by the Reverend King, Ming Zhaoshu. At this moment, Ming Yan and Ming Zhaoshu were inside the military carriage. The coachman in the Reverend King's residence had their own promotion system, and Lu Yin was the lowest-ranked coachman. There were other coachmen above him, such as government coachmen, military coachmen, family coachmen, and so on. The highest-ranked coachmen were military coachmen. Lu Yin actually wanted to be a military coachman, but those coachmen were all cultivators, and even Steward 7 had to treat them with respect. While Lu Yin was lost in his thoughts, a wave of energy swept past him. This was the power of the heavenly globes, and Lu Yin had come into contact with it countless times. Suddenly, a light shone from a tea stall on the side of the road. There was a repelling reaction, and Lu Yin looked over in surprise. At the tea stall, a young woman suddenly stood up. Her expression changed drastically as she rushed into the distance. "Hold on tight." Ming Zhaoshu's deep voice came from the carriage. Tang Si leaped into the air and swung the spear in his hand. The spear arced through the air and seemed to cause ripples in the air as it pierced towards the woman. The woman gritted her teeth, turned around, and stabbed out with her sword. The sound of metal clashing resounded, and dazzling sparks flew out. The sword was broken by the spear, and the tip of the spear swept past the woman's arm, bringing out a trace of blood. She was thrown dozens of meters away, heavily smashing into the ground, and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. The difference between this woman and Tang Si was too great. Tang Si was comparable to a student leader of the Astral Combat Academy, but this woman was not even at the level of an area master. She should be from the outerverse. She was done for. Tang Si landed on the ground and picked up his spear as he slowly approached the woman. The woman felt bitter. If she had known this would happen, she would not have participated in this trial. The outerverse trials were indeed not something that could be touched by ordinary people. She was considered the most outstanding person in her own country, but she was still far from being able to compete in a trial of this level. Surrender, or die. Tang Si's cold voice rang out as the tip of his spear was only an inch away from the woman's face. The woman helplessly stood up. Of course, she did not want to die. At that moment, several figures rushed over from the distance. Tang Si looked over, and a trace of astonishment flashed through his eyes as he turned back to look at the carriage. Ming Zhaoshu lifted the gauze curtain and saw the figures. They were the Ming vanguard from the Ming constables. There were a total of 5 people, and all of them were martial kings. One of them was definitely not weaker than the woman, and he respectfully greeted the carriage. The Ming vanguard greets the Reverend King. Why are you here? Ming Zhaoshu was curious. We've been tracking this outsider. Thank you, Your Highness, for capturing this person for us. Ming Zhaoshu lowered the gauze curtain. Let's go. Tang Si glanced at the Ming vanguard and then coldly left. The woman's face was deathly pale. If she had been captured by the Reverend King, then she might have had a chance to live. However, if she had fallen into the hands of the Ming vanguard, then it would be a different story. She had been on the Shenwu continent for half a month, and she had heard too many rumors about the Ming vanguard. They were a bloodthirsty organization that specialized in killing trial takers. Lu Yin looked at her with pity. He was well aware of the Ming vanguard's brutality, and this woman would definitely not have a good ending. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do to help her. The convoy continued forward, and soon, the woman and the Ming vanguard disappeared from Lu Yin's sight. At that moment, Lu Yin was more concerned about Tang Si, who was ranked 8th on the list of tempering. This person was very strong, and if he had been placed in the astral combat tournament, he would have been able to rank within the top 16, and he would have been qualified to fight against the student leaders of the various academies. She had never thought that she would be able to save a girl who was about to be forced into prostitution. This was too fun, and the more she thought about it, the happier she became. Tang Si and the rest hurriedly followed behind. Lu Yin looked at Yu as if he had seen a ghost. Wasn't this Yu Xianzi? Although she had changed her appearance slightly, she could not fool Lu Yin. This woman had also come to the Xinwu continent, and she had even targeted the Reverend King's residence. What was she planning? Did she think that she could fool the Reverend King's residence with such petty tricks? She was courting death. Reality exceeded Lu Yin's expectations, and everything about Yu Xianzi had been proven to be true. Even the relatives that she had sought refuge with had been found by the Reverend King's residence in Lin City. Everything was fine. Lu Yin was speechless, but his eyes flickered. It seemed that these great powers had long since established their bases on the Xinwu continent. They had probably established their foundations hundreds or even hundreds of years ago to facilitate investigations. Yu Xianzi had the Frost Moon sect behind her, and there had definitely been people from that sect who had established themselves on the Xinwu continent a long time ago. Ming Yan sympathized with Yu Xianzi's predicament. My father has already helped you find the whereabouts of your relatives. Do you want to seek refuge with them? Yu Xianzi shook her head bitterly. They can't even take care of themselves, so there's no point in me going there. She then bowed to Ming Yan. Thank you for saving my life, princess. Yu has no way to repay you, but I will definitely repay you in my next life. Ming Yan looked at Ming Zhaoshu. Father. Ming Zhaoshu looked at Yu Xianzi. Where did you cultivate your martial arts? Yu Xianzi respectfully replied, My master is Pingshui Guai. Ming Zhaoshu was stunned. The same Pingshui Guai who challenged a martial emperor 100 years ago as a martial king. Yes, Yu Xianzi respectfully replied. Where is he now? Ming Zhaoshu asked, his interest piqued. Yu Xianzi bitterly replied, My master has been dead for more than a year, and he's buried in Pingshui Guai. Ming Zhaoshu nodded and sighed. What a pity. Your master was one of the rare few who could challenge a martial emperor as a martial king. Although he was defeated, it was a glorious defeat. I think his death must have something to do with that battle. Ming Zhaoshu then looked at Yu Xianzi. You're Yu right? Are you willing to stay in the manor? Yu Xianzi was stunned. She looked at Ming Yan, then lowered her head in gratitude. Yu is willing to spend the rest of her life repaying you for saving my life. That's great. Yu you'll follow me from now on. Ming Yan was overjoyed, and her eyes lit up as she looked at Yu Xianzi. Yu Xianzi smiled. As he watched the two women leave, Ming Zhaoshu solemnly said, Immediately send someone to investigate Pingshui Guai. Not only do we need to investigate the Pingshui Guai, but we also need to investigate Yu's family background. We need to trace it back to 1,000 years ago. Is the manor worried that she's from the outside? Tang Si asked. Ming Zhaoshu snorted. These outsiders have long since taken root in the Xinwu continent, so it's not difficult for them to forge an identity. I'm not sure if she's from the outside, so let's investigate. If that's the case, then why did you allow her to stay with the princess? Tang Si did not understand. Ming Zhaoshu did not answer, and Tang Si did not dare to ask any more questions. Lu Yin and the rest put down the things that Ming Yan had bought and immediately left. After they left, Yu Xianzi suddenly looked up and glanced at Lu Yin. This person had been intentionally avoiding her, and his appearance seemed somewhat familiar. However, she could not recall who he was. Could he be a trial taker as well? Lu Yin had not changed his appearance much, as he had been afraid that Yu Xianzi would recognize him. Thus, he had been avoiding this woman. However, a woman's intuition was very sharp. Lu Yin's small movements might have been able to escape the detection of an expert, but they could not escape the eyes of a woman. Although she had not been able to recognize Lu Yin, she still paid attention to him. Ming Island was the central island of the Shenwu Empire, and it was also the heart of the entire Shenwu continent. The entire island was surrounded by a huge river called the Ming River. The Ming River goes around Ming Island, and it has countless tributaries. After passing through Fan City, you'll reach the Ming River in about 2 days. Once you cross the Ming River, you'll be on Ming Island, Butler 7 explained with great pride, as he had been to Ming Island before. No matter where one went, regional discrimination would always exist. The people of Ming Island looked down on the people of the other 35 continents, just like how the people of the Shenwu Empire looked down on the rest of the continent. Every continent in the Shenwu Empire was very large, and many people had never left their own continent in their entire lives. Butler 7, who was not even a martial artist, had been to Ming Island before, which showed that he had the right to be proud. Lu Yin quickly flattered him. Butler 7 was very pleased to hear this. By the way, Butler 7, the princess is one of the 2 beauties of the empire. Has no one come to propose marriage in all these years? Lu Yin asked curiously. Butler 7 rolled his eyes. Of course there have been, but ever since the relationship between His Highness and Crown Prince Ming Hao deteriorated, no one has. At this point, Butler 7 carefully whispered into Lu Yin's ear, think about it. If you lose your life, then no matter how beautiful the princess is, you won't be able to enjoy her. Are you saying that Crown Prince Ming Hao will make a move on His Highness? Lu Yin was shocked. Shoo, don't spout nonsense. I don't know. Butler 7's face paled, and he immediately shut his mouth. At this point, Butler 7 was called away, and Lu Yin continued driving the carriage. However, it didn't take long for a fragrant breeze to blow past him. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he continued driving the carriage. Another child rode over from the side. It was Yu Xianzi. Have we met before? Yu Xianzi asked as she looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin immediately smiled apologetically. I'm just a coachman. How could I have the honor of meeting you? Yu Xianzi sized Lu Yin up and felt that he looked familiar. Her woman's intuition told her that he was intentionally avoiding her gaze. Raise your head. Lu Yin helplessly looked up. At this point, Butler 7 arrived. Little 7, one of the coachmen in the back is sick and can't accompany us. Go take his place. Lu Yin felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders, and he bowed to Yu Xianzi before immediately leaving. Miss Yu Little 7 didn't disrespect you, did he? Butler 7 probed. Yu Xianzi smiled. Of course not. Butler 7 is being too serious. I just felt that he looked familiar. Oh, then I'm relieved. Little 7 is a country bumpkin, and he doesn't know the rules, Butler 7 said politely. Yu Xianzi's eyes flashed. Butler 7, has Little 7 always been in the Reverend King's residence? Butler 7 shook his head. He only joined us a few days ago. I took him in because I saw that he was skilled at riding. Yu Xianzi nodded, smiled at Butler 7, and then left. Butler 7 took a deep breath, and a look of intoxication appeared on his face. too fragrant. It's a pity that he wasn't sold. Otherwise, I would have gone bankrupt just to have fun with you. What a pity. Yu Xianzi's appearance was absolutely stunning, and she had captivated many people back at Blackwater Lake. Even though she had changed her appearance slightly, she was still a top-grade beauty. She was naturally very attractive to someone like Butler 7. Did he only join us a few days ago? Yu Xianzi looked at Lu Yin, who was driving the carriage attentively, and her eyes flashed. Was this person really a trial taker? If he was, then why did he have no cultivation at all? Had he hidden it? It was too terrifying to be able to hide it so well. Yu Xianzi tried her best to recall all the experts she had met, but she just couldn't remember them. After all, she was the young mistress of the Frost Moon sect, and she had seen too many young elites. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 268. Even though Yu Xianzi couldn't recall Lu Yin's identity, that didn't stop her from probing him. Every once in a while, she would find an opportunity to strike up a conversation with Lu Yin, which made him feel rather helpless. He wondered if he should find an opportunity to deal with her. However, Yu Xianzi didn't always bring trouble to Lu Yin. For example, Lu Yin was currently following behind the carriage, only a few meters away from Ming Yan. This had been arranged by Yu Xianzi. Ming Yan treated her extremely well and had even allowed her to enter the carriage. However, due to Ming Xiaoshu's presence, Yu Xianzi hadn't been able to enter. Is there anyone else in your family? Yu Xianzi asked Lu Yin as she rode. Lu Yin's face twitched. No, there was a plague in my hometown. Everyone died. Yu Xianzi nodded. How old are you this year? Inside the carriage, Ming Yan occasionally looked outside in surprise. Father, Yuer seems to be very nice to that coachman. Ming Xiaoshu held a scroll and smiled. Perhaps they're fated. Ming Yan seemed to understand, but she still stole a glance at Lu Yin and blinked. This person seemed a little familiar. At this moment, Lu Yin wanted nothing more than to stuff Yu Xianzi's mouth with a pair of stinky socks. This was a carriage, and Ming Xiaoshu was sitting inside. Lu Yin would be discovered if he answered even the slightest mistake, but this daughter of his was asking questions as if they were on a blind date. He couldn't just ignore her, it was disgusting. The way you're driving the carriage is very strange. You don't look like an ordinary person. Have you cultivated before? Yu Xianzi asked as she stared into Lu Yin's eyes. Lu Yin's heart sank, but at this moment, Tang Si arrived. Your Highness, we've arrived at Ming Lake. The boat has been prepared. There's no rush. Yuer, ask the same question again. Ming Xiaoshu's voice rang out from within the carriage. Tang Si immediately stared at Lu Yin with a wary expression. Lu Yin's finger moved, and Yu Xianzi spoke up. The way you're driving the carriage is very strange. You don't look like an ordinary person. Have you cultivated before? Many people around them looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin calmly replied, I haven't cultivated before. It's just that when His Majesty traveled to Qianshan village, he passed down a few techniques. I passed by Qianshan village and learned a few things from the villagers there. The curtains parted, and Ming Xiaoshu looked at Lu Yin with surprise. You've been to Qianshan village? Lu Yin bowed. Yes. When I was young, I learned a few moves from an old tree at the entrance of the village. I've always used them for self-defense. Which moves did you learn? Ming Xiaoshu was interested. Lu Yin didn't dare to refuse, and he hurriedly displayed the technique in the open space. It was just 3 moves, and although they seemed ordinary, Ming Xiaoshu felt a sense of nostalgia. This was a technique that he and Ming Zhaotian had created when they were younger, and it had actually been passed down in that small village. When he thought of this, Ming Zhaoshu looked at Lu Yin with a much gentler gaze. You're lucky to be able to learn it. After His Majesty's birthday, you can stay in the manor. Lu Yin immediately expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your promotion, Your Highness. Ming Zhaoshu nodded in satisfaction. Let's go and cross the Ming River. Ming Yan looked at Lu Yin curiously, pursed her lips, and lowered the curtain. Yu Xianzi frowned. This person wasn't a trial taker, or else he wouldn't have known about such a small matter. Forget it, it was a waste of time. She was no longer interested in Lu Yin. Lu Yin sighed in relief. Fortunately, Wu Xia had seen Crown Prince Ming Hao learn in front of Ming Zhaotian. Lu Yin had learned it on the spot, and he had guessed correctly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known how to deal with this situation. He glanced at Yu Xianzi. Deep in the universe, in the Day-Night clan's prison, a grating voice woke Shua Day-Night up. She raised her head, her face drained of all color. An old man walked in and looked down at her. What's your relationship with Astral Ten's Lu Yin? Shua Day-Night looked at the old man and trembled. Nothing. Why did you help him? He did it to save me. The old man looked at her for a while. The Day-Night clan doesn't marry outsiders. You should know that. Shua Day-Night whispered, I don't have that kind of relationship with Lu Yin. We've only met 3 times. The old man nodded. All right, I believe you. However, he was willing to reveal the third Night King's secret for you, so he isn't heartless towards you. From today onwards, you are Night King Yuanjing's disciple. Shua Day-Night looked up in shock. The third Night King. The old man's lips curled up. That's right. This person provided information on the third Night King in exchange for your acquittal. I agreed. Shua Day-Night was stunned. The third Night King. The Ming River was wide, and its surface sparkled with light. It was divided into many channels, and each channel was filled with large ships carrying people and goods. The Reverend King's household's fleet had taken over 5 of the channels, and the military was leading the way towards Ontai City, the entrance to Ming Island. The large ships moved along with the undulations of the lake, but the ships were very stable. As a coachman, Lu Yin was not qualified to be on the same ship as the Reverend King and Ming Zhaoshu. However, there were some precious items that required coachmen to carry, and Lu Yin was honored to be named. Butler Seven's attitude towards Lu Yin had completely changed. He had gone from praising him in the beginning to being friendly and humble, and even a little flattering. Lu Yin was amused, as this was power. Even the slightest bit of kindness from Ming Zhaoshu would cause thousands of servants from the Reverend King's household to fawn over him, including the butler. Just as the ship was about to set sail, a group of people riding giant beasts rushed over from the shore, kicking up a cloud of dust. Student Bei Qing requests an audience with the Reverend King. A voice shouted from the shore. Lu Yin and the rest turned around to see a pale-faced scholar with a handsome face. He was dressed in long white robes and held a folding fan in his hand. He smiled at them. Bei Qing. Lu Yin vaguely recalled that this person was the son of some important person. So it's nephew Bei. Ming Zhaoshu walked out from the stern of the ship and smiled at Bei Qing. He raised a hand, and a large deck was lowered. Nephew, you must be heading to the capital as well. Why don't we go together? Bei Qing was delighted, and he bowed. Thank you, Your Highness. He did not stand on ceremony and boarded the large ship. On the other side of the luxurious ship, Ming Yan frowned in displeasure. What's wrong, princess? Yu Xianzi asked. Butler 7, how do you know that those people are sect evildoers? Butler 7 angrily replied, who else could it be? 1,000 years ago, the Empire's strongest cultivator, Lord Ming Taijung, ruled the world and wiped out all the sections. Since then, there have been no more sects on the continent, and all the cultivation techniques have been handed over to the Empire. Although Lord Ming Taijung perished together with the foreign cultivators, the current emperor is even more powerful. He fought until all sides submitted, and no one dared to resist the Empire. Only these sect evildoers are hiding like rats, but they can still wreak havoc. I heard that there's a demon hunter society that specializes in dealing with sect evildoers. Lu Yin was curious. Butler 7 nodded. That's right. I don't know what the Demon Hunter Society are doing, but they still haven't wiped out the sect evildoers after so many years. They're really useless. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Useless? Not necessarily. The Demon Hunter Society was useless without sect evildoers. As long as they weren't stupid, they wouldn't go all out to wipe out the sect evildoers. What was going on? Just now, he had been tripped by a strange gust of wind, but how come the others were fine? There was no fluctuation of martial power, so it was not a sneak attack by a cultivator. This was strange. Beiqing quickly tossed this matter to the back of his mind and started thinking about how to get close to Ming Yan and Yue. He had invited Ming Yan to eat at noon and in the evening, which annoyed her to no end. Lu Yin was even more displeased now that someone else was flirting with the girl he liked. This feeling was rather uncomfortable. No, I can't let you have so much fun. His lips curled up as a playful look flashed across his eyes. The sky was dark, and the surface of the lake reflected the white light. From time to time, fish would leap up and splash into the water. Beiqing drank his wine gloomily, as he had been rejected multiple times. Ming Yan was one thing, but Yue was not giving him any face either. How preposterous. Who goes there? A low voice came from outside the cabin. I'm here on Miss Yue's orders to deliver something to Sir Bei. Beiqing's eyes lit up. Let him in. Lu Yin walked into Beiqing's cabin and respectfully raised his hand, revealing an exquisite sachet. Sir Bei, Miss Yue asked me to give this to you. Beiqing was pleasantly surprised. Yue. Why didn't she give it to me herself? Lu Yin whispered, I'm not sure. Beiqing looked at the sachet, and her lips curled up. She was just shy and embarrassed, but the Empire valued a woman's reputation very much. It was already quite rare for her to give him a sachet, so she would not do anything else. All right, I understand. You can leave now. This is your reward. She then tossed him a martial ticket, which was a paper ticket that was specially made to be worth 5 fortunes. Lu Yin was pleasantly surprised. Thank you, sir. By the way, Miss said that you should keep this matter a secret. Even if you ask her, she won't admit it. Beiqing smiled. Don't worry, I understand. Lu Yin left. Beiqing took a deep whiff of the sachet with an intoxicated expression on his face. He knew how attractive he was to girls from small places like this. He was the son of one of the Empire's top military officials, and his status was not something that these girls from small places could hope to match. Coupled with his handsome appearance and extraordinary manner of speech, there were too many girls in the Empire who liked him. This Yue was quite tactful and had delivered herself to him when he was feeling lonely. As long as she performed well, it was not impossible for him to accept her. Right, he could also use this woman to get closer to the princess. That was the main point. Men, bring my precious wine to Miss Yue's room. Yes, sir. Lu Yin smiled in the distance. Yu Xianzi had caused trouble for him before, and now, he wanted to give this woman some trouble as well. The sachet was indeed hers, and there was no way it could be faked. The next day, the sky was still gloomy, and the sky was gradually darkening. It felt like a storm was brewing. The lake had also cooled considerably. Ming Yan was chatting with Yu Xianzi in her cabin when Beiqing arrived outside. "Princess, Beiqing is here to invite you to lunch. Please don't decline." Ming Yan frowned and helplessly replied, "All right, thank you. I'll be right there." Beiqing was delighted. "I'll be waiting for you, princess." This person is so annoying," Ming Yan complained softly. Yu Xianzi smiled. "If you hate him, then why did you agree to eat with him?" Ming Yan was helpless. Father's relationship with the crown prince is too bad. Although this Beiqing is annoying, his father holds great power and has a certain amount of influence. Even if I don't like him, I can't cause trouble for father. Besides, I've already declined his invitation several times. If I decline again, I'll offend him. Yu Xianzi looked at Ming Yan with pity. This seemingly noble and respectable princess could not even decide her own future. However, Ming Yan's words made Yu Xianzi look at her in a new light. Yu Xianzi had originally thought that this young princess was ignorant of the ways of the world and that she was just a pretty face. Yu Xianzi's words, however, proved that this young princess had her own thoughts. Although she was very pure, it was only because she had too little contact with the outside world. She had her own determination. "Princess, don't worry. We'll deal with him like this." Yu Xianzi held Ming Yan's hand and comforted her gently. Ming Yan nodded and stood up. Even Yu Xianzi was amazed by her beautiful figure. Perhaps only an ancient civilization like this could give birth to such a beautiful woman. Even Yu Xianzi was envious of the person who would be able to marry this young princess in the future. He would definitely be the luckiest man in the world. A cold wind blew from the deck. Beiqing had arranged for the meal to be held on the deck. He talked about the various histories of Ming Lake while imagining the future. He felt like he was passing judgment on the world, especially when Ming Yan and Yu Xianzi arrived. He waved his hand and recited a poem. "Sir's poetry has improved again. I'm sure you'll be able to amaze the entire city," a servant beside him praised. Beiqing smiled faintly. When he saw Ming Yan and Yu Xianzi arrive, he hurriedly stepped forward and gestured for them to sit. "Princess, Miss Yue, please sit." Yu Xianzi hurriedly declined. "Sir, you're too polite. I'm just a servant, so I'll just stand to the side and wait on you." Ming Yan hurriedly pulled Yu Xianzi aside. You're not a servant." She then led Yu Xianzi to a seat. Beiqing had also called Lu Yin over to serve him. Beiqing had mistakenly thought that Lu Yin was one of Yu Xianzi's trusted aides. With his experience as a womanizer, he naturally knew how to discreetly prove that he valued a woman. He even had someone change Lu Yin's clothes so that he would look more spirited. This meal was very important to Beiqing, as it would determine whether or not he would be able to gain the favor of the two girls. During the meal, he tried his best to show off his erudite side, and the servants beside him would praise him from time to time. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. What an idiot. Ming Yan and Yu Xianzi, on the other hand, were just eating. They practically ignored Lu Yin, and at most, they would give him some face and smile so that he wouldn't feel so awkward. Beiqing felt that something was amiss. The meal was almost over, but there was no progress in their relationship. He clapped his hands, and a servant brought out an exquisite wooden box. Beiqing placed it on the table and pushed it in front of Ming Yan. He said fervently, "Princess, this is a top-grade violet love pearl that I found in the endless eastern sea. It's very rare, and I'll give it to you. Ming Yan was shocked. She had heard of the violet love pearl before, and it was rumored that wearing it would allow one to pray for their loved ones. It was a treasure that many girls dreamed of. She slowly opened the box, and a purple light flashed past. A small round pearl appeared before her eyes, and it seemed to be translucent. There was even a mist rising from it. "Brother, your gift is too generous. Please take it back. I cannot accept it." Ming Yan resisted the temptation and closed the box before pushing it back to Bei Qing. Bei Qing smiled. "This pearl is very rare. I can't think of anyone else besides you who would be worthy of it. Sir only found this after searching the entire endless Eastern Sea. It's rumored that His Majesty wanted to find one to give to his beloved, but he couldn't find one." The servant behind Bei Qing continued to praise the pearl, but the moment he said this, everyone's expressions changed. This person was using Ming Zhaotian as a metaphor. Lu Yin looked at the servant with admiration. Bei Qing was about to scold him when another servant shouted, "Shut up! Are you saying that His Majesty is inferior to Sir? Or that His Majesty's sincerity is inferior to Sir? Leave!" Lu Yin was speechless. This servant was even more ruthless. He was clearly saying that Bei Qing was a genius, and every sentence he said was pushing Bei Qing to his death. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 270. Bei Qing was so angry that he couldn't speak. "Both of you, leave and shut up for the next 10 days. "Yes, sir." The two quickly retreated in fear. After this incident, the precious violet radish love bead could not be given away no matter what. Bei Qing was not stupid and did not dare to give it away again. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful to Ming Zhaotian. He secretly hated those two idiots for ruining his plans. "Brother, you and I have eaten our fill, so we'll go back and rest," Ming Yan said politely. Bei Qing quickly stood up and bowed. "Take care, Your Highness." Bei Qing cursed as he watched the two girls leave. Those two bastards had ruined his plans, and if word of this reached the ears of others, it might bring trouble to the Bei family. Lu Yin coughed and whispered, "Sir Bei, there's no need to be angry. Everyone here is from the Reverend King's residence." Bei Qing's heart skipped a beat. That's right, everyone here is from the Reverend King's residence. The Reverend King's residence was far from the capital, and they didn't have much contact with the Bei family's political enemies. But Lu Yin hesitated. Bei Qing was shocked. "But what? Tell me." Lu Yin respectfully replied, "But it said that the Crown Prince's men are hiding in the residence. I don't know if that's true or not." Bei Qing's heart sank, as he felt like he had stepped on thin air. His father had only been able to sit firmly in his position because of his neutral stance. If the Crown Prince found out about this, it would be troublesome. Although the other princes were no threat to the Crown Prince was not young, and it was inevitable that he would clash with His Majesty. There were many rumors in the capital that the Crown Prince wanted to ascend the throne early, and he had the support of many ministers. Bei Qing's head hurt. He had actually led these two idiots into digging such a huge hole for him. He wanted nothing more than to throw the violet love beads into the lake. Forget it, now wasn't the time to think about this. He scanned his surroundings, wondering if the Crown Prince's men were really here. "You did well. This is your reward." Bei Qing gave him another martial ticket, one that was worth much more than the previous one. He immediately thanked him. "Right, why didn't miss you or react to me today?" Bei Qing was puzzled. Lu Yin respectfully replied, in front of the princess. Oh, that's right. The princess is present. Then, can I go look for Miss Yu? Bei Qing hesitated. Lu Yin replied, I've been with Miss Yu, for quite some time, and she once said that the man she's looking for has to be stronger than her or more cultured than her. Otherwise, how can he conquer her? Bei Qing's eyes lit up. All right, I like challenges. Since you said that, I'll reward you. He then gave Lu Yin another martial ticket before turning to leave. This young master of an aristocratic family was not stupid, but he was simply too full of himself. He really believed that a girl would fall in love with him at first sight. However, this was the Shenwu continent, and Bei Qing had a special status, so such a thing might happen. Not long after, a piece of news spread around. Bei Qing was challenging you, Lu Yin was left speechless. So direct. At this moment, Yu Xianzi felt as if she had seen a ghost. Bei Qing had inexplicably rushed over to fight her. Was he crazy? You, how did you offend Bei Qing? Ming Yan hurriedly asked Yu Xianzi. Yu Xianzi shook her head with a confused look on her face. I don't know. He came over himself and said that he wanted to compete with me. Ming Yan was furious. What's wrong with that person? You, you're not even an expert on the list of tempering, so why would he challenge you? I'll go look for him. Yu Xianzi hurriedly pulled Ming Yan back. Forget it, princess. I've already rejected him, so let him be. Ming Yan snorted. This person was crazy. Yu Xianzi had clearly underestimated Bei Qing's patience. From the moment she had rejected him, Bei Qing had been certain that he would be able to conquer her. He had continued to pester her even after entering Antai City, and it seemed as if he would not let go no matter what. Ming Yan was furious, but there was nothing she could do. Yu Xianzi wanted nothing more than to kill him. On the night that they entered Antai City, a torrential downpour fell, trapping the Reverend King's entourage within the city. Ming Island was sealed off, and no cultivators were allowed to enter. Even the people from the Reverend King's residence were carefully checked before they were allowed to enter. Yu Xianzi looked at the endless rain outside. Her goal had been achieved, and she had successfully infiltrated the Reverend King's residence into Ming Island. Now, all that was left was to leave. Dong dong dong, Miss Yu, are you there? I'm Bei Qing. Yu Xianzi was furious. This despicable bastard. Why was he always pestering her? She had already changed her appearance and was far inferior to the princess, so why was he still pestering her? One moment, he wanted to compete in martial arts, and the next moment, he wanted to compete in literary skills. Sir Bei Qing, Yu has the appearance of a willow, and she's also the princess maid. Why are you pestering her to compete in martial arts? Yu Xianzi asked Bei Qing. Bei Qing was taken aback, and he did not understand. It had been 2 days since he had pestered this woman. Was that not enough to show his sincerity? She was the one who had given him the pouch first. Fine, since she still had this attitude, then don't blame me. Just as he was about to take out the pouch to question her, the Antai City Lord arrived and requested an audience with Bei Qing. Miss Yu, please rest. I'll go meet the guest, Bei Qing said politely. Yu Xianzi nodded and closed the door. This person was so annoying. Antai City was the closest to Ming Lake, and it was rich in seafood, especially during heavy rain. A delicacy called oolong fish would swim out of the lake and attract countless people to fish. Lu Yin was called over by Bei Qing. What's going on? Is this pouch yours? Bei Qing's expression was ugly as he asked loudly. Lu Yin respectfully replied, of course it's Miss Yu's. If that's the case, then why is she ignoring me? Bei-ching was displeased. Lu Yin lowered his head. I don't know about that, but I have a plan that you can try. Hurry up and tell me. Bei-ching urged. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. He had been thinking about his next move since yesterday. He could not hide in the Reverend King's residence for this trial, as that would be meaningless, and he would not be able to find anyone from the Day-Night clan. It was better to rely on someone else and walk another path, and Bei-ching was the person he had chosen. At first, he had only wanted to tease Bei-ching and Yu Xianzi, but now, he really wanted to raise his status in Bei-ching's heart. This person was someone who even the Reverend King, Ming Zhaoshu, treated with respect. It's raining heavily in Antai City, so you can invite the princess and Miss Yu to go fishing. I've heard that the oolong fish here are famous throughout the continent, and they're top-quality delicacies. Miss Yu comes from a remote area, so I'm sure she'll be interested. Bei-ching's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. All right, we'll do as you say. He then looked Lu Yin up and down. You're not bad, much better than those two idiotic servants of mine. Are you interested in following me? Lu Yin was delighted. Thank you for your interest, sir. I'm willing. Bei-ching nodded in satisfaction. After His Majesty's birthday celebration, come find me at the Grand Council residence. Thank you, sir, Lu Yin said gratefully. Lu Yin smiled as he watched Bei-ching leave. Once he entered the Grand Council residence, would he still be afraid of not being able to make a name for himself? No matter how bad his performance was, he could still steal secret documents from the Grand Council residence, which would add points to his results. However, Lu Yin was still racking his brains for a way to impersonate Yu Xianzi and talk nonsense with Bei-ching. On the other side, Bei-ching had left Antai City and was heading to Mingdu overnight. Lu Yin's efforts had all been for naught. Bei-ching's sudden departure is related to the letter he received. It should be from his father, Bei Hong. Needless to say, it's definitely because he's not allowed to interact with the Reverend King's residence, Tang Si said respectfully as he stood in front of Ming Zhaoshu. Ming Zhaoshu's gaze was cold. There's another reason. Someone told him about Yen. Tang Si was shocked. Could it be someone from the Crown Prince's residence? Ming Zhaoshu nodded. Ming Hao doesn't want us to form a relationship with Bei Hong. That's the only effective way. A woman's reputation was extremely important on Shenwu continent. No matter how much Bei-ching liked Ming Yan, once her reputation was tarnished, he could no longer pester her. Your Highness, then. Tang Si was in a difficult position. Ming Zhaoshu raised a hand and looked at Tang Si. Go and call Lu Qi over. Tang Si was puzzled. Lu Qi. The coachman. Ming Zhaoshu's lips curled up. Call him over. Yes. Not long after, Lu Yin was brought to a study. He did not understand why Ming Zhaoshu wanted to see him. Coachman Lu Qi greets your highness. Enter, Ming Zhaoshu's dignified voice rang out. Lu Yin pushed the door open and stepped in. He bowed slightly. Your highness. Ming Zhaoshu waved his hand, and the door closed. An invisible wave swept out and sealed off the entire study. At that moment, Lu Yin almost lost control of himself and attacked, but he forced himself to control himself. Trembling slightly, he asked, Your Highness, what orders do you have for me? Ming Zhaoshu stared at Lu Yin and said coldly, Bei-ching values you greatly. Lu Yin was shocked, and his expression turned fearful. Your Highness, I don't know what you mean by this. Ming Zhaoshu raised a hand, revealing a sachet. When he saw it, Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and his muscles tensed up. He was prepared to flee at any moment. I've seen and heard everything you've done during this period of time. Do you still want to hide it? Ming Xiaoshu asked coldly. Lu Yin lowered his head, and his eyes flickered. Heard. Could it be a domain? This person had actually comprehended a domain. Even among the countless powerhouses in the universe, those who had comprehended a domain could be counted on one hand. The Astral Combat Academy included the top elites of the universe's younger generation, but there were less than 20 people who had comprehended a domain. Lu Yin could not understand how Ming Xiaoshu had managed to do so. The atmosphere was strangely silent. Lu Yin did not speak. He adjusted his breathing and was prepared to act at any moment. Ming Xiaoshu looked at him for a while and then put down the sachet. You're not bad. Lu Yin looked up in surprise and gave Ming Xiaoshu a puzzled look. A hint of a smile appeared in Ming Xiaoshu's cold eyes. You were able to establish a relationship with Bei Qing in such a short period of time. If he hadn't left at the last minute, you might have been able to establish a deeper relationship with him. You're very smart, and you're not content with being in hiding. Lu Yin hurriedly said, I was wrong. Ming Xiaoshu shook his head. You weren't wrong. No one is willing to be poor for the rest of their lives. You walked out of your narrow world and learned the techniques that His Majesty and I created together. These are your opportunities. You were able to contact Bei Qing. This is your ability. You are a person with both ability and opportunity. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 271. When he heard Ming Xiaoshu's words, Lu Yin lowered his head, not daring to answer. Are you willing to serve me, 7th Lu? Ming Xiaoshu suddenly shouted as he stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's mind shook. It was that pressure again. Explorers might not be able to accurately attack one's spiritual force, but their bodies had already undergone a metamorphosis, and they could naturally exert pressure on those below them. This was why many geniuses were unable to challenge explorers, but it had no effect on Lu Yin. I'm willing to serve you, Your Highness. Lu Yin pretended to be paralyzed and hastily declared his position. Ming Xiaoshu nodded in satisfaction. Good. Raise your head. Lu Yin looked up, and a gust of wind blew against his face. His expression changed, and he once again resisted the urge to attack. A strange fragrance was inhaled into his body, causing him to feel numb. This is my secret medicine. It can increase your strength and senses, but there are side effects as well. You must absorb it every once in a while, or you'll turn into a puddle of blood, Ming Xiaoshu said coldly. Lu Yin trembled. Your Highness, I know my mistake. I've already said that you weren't wrong. Help me with something, and I'll permanently remove this medicine. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Ming Xiaoshu stood up and walked to Lu Yin's side, whispering, Enter the Crown Prince's residence. Lu Yin was shocked. The Crown Prince's residence. Ming Xiaoshu's gaze was cold. You've been to Qianshan village, and you've unknowingly formed a connection with the royal family. You're also very smart, so you should have the ability to enter the Crown Prince's residence and gradually gain Ming Hao's trust. Manager Wu Xia died a while ago, so this is your chance. I understand, Your Highness, Lu Yin replied. Wu Xia had died. As expected, this person had found out the location of the 5 sealing planets' nodes and had been threatened. It would be strange if he hadn't died. Ming Xiaoshu was very satisfied with Lu Yin's attitude. The key was that this secret medicine could not be removed without a certain level of strength. Lu Yin was just an ordinary person, and he should know that even if he told Ming Hao about it, Ming Hao would not remove the medicine for him. This was a dead end. If you complete this task well, I'll betroth you, to you, Ming Xiaoshu said indifferently. Lu Yin looked up in surprise. You, Ming Xiaoshu smiled. Do you think that only young masters like Bei Qing can obtain you, I promise you that you, will never leave the palace, nor will she be married off to anyone else. She's yours. This Ming Xiaoshu's grasp of human nature was terrifying. If Lu Yin had been an ordinary coachman, he would have felt his blood boil. He was now qualified to obtain the woman that he had once looked up to. Normal people would not be able to understand this kind of mentality. Poison and beauty were Ming Xiaoshu's methods. All right, you can leave now, Ming Xiaoshu said indifferently. Lu Yin bowed and retreated. Just as he reached the door, Ming Xiaoshu's voice rang out again. I'll have you leave before we reach the capital, and I'll send someone to contact you. There's one more thing you need to remember: don't try to be smart, and don't ever meddle in my master's affairs. Lu Yin bowed and left the study. Outside the door, Tang Si looked at him coldly. Lu Yin bowed once more and left. Tang Si watched Lu Yin's departing figure and stepped into the study. Is that really necessary, Your Highness? Ming Xiaoshu smiled. This kid is very clever, ambitious, and lucky. Let him try his luck at the Crown Prince's residence. Perhaps he'll reap some unexpected benefits. He paused for a moment before continuing. Besides, he's already connected to Bei Qing, and this connection might help us in the future. Bei Qing won't care about him. To Bei Qing, he's just a slave who's asking for a reward, Tang Si said. Ming Xiaoshu smiled. It doesn't matter if I don't care. That connection is enough. Elsewhere, Lu Yin was far away from the study, deep in thought. The Crown Prince's residence held no attraction for him, as its greatest secret was the location of the 5 sealing planets. After the incident with Wu Xia, Ming Hao would definitely increase the level of protection for this secret. It would be difficult for Lu Yin to obtain it with his own strength, so there was no need for him to go to the Crown Prince's residence. As for the poison, he had his own ways to force it out. Now, he was thinking about Ming Xiaoshu. According to Wu Xiao's memories and the rumors, the Reverend King Ming Xiaoshu was a straightforward and upright person who was loyal to Emperor Ming Xiaotian. He cared about the country and took care of the people. His only flaw was that he was weak in martial arts. His elder brother, Ming Xiaotian, was not much older than Lu Yin, but he was already a martial god. Even the Crown Prince, Ming Hao, was a martial emperor, but Ming Xiaoshu was still a martial emperor. It was said that he could not even compare to Ming Hao. This was Ming Xiaoshu's only flaw. However, if this person had comprehended a domain, then things would be different. Lu Yin did not believe that someone who had comprehended a domain would be weak. Furthermore, Ming Xiaoshu had a very precise grasp of human nature, and he had even allowed Bei Qing to pursue Ming Yan. From this, Lu Yin could see that Ming Xiaoshu was extremely shrewd. Ming Xiaoshu was definitely not a simple person, and he had concealed himself far too deeply. Everyone knew that the Reverend King's residence had been targeted by Crown Prince Ming Hao, and many people had been sent to infiltrate it. When Lu Yin had first heard about this, he had felt that it was strange. Ming Hao was not stupid, and he had sent people to spread the news throughout the city. Now, however, Lu Yin felt that this was more likely Ming Xiaoshu's plan to suppress Ming Hao's reputation. Of course, this was all just Lu Yin's guess, and he was just imagining things. However, it could also be true. Lu Yin pondered over this as he walked, and he accidentally bumped into someone at a corner. Ah! There was a cry of surprise, and Lu Yin subconsciously reached out to grab the woman in front of him who was about to be knocked down. He wrapped his arms around her waist, and a sweet fragrance wafted over. It was very familiar. Was this Ming Yen. Time seemed to stop as Lu Yin hugged Ming Yen and stared at her in the corner. Yu Xianzi was the first to react, and she slapped Lu Yin's shoulder to push him back. How dare you blaspheme the princess? Lu Yin took a few steps back and lowered his head to apologize. Ming Yen looked at Lu Yin strangely. You're that coachman. You're called Lu 7, right? Yes, I'm Lu 7, Lu Yin hurriedly replied. Ming Yen looked at him strangely. Raise your head. Lu Yin was speechless, as Ming Zhaoshu had said the same thing. He slowly raised his head and feigned fear as he looked at Ming Yen. Ming Yen stared into his eyes, and a ripple appeared in her eyes, as if she was thinking about something. How dare you stare at the princess? Yu Xianzi shouted and raised her hand again, but Ming Yen hurriedly stopped her. It's fine. Let's go. Yu Xianzi glared fiercely at Lu Yin before leaving with Ming Yen. Ever since Lu Yin had displayed those techniques, she no longer cared about him, as she believed that he was a native of the Shenwu continent. Furthermore, she hadn't felt any martial power in that palm strike. Lu Yin lowered his head and waited for the two women to leave before looking up and rubbing his shoulder. Fortunately, that woman had not used too much strength, or else he would not have been able to hide the fact that he was not injured. 2 days later, the sun shone brightly as white mist rose into the air and fresh air spread across the land. The Reverend King's convoy left Ontai City and continued towards the center of Ming Island. Not long after they left Ontai City, a crack spread across the sky and into the forest in the distance. At the same time, a few figures rapidly descended. Lu Yin's eyes trembled. It was a trial taker. Your Highness. Tang Si shouted. Ming Zhaoshu flew out from his carriage. Don't move. I'll take care of it. He then raised a hand, and a majestic martial power distorted the void and pressed down in all directions. In the distance, a similar majestic force appeared and resisted Ming Zhaoshu's attack. There's actually a martial emperor here. You're courting death. Ming Zhaoshu leapt out and charged into the distance. Just as Ming Zhaoshu left, dozens of figures rushed out from underground. Tang Si shouted, "Kill the sect's remnants." The entire convoy was thrown into chaos. The sect's remnants had taken advantage of Ming Zhaoshu's pursuit of the trial takers to attack the convoy. Butler 7 hid under the carriage and trembled. They were in the middle of the convoy and were surrounded by soldiers, so they were temporarily safe. Suddenly, a sharp slash streaked across the sky. Tang Si leapt up and stabbed out with his spear. With a bang, a shockwave crushed the ground and killed dozens of people. Tang Si was forced back by more than 10 steps, and he looked over in shock. This was a trial taker, a Lammeter from the Innerverse. Many of the Innerverse great powers nurtured powerful disciples, and this person's strength was comparable to the Astral Combat Academy's student leaders. Being able to force Tang Si back proved that he had the strength to enter the top 16 of the Astral Combat Academy. Further away, the battle between Ming Zhaoshu and the explorer grew more and more intense. The cracks in the ground even spread to the convoy, splitting it in two. Lu Yin and the rest were separated from Tang Si. Blood spurted out from underground, and Yu Xianzi's eyes narrowed. There's still someone underground. As soon as she spoke, more than 10 experts attacked the carriage. Lu Yin clenched his fists and watched the scene unfold. The carriage was overturned, and Yu Xianzi carried Ming Yen out. She coldly looked ahead as more than 10 martial kings attacked. Yu Xianzi pushed Ming Yen to the side of the carriage. Protect the princess. The intense battle spread out in all directions. A blast of energy tore through the void and shot towards Ming Yen. Lu Yin grabbed her and pulled her into his embrace. Be careful. Ming Yan lay in Lu Yin's embrace and looked up at him. Her eyes wandered as she softly asked, "Why are you following us?" Lu Yin was stunned. "Princess, what are you talking about?" Ming Yan pursed her lips. "Why are you following us?" There was a soft whooshing sound as Yu Xianzi forced back several martial kings. She was about to rush over when she was stopped by someone else. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 272. Lu Yin could not speak. He could see the stubbornness, grievance, anger, and other indescribable emotions in Ming Yan's eyes. What else could he say? "I'm sorry." Ming Yan's eyes dimmed. "Leave. Don't come near us again, or my father won't let you off." "He doesn't know who I am," Lu Yin said. Ming Yan shook her head. "You underestimate my father too much, whether it's you or you, Lu Yin's eyes went wide. "You know." Ming Yan's lips curled up as she smiled. "Lu Yin, do you think that a native like me is stupid?" Lu Yin was stunned. Stupid? He seemed to have misjudged this girl. She was kind and beautiful, but she was definitely not stupid. In terms of quick-wittedness, she surpassed most people. Yu Xianzi had used the power behind her to forge an identity. Even if the Reverend King was suspicious, he would still investigate. However, Ming Yan was certain that she was much smarter than the Reverend King. "How did you recognize me?" Lu Yin asked. He was very curious. Ming Yan blushed. You have my scent on you." She then struggled out of Lu Yin's embrace. Yu Xianzi had already finished her battle, and she had shown that she was not weak. His arms were empty, and Lu Yin's heart felt empty as well. He looked at Ming Yan, and his heart surged. He suddenly had the urge to trample the world beneath his feet and pull her into his embrace. This girl had touched his heart. "Princess, are you all right?" Yu Xianzi asked nervously. Ming Yan shook her head and glanced at Lu Yin. She pointed at Yu Xianzi and stuck out her tongue. It was an adorable sight. Lu Yin was stunned. She looked back and smiled. She was so beautiful. Ming Yan giggled when she saw Lu Yin's dazed expression. She then turned back. Yu Xianzi did not see this. She kept a close eye on her surroundings, afraid that another attack would occur. When the battle in the distance ended, the ambush finally came to an end. The remaining sect members were all dead, and 2 of the trial takers had died. The explorer had escaped, and Ming Zhaoshu had not been able to catch him. "Yan, are you all right?" Ming Zhaoshu looked at his daughter with concern. Ming Yan shook her head. "I'm fine with Yu's protection." Ming Zhaoshu grunted. "Pack up the caravan and continue forward." Butler 7 finally crawled out from under the carriage, still in shock. "Butler 7, are you all right?" Lu Yin asked with concern. Butler 7 felt awkward and coughed. "Well, I've already checked. There are no sect remnants hiding under the car, so you can rest assured." Lu Yin was speechless. What an exquisite reason. The Reverend King's residence's convoy wasn't the only one that had been attacked. All of the convoys in the Xinluo Empire that were heading to the Radiant City had been attacked as well. Most of them were from the remnants of the sects, which put the Demon Hunter Society in a very passive position. It was their mission to deal with the remnants of the sects, but now, the remnants of the sects were becoming more and more rampant. Even the Crown Prince, Ming Hao, was furious. Ming Zhaotian's birthday was approaching, and it seemed that someone wanted to add blood to this grand occasion. All of this had nothing to do with Lu Yin. Right now, he only wished that this journey would never end. Ming Yan's existence had made him forget many things, and when their gazes met, his heart would race. It was a beautiful feeling. Unfortunately, no matter how much he hoped, the time would come. More than 10 days later, the caravan finally stopped. Your Highness, we'll reach the capital once we cross the mountain pass up ahead, Tang Si reported. Ming Zhaoshu grunted in acknowledgement and glanced at Lu Yin. Lu Yin nodded and left the convoy under Tang Si's arrangements. He wanted to head to the capital alone and find a way to join the Crown Prince's residence. Before he left, he looked at the carriage with great reluctance. He didn't know when they would meet again. This was a foreign continent that was constantly under surveillance, and he didn't know if he would be able to return or even leave this place alive. Lu Yin sighed and left in the end. Within the carriage, Ming Yan looked outside through the gauze curtains with a melancholy expression. What's wrong, Yan? Ming Zhaoshu asked curiously. Ming Yan shook her head and said bitterly, Father, will the enmity between us and the outsiders never be resolved? Ming Zhaoshu was surprised. Why do you ask? I'm just curious. This war has been going on for too long, Ming Yan replied softly. Ming Zhaoshu sighed. 1,000 years ago, a powerhouse was born on the mainland, and that powerhouse was Ming Taizhong, the uncle of my brother and I. With his help, the empire was invincible and even tore open a spatial portal in an attempt to create a new era of glory. Unfortunately, the outsiders were attracted, and Uncle perished. The 5 sealing planets sealed the mainland, and for the past 1,000 years, countless powerhouses have died in battle to protect the 5 sealing planets. This blood debt cannot be resolved. Ming Yan's eyes dimmed, and she gripped her handkerchief tightly. Every family has someone who died at the hands of the outsiders. Regardless of whether it's the empire, the remnants of the sects, or the natives of the islands in the endless East Sea, everyone has a common enemy in the form of the outsiders. Once discovered, they will be killed without mercy. Ming Yan's heart trembled, and her face paled. 1,000 years of enmity could not be resolved, but she wanted to resolve it. Perhaps to the people of the mainland, she was a traitor. Ming Zhaoshu looked at his daughter tenderly. I know you're kind, but this is 1,000 years of enmity. Don't think too much about it. Everything will be decided by me. Ming Yan looked at Ming Zhaoshu and lowered her head. Father, I don't want to get married. Ming Zhaoshu frowned. Why? Then, as if remembering something, he said, Don't worry, Yan. I will think of a way to restore your reputation. I won't let you suffer. I'm sorry, Father. Ming Yan's tone was bleak. Ming Zhaoshu sighed and patted her shoulder. He didn't think too much about it, as he assumed that his daughter was worried about her reputation and was unwilling to part with him. The capital was surrounded by mountains, and 4 towering peaks protected the entire city, forming an impenetrable fortress. It was rumored that there were martial sovereigns overseeing each peak to protect the capital. Lu Yin shuttled through the forest and looked up at the distant peaks. He stopped and leaped up, sitting cross-legged on a large tree and beginning to detoxify the poison. Although the poison that Ming Zhaoshu had given him was vicious, it was only effective against ordinary people. Normal martial kings would not be able to force it out, but it was not difficult for Lu Yin. Half an hour later, Lu Yin spat out a mouthful of blood. The black blood corroded the tree trunk, emitting a screeching sound. Lu Yin wiped the corner of his mouth and tried to feel his blood. Unfortunately, while this poison could improve his 5 senses and strength, the side effects were too great. Otherwise, it would have been a great tonic. Just as he was about to descend from the tree, his expression changed. He saw a figure quickly shuttling through the distance, but he did not move. Soon after, a beautiful figure flashed past him. Lu Yin was shocked to see that it was Yu Xianzi. She had also left the Reverend King's convoy. Yu Xianzi had joined the Reverend King's convoy in order to enter the sealed Ming Island and avoid the Ming vanguard that was constantly searching for outsiders. Now that she had reached the capital, she had achieved her goal, so she naturally would not follow the Reverend King's convoy. It was a pity for Ming Yan, as Yu Xianzi quite liked this pure and kind girl. Just as she passed by the tree that Lu Yin was hiding in, Yu Xianzi suddenly paused and turned to look at a nearby tree trunk that had been corroded by the poisonous blood. Her gaze trembled, and she turned back to look at the top of the tree where Lu Yin was hiding. Lu Yin knew that he had been discovered, so he leaped down and stood opposite of her. "It's you!" Yu Xianzi exclaimed, as she had never expected to run into this coachman here. Lu Yin's appearance had not changed, as he still looked like Lu 7. "Miss Yu, I didn't think that we would meet here." Yu Xianzi stared at Lu Yin and sternly asked, "Who are you?" "You're definitely not an ordinary person." Lu Yin shrugged. "Take a guess." Yu Xianzi snorted. "You're courting death." She then sent a palm strike towards Lu Yin. Her pure white palm transformed and sealed off the surrounding area, forming palm shadows that caused the void to ripple. Lu Yin raised his own palm at the same time and accurately struck down all of the palm shadows that Yu Xianzi had created. There was a loud bang, and the shock wave from the collision crushed the ground and caused a dozen or so trees to collapse. Yu Xianzi was forced back by Lu Yin's palm strike, and her face paled. She was the young mistress of the Frost Moon sect and a top expert of the universe's younger generation. Although she could not compare to those freakish geniuses, she was still not someone that the average person could go up against. Although there were many powerhouses on the Xinwu continent, only the top 10 or even the top 5 on the list of tempering could match up to her. "Who are you?" Yu Xianzi shouted as she stared at Lu Yin warily. Lu Yin smiled and used Flash to appear beside Yu Xianzi. He then used the 96th form of the Sky Beast Claw and the void howled as he pressed down on Yu Xianzi. Yu Xianzi's gaze turned cold as a clear moon appeared on her forehead. Chilling moon. Lu Yin felt a chill run down his entire body as his Sky Beast Claw was frozen to the point of cracking. He took a step back and watched in astonishment. This was Yu Xianzi's innate gift, Cold Moon. Frigid Mountain Ice Plum Palm. Yu Xianzi used Cold Moon to freeze everything around her, causing even the air to freeze. She then sent a palm strike towards Lu Yin, causing everything within a kilometer to turn into a plum blossom imprint that changed the weather. Lu Yin easily dodged her attack. During the Astral Combat Tournament, Yu Xianzi had been defeated by Sharon. Sharon had easily broken through the battle techniques that she had learned from Blackwater Lake and instantly defeated her. At that time, Yu Xianzi had not been able to use so many battle techniques, and her innate gift had only appeared briefly. Now, she had displayed all of her innate gifts, but they were still useless against Lu Yin. He was so fast that he could tear through the void. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 273. Yu Xianzi's eyes flickered as she stared at Lu Yin in shock. This scene was extremely familiar. During the Astral Combat Tournament, Sharon had easily walked up to her and defeated her. Now, the same thing was happening again. The only difference was that Sharon had used his domain to dissolve the attack, while this person had used his battle force to withstand it. You, little 7 Lu. Lu, you're Lu Yin. Lu Yin's face changed back to his original appearance. Long time no see, Yu Xianzi. The whirlpool around them dissipated, and Yu Xianzi closed her eyes. When she opened them again, Her face had changed back to the beautiful Yu Xianzi, the young mistress of the Frost Moon sect. Long time no see, Brother Lu. Come with me, Lu Yin said before turning to leave. The battle here would definitely attract many people, and it might even attract the Ming vanguard, so he could not stay here any longer. Yu Xianzi did not want to be with Lu Yin. Trial takers were enemies, and no one wanted to be with someone who could decide their own fate. However, she had no other choice. Lu Yin could kill her with a single move. 10 minutes later, Lu Yin and Yu Xianzi stood facing each other by a stream. I never thought that little 7 Lu would be Lu Yin. No wonder you look so familiar. Thanks to you, I was almost discovered by Ming Zhaoshu, Lu Yin teased. Yu Xianzi smiled bitterly. Sorry, Brother Lu. I was just testing you. I didn't want to cause you any trouble. Lu Yin smiled. I'm curious as to why Yu Xianzi came to Mingdu. Yu Xianzi's expression changed slightly, and she stared at Lu Yin. This has nothing to do with Brother Lu. We're both trial takers, so we shouldn't interfere with each other's business. How about that? Lu Yin smiled. But you've already caused me trouble. Because of you, I've been targeted by Ming Zhaoshu, and he sent me to the Crown Prince's residence as a spy. You should know what kind of place the Crown Prince's residence is. If I'm not careful, I might even lose my life. This is the trouble you've caused me. Don't you plan on compensating me? Brother Lu, you think too highly of the people of Shenwu continent. With your strength, you should be fine as long as you don't run into a martial sovereign. There are definitely no martial sovereigns in Mingdu at the moment, and they're all defending the 5 sealing planets. Yu Xianzi changed the subject. Let's not beat around the bush. Don't force me to kill you. Yu Xianzi clenched her fists as her eyes flickered. Killing intent flashed across her eyes, but it quickly dissipated. She was no match for the man before her, so she helplessly said, Brother Lu, Senior, are you really going to bully your junior? Lu Yin frowned. This won't work on me. Tell me your plan. What plan? Yu Xianzi asked in confusion. The closer he got to Yu Xianzi, the stronger the killing intent in his eyes. I've already told you, don't force me to kill you. The Frost Moon sect definitely has people hiding on the continent for 1,000 years, and your identity is a fake. You must have a motive for entering Mingdu, and I really want to know what it is. Yu Xianzi helplessly replied, Brother Lu, even if there's an ulterior motive, it's my Frost Moon sect's business. It has nothing to do with you. Just curious, Lu Yin casually replied. Yu Xianzi was taken aback, and she smiled bitterly. Brother Lu is really straightforward. Alright, I'll tell you. I'll be joining the Demon Hunter Society once I'm in Mingdu. The Demon Hunter Society. What are you going to do there? Aside from the 2 fixed missions, the Shenwu continent's trial results are all based on one's performance. The Demon Hunter Society is a killing organization that specializes in dealing with the remnants of sections. As long as you join, your results will definitely improve significantly. Brother Lu entered the continent's trial for the sake of his results, so he can't really be thinking about completing those 2 missions. That's impossible, and it's better for people to be realistic, Yu Xianzi said in a serious tone. Lu Yin nodded. You're right. Yu Xianzi's eyes lit up. As long as Brother Lu doesn't obstruct our Frost Moon sect, we're willing to create an identity for you to infiltrate the Demon Hunter Society. That should be enough to improve your results. You're willing to let me follow you? Lu Yin was curious. Yu Xianzi smiled. Of course. My goal is only to join the Demon Hunter Society and nothing else. Brother Lu, you'll be able to take care of me. Aside from the Demon Hunter Society, where else can you help me join? Lu Yin asked. Yu Xianzi thought about it. Aside from the imperial palace and the crown prince's residence, anywhere else should be fine. There shouldn't be any problems in the short term, and even if there are any, it'll be several months later. I want to join the Ming constables. Yu Xianzi was shocked. The Ming constables. Why do you want to join them? The Ming constables were an organization that specialized in killing trial takers. Lu Yin naturally wanted to join them to search for the Day-Night clan, but he would not tell her that. The Ming constables are more difficult than the Demon Hunter Society, so my results should not be too bad. I want to join the Outerverse Youth Council, and the Ming constables are the minimum. You want to join the Outerverse Youth Council? Yu Xianzi was confused. Brother Lu, you're a member of the Council of Astral Academy. Why would you want to join the Outerverse Youth Council? It's none of your business, Lu Yin replied indifferently. Yu Xianzi looked at Lu Yin carefully and thought about it. The Ming constables aren't the Demon Hunter Society. With our fake identities, the Demon Hunter Society will need 2 months to discover the flaws, but the Ming constables will need at most 1 month. Are you sure? Lu Yin nodded. All right. Yu Xianzi took out a letter from her cosmic ring and handed it to Lu Yin. Give this letter to the Ming constables, and you can join. Everything is written in great detail, and you can continue using the name Seven Lu or whatever you want. It doesn't matter, but the authenticity of this letter will be determined in a month at most. Don't blame me for not warning you, but there are martial sovereigns in the Ming constables. Lu Yin took the letter and opened it to take a look. He did not completely believe Yu Xianzi's words. She had just said that there were no martial sovereigns in the Ming constables, but now she was saying that there were martial sovereigns in the Ming constables. This woman was dishonest. The contents of the letter shocked Lu Yin. Everything about him was described in great detail, and it was even stamped with the seal of the previous Ming constables. There were also a series of other seals that had once belonged to the Ming constables. He looked at Yu Xianzi in admiration. It's good to have a background. You can fake anything. It's not fake, it's real. Aside from the previous Ming constable's seal, everything else is real. Lu Yin's brows rose. How ruthless. These people might not even know that they were working for the Frost Moon sect. We're even. Yu Xianzi's eyes flashed. Brother Lu, we can actually work together. Oh. How? Lu Yin asked with interest. Yu Xianzi replied, actually, ever since that war 1,000 years ago, many great powers in the universe have hidden themselves on Shenwu continent, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Our Frost Moon sect is just a small sect that relies on the Day-Night clan, and we don't have any authority. If Brother Lu is willing, we can work together to resist the other powers. For example, Lu Yin asked. Yu Xianzi muttered to herself for a moment. The Day-Night clan. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. He had been thinking about how to get information about the Day-Night clan, but he had not expected this woman to reveal it herself. It seemed that the Day-Night clan was not very popular. Is the Day-Night clan's influence on Shenwu continent very strong? Yu Xianzi bitterly replied, they're very powerful in the entire universe. Even if your Frostwave weave is very remote, anyone who sees black and white hair will know that they're from the Day-Night clan. This is their influence. Who did they send over? Lu Yin asked curiously. Fear and dread flashed through Yu Xianzi's eyes. Zhanlong Day-Night, a genius from the Day-Night clan who defeated Night Queen Yanqing. Lu Yin was stunned. Defeated Night Queen Yanqing. Yu Xianzi nodded. That's right. This matter is very secretive, and only a few people in the Day-Night flow zone know about it. Our Frost Moon sect is one of them. This person has comprehended an extremely powerful battle technique that no one else in the Day-Night clan has been able to learn for countless years, the Day-Night Restoration Technique. He's known as the genius of the Day-Night clan, who is second only to Night King Jinwu, and he's the opponent we'll be facing on Shinwu continent. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He was well aware of Night Queen Yanqing's strength, and since Xianlong Day-Night had been able to defeat her, his strength was definitely comparable to Lu Yin's own. The Day-Night clan was one of the strongest clans in the universe. Geniuses came one after another. The Day-Night clan didn't send any explorers. Lu Yin was puzzled. Yu Xianzi shook her head. I don't think so. Explorers attract too much attention. Their goal is to send someone to join the Outerverse Youth Council and use that as an excuse to meddle in the Outerverse affairs. If they send an explorer, the 10 arbiters will be wary of them. Lu Yin understood. The 10 arbiters were also fighting both openly and covertly. If the Day-Night clan really did send an explorer to the Outerverse, then the other 10 arbiters would definitely do the same, and the Outerverse would be in chaos. There's one more thing. Yu Xianzi looked at Lu Yin seriously. They want to wash away the humiliation of Night Queen Yanqing's defeat. Lu Yin's eyes flashed coldly. Brother Lu, don't you think that this is strange? The top 4 of the Astral Combat Tournament have all entered the Shinwu continent, and this is the Day-Night clan's interference. The battle between you and Night Queen Yanqing was also arranged by the Day-Night clan, Yu Xianzi explained. Lu Yin was well aware of this, as he was like a chess piece that the Day-Night clan could manipulate as they pleased. The Day-Night clan needs Xianlong Day-Night to defeat the top 4 and stand out in this trial. They want him to reverse the humiliation of Night Queen Yanqing's defeat, as well as the humiliation of the Day-Night clan being suppressed by you in the trial zones, Yu Xianzi continued. You're saying too much, Lu Yin said. Yu Xianzi lowered her voice and said, the Day-Night clan is just that tyrannical. They don't hide their actions, and our Frost Moon sect understands them too well. That's all I have to say. Brother Lu, you can think about it if you're willing to cooperate. I'll be in the Demon Hunter Society under the alias of Little Yu. Lu Yin laughed. Yu Xianzi was trying to incite hostility between him and the Day-Night clan, but there was no need for that at all. Lu Yin already had an irreconcilable grudge with the Day-Night clan. From the moment he had discovered Qingyu on Earth, the grudge between the two parties had been irreconcilable. Within the Radiant City, there was a massive bank that was located at the intersection of 2 main roads. It occupied a large area, and it was surrounded by powerful guards. This was the Bank of Wuyun, and it was the largest bank in the Shinwu Empire, second to none. After the Great War 1,000 years ago, the Bank of Wuyun had risen to prominence and crushed all other banks in the empire. Just as the empire was about to intervene, the bank had accepted the imperial family's investment and become an economic powerhouse that was independent of the imperial family. Over the years, the empire's disaster relief, military provisions, salaries, and even rewards had all been supported by the Bank of Wuyun. After 1,000 years, the Bank of Wuyun had become an unimaginably huge entity. Although the people of Shinwu continent looked down on merchants, the Bank of Wuyun was an exception. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.